Head coach of the Chargers is Jason Persinger.
Good morning. You heard that right. Got some morning basketball for you here with Clark Sports Media. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Teddy Ball, bringing you the action here. Heyworth Hornets versus the Peoria Christian Chargers. Gonna be a great one here at the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Teddy, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, feeling good. It's been a while since I've been able to have some morning basketball. Last time for me was back at the TOC, so woke up today with a good smile on my face, and I'm ready to call this game with you, Scott.
It's always good to have a smile on your face, and when we're watching such good quality basketball here in Central Illinois, here in Clinton, Illinois, it's hard not to have a smile on your face. I mean, when I'm sitting next to you calling basketball, I sure always have a big smile on my face, but Teddy, talk to me a little bit. What do you expect to see in this matchup here between Peoria Christian and Heyworth? Two really good teams to start the year, and Peoria Christian, who had a great season last year.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how these two teams match up. I think one of the things I had was that neither team has a big, clear size advantage, and so it's really going to come down to who's more physical down low, able to control the paint, and get boards, second chance opportunities, and we'll see who can make the best of it.
Heyworth wins the initial jump. Getting doubled, getting hounded by the Chargers. Up 4-3. Boston Cats no good, corralled in by the Chargers. A little bit of an errant pass, but we'll settle things down here for the Chargers. Up to the top of the key here. And something to note, folks, I know there's not a shot clock mandatory in IHSA basketball this year, but for this tournament there will be a 35-second shot clock as we have a foul right there on the Heyworth Hornets.
Now, Sky, I don't know about you, but I will say personally I love a shot clock. I think especially next year it'll be mandatory in IHSA for all regular season and playoff games, and we get to see it here in this tournament. Always fun to see how teams adapt to it. Beautiful spin move,
Resulting in a foul right there. Really liking the action thus far from the Chargers early on.
I like that play by Walton, not able to finish the bucket, but good contact down low, spin move off, able to draw a foul.
We talked about it pre-game. I know we haven't mentioned it yet during this broadcast, but this Peoria Christian team had a great season last year, went to state, have some really good quality players. Not a ton of them got minutes last year, but just having that experience and learning from the guys ahead of you has to pay dividends, and it's helping so far for Peoria Christian.
Yeah, certainly having that playoff experience is going to be beneficial. Like, a lot of these guys were underclassmen on that team last year, or the seniors making big-time steps in the right direction to improve their game.
Foul right there. It's been a foul fest thus far. 38 seconds into the ballgame. I am a very good mathematician. Getting doubled. That's something the Peoria Christian team has done a lot so far. A lot of double teams as they're in a man-to-man defense, kind of that shell set you look at in practice.
Heyworth has had some shots around the arc, and they have another one there. 3-ball up, no good.
No good right there from Gorecki. And a quick two-point bucket, rolls around, touches every part of the rim, but doesn't fall.
Another unfortunate roll for Peoria Christian.
Heyworth, a team that's going to run a lot of sets. They're not looking to push the pace, unlike Peoria Christian. Beautiful back cut by Rupert. The 1,000-point scorer right there gets his first two of the night.
I'm curious to see how many he'll tally up today. So many games throughout this season on the other end they get a bucket. So many games throughout this season Rupert's had in the 30s, high 20s. He's an electric scorer.
Luke Holland, the sophomore right there with a quick bucket. And that's something you can't do. You have to get back and transition if you're Heyworth. This Peoria Christian team likes to get up, likes to run. And we're seeing their bench cheering them on, clapping. I wonder if that gets tiring after a while, Teddy.
The clapping or running back and forth with Peoria Christian?
The clapping. You know, usually on the bench you're resting, but no rest for the Chargers.
We'll see how, if any of those guys come back into the game or check into the game, how it'll affect their physical abilities.
Tyler Bell, in no relation to the great Teddy Ball.
A little bit different. Tyler Bell, second team all defense in the conference last year, so we know he's going to be a factor in this one. 3-ball on the other end.
Tray ball from Miles Zimmerman. Look for him, the 5'9" senior, the sniper. Look for him. Do not leave him open. That's going to be off of Heyworth. Yes, it is.
Oh, wow. I thought that was surely off of
It was
Peoria
tipped
Christian.
from Peoria Christian and then tipped off of Gorecki. So a double tip out of bounds in the favor of the Chargers, who have, as we talked about before this game started, Teddy, beautiful uniforms.
Oh, yeah. I wrote down that it reminds me a lot of, obviously, the Los Angeles Lakers, but even the stripe on the side, that's a little unique to it, kind of the pattern black and white. I like that.
Hey, you got to look like you have swagger out there and play like it as well. Beautiful dump off, dishes it out to Gama. No good for 3, but all over the place is Walton, and he gets his 4th point.
That was my key early on, was who's going to be able to control down low, and so far Peoria Christian has controlled on both sides.
Playing really good defense, forcing the Heyworth Hornets to catch the ball way deeper than they'd like, having to draw sets up near the volleyball line. That's going to be interesting to watch, making them very uncomfortable, getting them deep into the shot clock each possession, but a really good cut across the basket and a good bucket right there from Denning.
These two teams contrasting very well. The last possession for Heyworth, a nice set like you mentioned earlier on, but Peoria Christian likes to play fast as they are here, driving inside quickly.
Walton with another bucket right there, leading to a timeout from Brandon Martin. And a really smart timeout, I know. It's tough for Heyworth. They did play a basketball game literally just over 12 hours ago. They played last night. They suffered a loss. Ironically, they played against Clinton, but it was at Heyworth.
A little bit different, traveling to the city that you just lost to, maybe a little bit sore from that. But yeah, narrow loss too, 46-50 in the game last night, so I'm sure that's weighing on them just a little bit.
And Peoria Christian having a slight advantage. They didn't play last night. They played the night before, however, so a little bit of a fresh legs for them compared to Heyworth, who had a very important, very close, tough, gritty battle over at the home court of Heyworth, which has been a... I graduated in 2019. I think they redid the gym in 2021, somewhere around there, and they got a pretty nice gymnasium down in Heyworth.
Never had the privilege of seeing it, but I'll take your word for it. Oh, nice tip.
Bad pass right there, and Zimmerman goes up. And a beautiful pass, but a blown layup right there from Brickner. Flashy
what a highlight
pass.
That would have been.
Would have been nice. It was kind of like a behind the neck, behind the head pass. And Rupert, he's not shy. Off the
height
front
on that
iron.
jump shot.
He did get up there, didn't he? And Zimmerman, with good patience, good feet, dishes it across the court, but it's tipped out of bounds by Rupert.
Good heads-up play there. Obviously, if he doesn't touch that, there's a wide-open man in the corner. So turnover, possession stays with the Chargers, but give him a second chance defense to line up.
Now talk to me, Teddy. It's pretty apparent that the name on the scouting report for the Hornets is Rupert, as we have a three-pointer right there. No good by Brickner, but we'll get back to that in a second, Teddy, as the pace is quickened up right there. Boston Cats with a 2-point bucket, but when you're Heyworth and you know that all eyes are on Rupert, who else can step up, or is it still just the Rupert show?
No, I mean, I think obviously, like, going into every game, every team's going to circle chase Rupert. He still performed well, but you always have to go in with a game plan of, you know, second option in case he doesn't, and he has a jumper there that won't fall. In case he doesn't, who's going to step up? And they've had the guys that have been able to do that. I mean, Tyler Bell was a good player last year. He's had some decent games this year being the second option, and I'm not going to say anyone's going to step up. There you go. Not going to say anyone's going to step up and score 30 because that's hard to do, but obviously being a second, third option, get a couple points on the board and keep your team in possession if Chase Rupert maybe isn't too hot, that's going to be crucial for the Hornets.
Zimmerman with his second three-point shot right there. And I think a lot of that has to do with the great sets that Heyworth designs that other people can step up, but a lackadaisical pass, and that's thrown out of bounds. That's something that can't happen if you're Heyworth. An unforced turnover. It wasn't like there was a guy all up in your grill that kind of just got thrown into no man's land. Some miscommunication.
So there between Rupert and Denning. Denning was cutting inside. Good effort, though, trying to keep it in bounds. There's just nobody down low in the paint to keep it and save it.
Chargers will bring it up right here, going up against the stingy man-to-man defense and a double ball screen. Zimmerman dishes it down. Beautiful left-handed shot falls for Schroeder.
Sky, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the Chargers have attempted a 3. Contrast, I think the Heyworth has attempted 2 or 3, so different styles of play. Chargers have been attacking down low and seeing success.
Spin move right there for Evers coming in off the bench. Three-pointer is long from Denning. And Zimmerman for his third 3, long back iron. And offensive rebounding and second chance points continue to go in the favor of the Chargers.
Yeah, it stayed with them for a predominant amount of it. You see the drive in there, 2 defenders on them. And that's what they've done so strong. I think the first possession of the game was a drive inside, didn't get the bucket, but got the trip to the line. They've attacked that glass pretty well.
Zimmerman driving to his left, forced back to the key. Dish it across the court into the favor of Jacob Walton, the 5'10" senior. Walton and Brickner, the 2 guards, really important to get them going. And at the buzzer, 3-point fall right there for the Chargers, and they'll come back with a full court man-to-man defense.
That's another reason why I love the shot clock, because even if it's not the end of the quarter, you can still see some buzzer beaters.
Exactly, and it's something you gotta look out for. I've called a lot of a lot of high school hoops this year, and you're not used to seeing the shot clock. So when I hear the horn, I'm like, what happened? As that's gonna be tipped out of bounds. Last touch by Jacob Walton. It's gonna stay with Heyworth as we have some subs for the Chargers checking in.
Sky, it is always cool to see how teams adjust to the shot clock. Everybody kind of sees it differently. Sometimes teams are more comfortable. Other times teams really struggle and they get to the end of that shot clock and start to be flustered. But so far, the Chargers have not.
Open look right there. Caleb Troha, no good. Zimmerman, really good passer. Finds an opening right there from Keyser, but no good. And Katz driving the lane, and really good transition defense from the Chargers.
Now, I didn't even see. I've been paying attention to the game, but the scoreboard has kind of slipped my mind. And this is a very dominant first quarter by Peoria Christian in a game where Heyworth has had some good plays like that one right there.
Ethan Evers, the 6'1" sophomore, coming in off the bench with a little bit of a scoring spark. Gets it back down to single digits. And this Chargers team, about a 6-7 seconds differential between the shot and game clock.
How long did it take us?
That one was actually a mistake. That one was not meant to happen. As we have Troha coming back.
Ooh. That was
Caleb
close.
Troha and Keegan Troha, both on this Heyworth team. Keegan, the 5'9" sophomore. Caleb, the 6'1" junior.
Yeah, we officially made it till 19 seconds left in the first quarter before the first 6-7 of the day.
Shot clock is off for the remainder of the period, and Rupert draws a foul. This is important for Rupert, who does have a bucket, but has been a little bit inefficient to start, so seeing the ball go through the net right here could pay dividends.
He's had a couple opportunities, like you said, but something like this, the first free throw hits, could definitely be a way to swing things more in his favor. Like you said, just a single bucket to his name. So we get a replay here. Nice little lob over top, only where Rupert can get it. Puts it back up, draws a foul.
Can't sleep on the defensive end as well right there, and that's what led Rupert to head to the line. 10 seconds remaining in this quarter. Heyworth forces a turnover and some happy feet, no call. Rupert with the second chance attempt, no good. And the Chargers are charging down, and the ball is flying everywhere. Putting it up is Trotter at the horn, and no good. What a interesting last 15 seconds of the game here in the first quarter. 19-12, Peoria Christian over Heyworth. And it seems like Peoria Christian totally commanded that first quarter, but Heyworth finishing the quarter strong.
Yeah, able to cut the lead down from 19-8 to 19-12 and had a couple of good things there, but overall got to give credit to Peoria Christian. They had a good showing in that first quarter and really controlled the pace.
We ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start.
Gonna read a couple ads for you right here.
From the start.
Cinco de Mayo, come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food and a great atmosphere. and Douglas Dodge. Whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or you're in need of routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered.
And finally, Irish Storm.
And how good could some Mexican food be right now?
Mexican food, very good. I haven't had that so far in 2026 yet. Have you?
I've had Chipotle, but I don't know if that really counts. That's not true authentic, but I could totally go for some enchiladas. That's usually what I get when I go to Mexican restaurants.
So Peoria Christian came out throwing a lot of punches. Heyworth responded, and I think they just weren't quite ready for this fast-paced style from the Chargers, but they settled down, and I think it's working out so far. They're making it a little bit of a tighter ball game. As Zimmerman will be at the top of the key, the really good point guard, really tough to guard, and kicked ball that was not called. That's okay.
Oh, what a thread of the needle down low. Not able to finish, but great pass regardless.
Boston Cass gets the rebound, finds Rupert. Rupert a little bit long and no good. He wants that one back, that's for sure.
Multiple unlucky rolls for Rupert. It's the difference of him having double-digit points right now compared to what he does.
Push off right there from Boston Cats. Great job right there from Brickner to draw the foul. And before that ball hit the ground, I was going to say, this Peoria Christian team, the ball doesn't actually touch the ground that often. It's a lot of passes. Like, we didn't see the ball touch the ground once this whole possession.
Yeah, I mean,
didn't work out, but still, they're a really good ball movement team.
Even in transition, it's always fast-paced, finding an open man.
Rupert, the fadeaway is good for two.
And there you go. A little bit different for the free throw. Get an actual live game action bucket could get you back in momentum.
Nice crossover, but not a great finish right there. As Zimmerman goes up for another three, no good. Corralled by Katz. Rupert will bring up the block.
How about Jacob Walton? Hasn't really had a whole lot of points so far this game, but the rebounds and second chance opportunity he's provided for Peoria Christian early on at 5'10" down low. He's done a lot for them in this one.
He has to be the rebound leader so far for sure. And a lot of that's just because of his work on the offensive end. But would you look at that? 10 seconds left in the shot clock. This Peoria Christian team forcing fits, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a good shot put up. And like that, a forced jumper from Rupert. That's what the shot clock can force as Walton with a left-handed lay in transition. You spend 35 seconds, can't get a good look, and you don't run back on defense either. That's just salt on the wound.
Yeah, it looked like Katz was too focused.
And Zimmerman with the steal, the lefty lay, gets a rebound, just stat padding right there.
How about that? Back-to-back Peoria Christian possessions there.
It's going to be a foul right there on Brickner. On the opposite free throw line, something you don't want to do, fouling that far away from the bucket. But you can live with it. It just shows how aggressive you're playing.
Heyworth is really...
Go ahead, Teddy.
I was going to say, Heyworth has really got to find a way to stop this transition offense of Peoria Christian. I feel like they've definitely scored at least more than Heyworth has in total just in the transition buckets today.
Transition, second chance points. And would you look at that? Miles Zimmerman. He's a pest with the spin move. And my, oh my, he's a magician out there. They call it travel. I disagree, but nonetheless, Heyworth gets the ball.
I'll trust the guys in black and white, but would have been a cool play if they would have seen that one go through. Behind the back pass would have been nice.
Miles Zimmerman, the man you are.
He's had a couple of those passes today, too. That wasn't even the only one.
He is disgusting out there. As Rupert will bring up the ball, hounded by Brickner. Heyworth cannot get this ball outside of the three-point line. They cannot get the ball inside as Rupert is long on the three. And finally, Heyworth gets an offensive rebound. Trohall has the ball corralled up to the top of the key to Bell. Shot clock's underneath 10. Rupert forces another shot, but it falls. He wanted a foul, thought he got hit on the elbow. Rupert cuts it down to a 7-point game. But does it matter? Yes. A good rebound right there from Evers. And Heyworth gets a stop, and someone's got to help Rupert here.
Someone's got to come down, and obviously losing the ball again. That would have been the third one of this
has got to be a 10-second violation.
And they'll call it.
The shot clock's at 23. I don't understand how.
Oh, it was a timeout.
There was a timeout, but still it looks like, I mean, the shot clock's at 23.
That's a start. This is a possession to go. Here's Rupert on the what could have been and one. We wanted the contact. I didn't see no contact there. Still, good bucket by Rupert. But yeah, I mean, that was definitely a 10-second violation.
I mean, the shot clock says 23 seconds. And the ball didn't get across half court.
If my math is correct.
Hey.
And I'm not that good at math. But I think that's 12 seconds.
That's a 12-second violation, folks. That's okay. Heyworth needs to catch a break, and they do. They'll bring the ball up, down 7 here, halfway through second quarter. Good cut right there. Boston Cats finishes with the right on the left end.
Boston Cats is kind of the Heyworth version of Jacob Walton, if I had to make a comparison. And they're guarding. I thought they're.
Brickner dishes it down into no man's land. Who's going to get the ball? They're going to call a jump ball. Possession favors Heyworth. They could potentially get this down to a one-possession game, Teddy.
Yeah, and again, it was Cats down there doing the dirty work. Like I said, Jacob Walton and Boston Cats have been very similar games of each other. Walton's had more success so far. His team is up, and he has more offensive rebounds, but they play a similar role.
23-18. You definitely knew Heyworth would respond. Heyworth coached by Brandon Martin. He's served 21 years as a coach. And Chase Rupert doing his thing now here.
Kind of had a clear lane. If we can get a replay of that here in a second. You can see. We'll get that here in a second for a look back at that bucket, but free throw trip to the line for Chase Rupert.
Brandon Martin, 21 years as a coach. This is his second year at Heyworth.
Now we'll get a chance to look at that foul. And good heads-up play here. Rupert comes across, gets disassociated from the play, finds him back down low, and you can see right around there before the saying. A little too late on that, but had a clear lane, took a step back, halted, draws a contact.
Peoria Christian in a 2-3 zone, their first time not playing man-to-man defense. They're switching things up, and some open looks and great ball movement. Evers goes up, but will draw a foul. Something I really like from Heyworth is they find an opening, whether it's in the zone, whether it's man-to-man. They're a really good cutting team.
Yeah. We talked about them sagging off on defense for Peoria Christian, and that caused a little clog in the lane down low, and see better opportunity to draw a foul. Now back-to-back possessions with free throw opportunities. First one they'll capitalize on.
Free throw falls for Evers, the sophomore. Seems like free throws are going to be a big part of this game, especially for Heyworth. If you got to capitalize from the free throw line, if you want to keep chipping away at this lead, and don't look now, folks. It's a one-point ball game.
Great feed.
Three-pointer falls right there from Gama. Drew Gama for 3.
Again, Walton showing his presence down low, drawing the gravity inside, finding an open man on the corner. Miscommunication there.
Good pass, but not a great catch as Walton goes up, and that could be a goaltend from Rupert.
Ooh, good effort, though.
Got ahead of himself there, trying to do a little bit too much.
We're going to get a replay of that turnover. Miscommunication there. Going in, and let's see, was that goal? I don't think that was coming down. I don't know if that was coming down. That looked like that might have been a clean block to me. Great replay there, but Chase Rupert might have gotten screwed out of that one just a little bit. Another turnover.
Walton bringing it up himself, dishes it out for another three-point opportunity. Gamma, no good. Heyworth gets the rebound. 20. Still a one-point ball game. No, excuse me, it's a 6-point ball game. It's 28-22 in favor of Peoria Christian. Make that 28-24. Caleb Troha scores. And Heyworth sending double teams. Ooh. And that gets passed to a Heyworth cheerleader.
I saw the vision there. That was a no-look pass, and that looked like it was going to be beautiful. Just a few feet off from the open man in the corner, but yeah.
Hey, but this Peoria Christian, They play with style, they play with swagger, they play with finesse, but sometimes just a little too much, trying to do a little too much. I think if they play their game, they're a really tough team to contend with, but when you try to get a little too flashy, pass to the Heyworth cheerleaders, that's when things go wrong.
Yeah, but those style points, though.
Exactly. Rupert, drawing the foul, will head to the line. He's really good at seeking out the contact.
He certainly is, and that's what kind of differentiates good scorers from great scorers at the high school and really any level, being able to get those additional points and continue pushing for a lead here as they cut the lead down to 3.
Rupert hit 1,000 career points just ahead of the new year. He hit it on December 29th, I believe. What a way to end your 2025 season as you head into your last year of basketball at the high school level here. The senior, Chase Rupert, as he knocks down both free throws, cutting the lead down to 2.
And he's heating up now, but how about these last 3 games? 21, 31, and 29 for Rupert. He's been on fire.
Man. Walton dishes it out into the dunker spot. And Zimmerman off the bounce, 4-3 short. But look who's up there skying for the rebound is Walton, but it's going to touch last off of Purple.
Oh, that would have been such a clean play. There's been so many opportunities for Peoria Christian to have a highlight level play and just not able to finish. But overall, they're maintaining on top, and the dirty work is able to keep them afloat.
This 2-3 zone extends to a full court. A step back from Rupert, no good, but a second chance opportunity. Cats, the Catsalist, okay.
Like that.
Tie ball game here at the Clinton New Year's Showdown. But not for long, maybe? No. No good right there. Three-pointer no good from Lennon Schroeder.
Just like that, watch how fast the fast-paced success of Peoria Christian can stall out to maybe you're rushing things a little bit. Reorganize and slow things down. It's multiple turnovers now.
Looks to be a Casey's cup right there from Coach.
Like Casey's coffee? I love Casey's coffee.
I don't drink coffee myself.
What?
But I love Casey's.
On a morning like this, how are you so energetic, no coffee? What do you drink in the morning?
Oh, I'm just naturally energetic, Teddy. I just love basketball. Free throw falls right there from Ethan Evers. Evers with his second trip to the line as see those warm-ups from Heyworth.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the first lead of the game for Heyworth.
First lead of the game for Heyworth, and they're a really good free throw shooting team, but you got to get back in transition as Zimmerman brings it up. Man-to-man defense from the Hornets. Gets it into Walton, double team. He steps on the line. It's going to go the Hornets' way.
I like the adjustment by Heyworth now. I mean, they know Walton's been all over it down low. Having 2 guys down there, that's been their game plan, attack. And Heyworth's done a good job of limiting that and forcing some perimeter shots.
How will they fare against this pressure? They're doing a lot better, but still they've made too many mistakes trying to break this pressure. And there we go. Much better job from Heyworth. Get it into the hands of Gorecki. Gorecki driving to his right, 11 on 11, guarding each other. Make a wish, Teddy.
Ooh.
Another potentially kicked ball missed. And that's what you got to do. Pass it to the corner. Gorecki for 3, no good. A second chance opportunity. They're going to say a push-off right there from Braxton Denning. There definitely was a push. I don't know if it warranted a call, however.
There's a possession before here.
We're going to see
you see the
stepping on the line. We'll zoom in, just peek on in there. I don't know.
That's close.
Maybe the ball, it didn't look like his feet were on the line. He might have dribbled the ball on the line. About a 20-second shot clock differential. And sending doubles again are Heyworth and forcing a turnover. Katz will bring it up himself, driving to his left. Draws a late whistle. Definitely a foul. Glad that Katz got rewarded.
Yeah, and even if he wouldn't have there, Peoria Christian players both doubled up on Katz and left wide open underneath Braxton Denning. So he would have been there for the second chance opportunity. Or sorry, no, that was Ethan Evers on the second chance. But regardless,
a lot of bench production for Heyworth. You talk about Evers, Braxton Denning. Big spark, a lot of energy. Once those guys came in, it seems like the tides kind of turned in the favor of Heyworth. taking better care of the ball, playing more physical, really liking, ooh, as that touches every part of the rim but doesn't fall. Really liking what I'm seeing from the bench for Heyworth is taking no time is Walton, but a little bit long. And this could be, if they want it, the last possession of the first half of the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Man-to-man defense from the Chargers, 15 seconds, clock's a-ticking. Heyworth gonna hold for one. Likely going to be in the hands of number 4, who gets pushed.
A lot of contact there.
And will head to the line.
And now a chance to go up by as much as 4 in this second quarter.
Not a great foul.
You know, Sky, what I think it is, you talked about the bench unit for Heyworth being so strong. It might just be that there was too much clapping early on from Peoria Christian.
I told you,
that.
It wears you down.
Yeah.
You go to the bench to rest, but you're working your butt off whether you're in the game or out of the game.
We'll see how much clapping there is in the second half.
As the free throw is no good from Rupert, 31-28, bringing up the ball. Getting it down and tipped away. There's still time on the clock. 0.8 seconds left.
That's enough to get a shot off.
Yep, you can catch and shoot right here. And Heyworth does have a foul to give if they want. It's a little dangerous, however. Three-pointer from Zimmerman. No good, and that's going to be how the first half ends. 31-28, a tale of 2 quarters.
Sky, this was a phenomenal game so far. That first quarter, I thought Peoria Christian was certainly going to pull away with it. I think it was up by as much as, 22-8 or something like that, or it seemed like a crazy.
It was a double-digit lead.
Yeah, and then they came back a little bit, that being Heyworth, to get it to 12 at the end of the first quarter, and that second quarter was all Heyworth, taking advantage of turnovers and second-chance opportunities, rebounding a lot better, and that's why they're up right now by 5.
You're going to get punched, but you got to punch back, and that's what the Hornets did. And we said it was a tale of 2 quarters. We'll see how the next 2 quarters fall, but for now, Heyworth leads Peoria Christian 31-28. We'll take a quick break and bring you back to the action here at Clinton in the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Teddy Ball here. Heyworth leading Peoria Christian 31-28 through one half. Got to thank some of our sponsors. Going to read some ads right here for you. Baum Chevrolet Buick is your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. We ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. Harbrand Fertilizer. For all your fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. Snappers. Looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV? Stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the Square in Clinton, Illinois. Great service and great food. And great basketball as well, Teddy.
That's what we've been treated to so
ball
far.
Game. I mean, morning basketball, we are rapidly approaching the afternoon slate of basketball here, but we saw a great half. We keep talking about it. Heyworth dominated the second. Really struggled in the first, however. Talk to me about what you expect, what you want to see, or what you need to see here in the second half.
Well, if you're Peoria Christian, you got to go back to your bread and butter in that first quarter. I mean, they did a great job of attacking down low and really capitalizing on second chance opportunities. Thanks to Jacob Walton and company getting active down low, and they really just. And not that they have gone away from that strategy, but they've been turning the ball over a lot more uncharacteristically. And Heyworth is not a team that you can let take advantage of those opportunities, because when they come on the other end, they're going to either score or take a trip to the free throw line. That's another thing for Peoria Christian. You got to stop fouling. There was so many free throw attempts that Heyworth capitalized on that got them back into that game and got them with a lead. And as for Heyworth, I think you got to keep doing what you're doing in that second quarter. You flawless basketball, not only outscoring Peoria Christian in the second quarter, but completely erasing the deficit that they were down by over double digits. And coaching company should keep doing what they're doing. They're looking pretty good so far. Could get their 10th win of the season if they keep playing that way.
Heyworth 9-7, 1-1 in HOIC play so far. Peoria Christian 7-6, 3-0 in inter-county conference play. 31-28, a one-possession ball game. Heyworth, really smart team. They just kept chipping away at the lead and finally took the lead late in the second quarter, getting their first lead of the ball game. And if you're Peoria Christian, you play your best when you're playing at a fast pace, but Heyworth is speeding you up even more than you'd like, as we have a three-pointer right here. And what a way to respond right there. Drew Gama for three, ties it up.
That was a little bit of an interesting defensive possession by Heyworth, doubling up on the ball, carrier right away, and leaving a wide-open man on the wing.
Great take right there, but no good, and Heyworth gets a second chance back into the hands of Gorecki. Ball's flying everywhere. A little bit of out-of-control play right here to start the second half for Heyworth, and Peoria Christian, led by Walton, will come waltzing up the court. Walton will do it himself, kick it over to Brickner. A little bit of a three-out set. Coming off the screen is Brickner for three, way long off the backboard, no good. Rebound corralled in by Troha.
I like that offensive set, though, slowing things down and having them come around the baseline for the three ball. Just not able to connect like the first one.
Rupert brings it up to the top of the key. Katz back to Bell. And Rupert with one of his most open looks of the day, and he converts.
And he's going to hit that every time. We've seen him hit from the exact same spot with a defender right on him. He's money from the mid-range.
And Peoria Christian kind of drawing up sets right now. We haven't seen a ton of those so far, as Gama cannot get that one to fall, but everyone's reaching for that ball, but Heyworth being strong. As Katz had an open look, but dishes it out to Rupert, who thought about it for three. Back to Rupert. Katz to Rupert for the corner, for three, no good. Rebounded by Walton.
Who else?
Kind of an awkward positioning with his feet, but converts right there is Luke Holland, the 6'1" sophomore.
Both teams' roles have kind of flipped so far early in the second half compared to what we saw in the first. A replay of that jumper here by Rupert. Back up, spin move off, bump, and look, you see Walton fades off, leaves one-on-one.
For sure. Two defenders didn't know where to go. One wanted to go to the back cutter.
Beautiful shot by Rupert.
Rupert for two. 33-33, threes everywhere here. Gamma thought about it. Dishes it out to Walton, who also thought about it. Brickner for three, no good. Looks like he rushed it right there and somehow gets into the hands of a purple jersey. Walton no good for the layup, and bodies flying everywhere, and resulted in a very easy layup for Drew Gamma.
Yeah, he'll take advantage of that anytime. All those gritty plays, and almost every single one of them was touched by Walton. He's always active there.
Who wants it more? Hornets have the ball right here. A lot of tipped passes. Really good take to the left, but no good from Bell. Looks like he had another step potentially, but didn't take it as Zimmerman will dish it out to Gamma, who's been that's his fourth shot of this quarter so far. He's not shy so far.
He's been active for sure. Possession ago, had the easy lane to the layup line, but he can shoot the three ball.
Made his first one. His slowed down sense here. Beautiful pick and roll. Boston Cats for two. Levi Gorecki with the beautiful court vision, dishing it down to Cats for two. And a spin move. 2-on-1 break for the Hornets, and somehow not capitalizing, but Rupert will find the ball and will take it himself. And one. Blocking foul will go to the line for three the hard way.
How many and ones is that for Rupert today? At least three. We're going to check back here. Fades away, able to get the possession there by Rupert driving inside, you see here. Yeah, trying to take the clean charge. Just a little too much contact there, and the blocking foul Rupert will shoot.
One way to try to slow down Rupert is to set a charge, but to no avail. He'll capitalize on the three-point play, and Peoria Christian up and running and smoking the layup, but getting a second chance and a third chance. Got to capitalize on those wide-open layups if you're Brickner.
I have had a big compliment for them saying they've done a good job at second chance opportunities, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that they've struggled a lot on those easy shots. I mean, there's quite a few of them, especially in the first half, that would have resulted in a larger lead.
They're missing a lot in the paint, and Heyworth is taking advantage of it. 38-35. Halfway through the third right here is Rupert. Spin. Patience off the high glass and in.
He's heating up now. This second half is all Rupert.
But Zimmerman, in the blink of an eye, gets a very important two, and Heyworth, you got to come back on
Get a
defense.
replay here of Rupert again. Who else? Driving in, spins off. Just goes straight up with it. Looks like defender maybe expecting a pump fake, didn't jump with him. You're going to have to jump with Rupert if you want to have any chance of the ball not going in. This kid can score.
40-37, Rupert getting going. It was only a matter of time.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit early on, but I think once we got those trips to the free throw line for Heyworth a couple times in the second quarter, he's really hasn't looked back since.
I think right now for Heyworth, and Rupert especially, he was forcing shots, but now he's letting the offense come to him. So Heyworth will have the ball after that Miles Zimmerman easy two-point bucket. We're going to have a 1-2-2 three-quarter court press. Heyworth barely getting the ball across the timeline. Cats dishes to Rupert. Wide open three to the left, no good, but a second chance opportunity. It's crazy that Heyworth is getting all these offensive rebounds now, as Rupert for three, no good, rebounded by Walton. Walton pushing up to Zimmerman. Zimmerman Euro step, okay.
How about that?
How do you do, Miles
We can get a replay of that here, the next dead ball. Another turnover potentially, able to save it as Rupert.
Got to get it across the timeline, and they just do. Rupert gets stolen from Miles Zimmerman. The man can do everything. beautiful pass up court and a finish from Schroeder.
Now they're flowing.
And they
Take
have
the
the
lead.
lead. They take the lead back, their first lead of the second half. They tied it, but now they finally took the lead.
Get another look at that Euro here in a second. Great pass.
Boston Cats has it in the short corner. We're seeing a lot of doubles from the Chargers that are slowing down Heyworth. Three-pointer off the back iron is no good.
This is a lot of the Peoria Christian we saw in that first quarter.
Oh my! Gama with another three-pointer, his second of the second half, 44-40. It's a 4-point game, and momentum, it's all in the favor of the Chargers. And that's a good way to slow things down.
Great response.
Jackson Klein, the freshman. It's going to be last touched.
Get a look at that Euro step here. Again, great rebound by Walton. Transition over here. Give it to Zimmerman. Oh, on Rupert too. The best player on the other end of the court and able to show the finesse there.
Jackson Klein had that bucket, number 25, the 5'8" freshman.
And another tip pass and turned over. In the hands of... Oh,
Zimmerman has it. Spin move tipped out to Dama. Dama spin move out to Walton. Walton between the legs. Bodies flying everywhere. And the baby floater and one. It falls for Nash Kaiser.
and we talked about the potential highlight plays for Peoria Christian. They're hitting them now. Got a couple of them down there. I'm really curious what was happening down low. It seemed like two different players on separate occasions were falling. A little bit of contact. I'm not sure what was going on there.
Chaoticness. It's a lot of franticness. Just bodies were flying everywhere. Not sure what was going on either, but one guy who knows what was going on is Nash Kaiser. Completes the three-point play. Back into the 1-2-2 three-quarter court as Boston Cats with his first three-point look, no good. And Walton tips it in to his teammate, Dama, and stolen by Cats. Cats, really good defense right there. Reading the eyes of Dama, stealing it for two.
We've seen some offensive prowess from both these teams, but this has been a predominantly defensive-oriented game, even though the score is decently high through three.
One possession game. This could be a 2-for-1 opportunity as Miles Zimmerman with a beautiful pass, but couldn't get the finish was Gage Schroeder.
You know who Zimmerman reminds me of?
Sky Gillespie? Let's hear it.
Just say, oh, why did I just blank? I had it in my mind. Who? That's so embarrassing. Who's he played on the Mavericks, the bald guy. He held all the flashy passes. Jason Williams, right? Jason Williams? I'm not mistaken?
He was on the Kings.
Oh, the Kings. You're right. With yes.
Three-pointer is good from Trotter. Lennon Trotter, the 6'1" junior with a big bucket. 50-44 right here. Heyworth with the ball. Rupert at the top of the key. Uses the screen, pushes off, dishes it out to the corner, back to Rupert. Spin move to his left. A 1-on-3 layup doesn't matter. My, oh my.
Okay, Chase Rupert.
5 seconds left into the hands of Walton. Walton crosses over to his left, spins back to his right, throws up a prayer and no good.
Might have been good if he was just maybe a little bit forward, but hits under the bottom of the rim. We got a game through three, Sky.
What a very action-packed third quarter. Wow, Peoria Christian did seemingly everything right, but Heyworth responding and not letting Peoria Christian run away with it. This is anyone's ball game. So we're going to thank some of our sponsors for the stream. Cinco de Mayo. Come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food in a great atmosphere. Douglas Dodge. Whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or you're in need of a routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. Mangold Ford of Clinton. Make your way to Mangold Ford of Clinton in Clinton today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service at every step of the way. Family values, gold standard service, Mangold has you covered. What a game.
It's a great game. I think from our sponsors with all the car dealerships, Peoria Christian's taken a little bit of a drive in that third quarter and really charged their way.
They sure have. They sure have, and they like to play downhill. They like to go real quick. They play with a really good, fast, frantic West Coast style pace, and
they switched things up early on in the second half. They were running different sets, and I think it's obviously a good idea to have a game plan, but it just wasn't their style in this game so far, and they switched it back second half of that third quarter.
Rupert gets hounded, and possession's going to go in favor of the Chargers. All hands were going after that ball. Looked like Rupert had a potential good opportunity, and it's interesting, Teddy. Peoria Christian won the first quarter. They won the third quarter. Heyworth won the second quarter. Will they win the fourth quarter?
Time will tell.
They could still win the fourth quarter but lose the game.
Yeah.
We shall see. 50-46 right here. Zimmerman has the ball, dishes out to Schroeder. Into the hands of Walton. Walton back to Schroeder. Schroeder, no good. Potentially deflected, gets it out to Zimmerman, can't leave him open.
Just always on the glass is Walton.
And Walton dishes it back out to Zimmerman, gives him a second chance, doesn't matter. Rebounded, corralled right there from Caleb Trohoff. Rupert down to Denning. Denning, no good with the left hand.
I think Denning might have hesitated a little bit too much. He had the height advantage when he first got the ball and just waited, had another defender join up on him.
Wide open. Looked to be a little bit indecisive right there, but driving to his left, kicking it out to Walton. Walton spinning, going nowhere. And we'll slow things down with Zimmerman with 15 on the shot clock. Very rarely will this Peoria Christian team melt out the clock. And they look a little bit uncomfortable when they do so. 5 on the shot clock, driving is Schroeder, going to his left. Good footwork, lays it up, lays it in, and one.
What a possession. Gotta give credit to Schroeder. Schroeder had the shot at the end of the third quarter. We're gonna look here. Trying to find a man doesn't like anything. I'm gonna go right here. Spins off, gets a little bit of that bump contact, puts it up. Great heads-up play there by Schroeder. He had the play at the end of the third quarter on what would have been a buzzer beater. It just wasn't close. And it's kind of a similar thing on that one. That one will be successful.
Three-point play is good right there. And we haven't seen Peoria Christian get to the line very often as good idea but bad execution. Boston Cats with the turnover. Had a wide-open Caleb Troha underneath the bucket, but fires it over out of bounds. 7-point ball game right now. Just 3 points scored in this quarter. As Boston Cats, after the turnover, immediately with the foul.
Got to be careful. There's a lot of clapping coming from the Peoria Christian bench. And we know that's been dangerous in the past.
Good things happen when those boys are clapping. Sub checking in
Number 12
for Heyworth.
into the lineup for Heyworth.
Michael Barrickman, the 5'9" junior. Peoria Christian has the ball. Zimmerman down to Walton in the low post. I like Walton in the low post, but instead he dishes it out. Top of the key is the lefty point guard, getting doubled. And we'll get it back to Walton. Walton looking to drive, he will. Dishes it back out to Zimmerman, who's been cold for 3, remains cold. That's going to be off of Walton. But once again, Walton everywhere. Doesn't get the offensive rebound, but how is that dude everywhere?
I was just thinking about like a comparison to him. By no means I think by size or direct positional role, but he reminds me a lot of like a Draymond Green in a way, where he's able to be a primary facilitator while also being a key defender and rebounder down low.
Layup no good, but Barrickman with the second chance, and he'll head to the line.
If you were to give a comparison for Chase Rupert on the other end of the floor, what would you say for him?
That's a good question, Teddy. He's got a really good mid-range, can create his own looks. Give me... That's tough. Are you thinking of anyone on top of your head?
Well, I will now that you asked. I was really curious on who you were thinking. I could see a little bit of Dwayne Wade-esque, kind of around that mid-range area.
Valid. In the corner is Schroeder, dishes it back out to Zimmerman. Zimmerman wants the screen, but double team getting sent. Really good patience. Schroeder no good, however. Another missed layup for the Chargers.
Can't get back in the habit of that. That was something that was pretty common for them in that first half, was missing like pretty easy looks that could have extended the lead.
Tyler Bell was clapping. He really wanted the ball, but Rupert will step back and try to do it himself. Barrickman dishes it back out to Rupert. Rupert goes up, draws the foul, can't convert, but will go to the line for 2.
Now, how many trips to the line has it been for Rupert in this game?
If you think about it, I mean, granted, he's not this player. But if you're doing like a high school comp, like he draws fouls like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and he loves the mid-range game.
Actually, yeah, I didn't really think about that when.
Can hit the 3, but it's not his go-to shot. Loves to go downhill, and that looks like its last touch off of Heyworth. That's my comp.
I like your comp a lot more than mine, actually.
Hey, you had a good comp yourself.
You know, I'm proud.
53-48. Really good move from Zimmerman. Fakes the handoff and does it himself. The crafty guard, Miles Zimmerman, for 2.
When you've had several possessions now where you do make that handoff and you continue to move the ball around, and I think that's fresh in Heyworth's mind, able to psych things out on him.
Three-pointer is no good right there from Barrickman. Barrickman gets another offensive rebound, but he travels beforehand.
Almost halfway through this fourth quarter, Heyworth's still in it, anyone's game at this point, but they're going to have to start making a little bit of a run here, down 7.
Kind of lackadaisical on the offensive end. Still playing good defense, but it's hard to continue to play such strong defense when you're going up against a team like this, as Walton converts the layup. And guess who passed the ball with the assist? Miles Zimmerman. Zimmerman's just feeding families out here.
They've been a good duo in this game. Those two have definitely stepped up to be the primary guys for Peoria Christian today.
Rupert hounded by Brickner. Brickner comes off the screen. Peoria Christian switches 1 through 5. Double team, but a foul on Zimmerman. Good opportunity right there for potential back tap. A surprise double team from the back.
A couple of subs in.
9-point ball game right here. Peoria Christian controlling this second half. Peoria Christian coached by Jason Persinger. Rough pass right there, but getting lucky right there. Boston Cats throws it off the foot of Trey Brickner, who flies for
what
the
a
ball, but
heads-up play here. You
poor
see
pass, but getting bailed out.
Beautifully on the feet here. Look at the eyes. You see it? Bang! Just couldn't get there in time.
Great telestrator work right there. Teddy, good move from Evers.
I took an art class one time.
Seems like nobody really wants to shoot the ball except for Rupert. Evers getting hounded, and the claps are back, Teddy. The bench is loving it. Step back from Rupert, off the foot. Shot clock expiring, heaving, prayer, no. Oh, okay, it is good, but it's not going to count. Somehow, you couldn't try to do that again.
My eyes were worried for the American flag with how hard that heave was, and the wire was able to keep it in.
If Rupert was playing horse, he would have just won a letter. I say count it. That was cool.
Yeah.
Zimmerman
stuff like
dishes
that.
out, and Boston Cats with the foul. So we see there's a lot of Heyworth contingent here in the crowd, and they're letting the refs hear it. I hear a fan say, well, he's nearby, so I'm going to whisper. He said it was a flop.
He's an aggressive fan. Gotta respect it.
Gotta respect the energy. It just means more here. So we have a timeout called with 3 minutes and 2 seconds left. How can Heyworth get back into this game, Teddy? I mean, they're playing a good game, but they're not playing a complete 32-minute game.
Yeah, I think early on it looked like it was a strong case for them. The biggest thing was Peoria Christian has been able to force turnovers like no other. And you'd think at halftime or in between quarters they'd be able to talk some things over and iron that out, but Heyworth has got to limit these turnovers. It seems like Peoria is always in the passing lanes or breaking things up, getting a steal, recovering on a missed opportunity, and always being the ones to get it. And Heyworth has just not been able to shake that. It's just been a consistent issue of turning the ball over in crucial situations. They're going to have to iron that out if they want to win this.
Defense has to lead to offense right here. If you're Heyworth, got to get a stop right here and try to get a bucket as Gama will drive to his right. Beautiful patience, up and in off the backboard. 11-point game. Drew Gama having a great second half.
Rupert and company are going to have to be nearly perfect in the last 2.5 minutes.
Evers, the lefty, draws. Excuse me, that's Denning. Denning draws a foul. Denning will head to the line.
Replay trip here.
That'll send Frankston Denning to the line.
Nice little fake cross, driving inside, a little bit of contact on Rupert. Puts it up, clean look.
Beautiful. Denning knocks it in. Braxton Denning, the 6'1" junior. As Dade Schroeder will check in for the Chargers. Peoria Christian dressed in purple, black, and gold. Heyworth in their white unis. The home team on the scoreboard.
Kind of like the jersey matchup overall. Haven't really talked about that besides the Peoria Christian purple, but
hey, as a LeRoy graduate, I can't say too many good things about Heyworth, but
well, I will. I like their Scripps jerseys.
Over and back violation right there, and that's, you can't have that happen. I mean, you want to melt out this shot clock, you want to go deep into the shot clock, just want to go, but when you're making mistakes like that and just giving the ball back to Heyworth, stopping the clock, that's how Heyworth can get back in this ball game.
Certainly, they're going to have to take advantage of it here.
10-point ball game here. The first game of the New Year's Showdown here at Clinton High School. Beautiful cut, but not able to corral it was Tyler Bell. Really good look, but it's kind of like in football when you look ahead before you catch it and you drop it. That's kind of what happened right there. Is we have a big day of football, don't we, Teddy?
Yeah, we do. I mean, I know there's a lot of Bears fans around the area, but my Rams play today as well.
Tips pass right there, somehow gets back into the hands of a purple jersey. Gama has the ball, dishes it out to Walton. Walton getting hounded, double getting sent towards Zimmerman, but he can get out of anything. Passes to Schroeder, no good, but he'll draw the foul. Head to the line for 2.
How about Schroeder? Every time he attacks down low, he either gets the points or he takes a trip to the line and shoots for a couple. He has been a quiet but important piece of this Peoria Christian lead.
Boston Cats with 5 fouls. He's now done for the day for the Hornets. A very important piece of this Heyworth team as he's going to talk it over with Brandon Martin in his second season coaching Heyworth. Also coached at St. Thomas More, Pontiac, and Blue Ridge before this. No good right there. Free throw corralled in by Denning.
They're going to have to play fast here if they want to cut this down. 1.5 minutes to go.
And all eyes are on Rupert, but someone else might have to step up. Really good screen right there to get Rupert open, and he knocks it down for 3. Chase Rupert.
Great set and perfect execution on the pass for Denning.
Miles Zimmerman was out of control right there. Get to the hands of Brickner, and a really smart timeout from Coach Jason Persinger.
It looks like they're playing pretty fast there. I'm sure Persinger is going to tell them to slow things down. 59-52, 1:14 left, and 27 seconds left in the shot clock. You can really make it a lot harder for Heyworth.
Peoria Christian hasn't gone to the line a ton in this game, but they're going to have to convert at the free throw line if they're going to want to win this ball game. One more foul for Heyworth, and the Chargers will be in the bonus for the remainder of the game. And it'll be interesting. The game is going to come down to the free throw line, and we haven't seen a ton of free throws from the Rams as the Friends theme song is echoing in our ears here at Clinton High School. Really good show.
You know, I hate to say it, I've never watched it. I'm an Office guy. Like, I don't know.
I like both of the shows. You can appreciate
For
both.
sitcoms, I rewatch. Like, I've watched The Office probably 7 times. I just don't like watching other stuff. I don't know.
59-52 right here. Bro will not venture out, Teddy Ball. He will not try new things. Maybe that should be your New Year's resolution.
That's a good one. I have a couple New Year's resolutions, but I'll add that one to the list. I'll watch Friends this year. Why not?
27 on the shot clock. I think you have to I think you have to foul if you're Heyworth right here.
Yeah, certainly.
Go for the steal, and if you get fouled, so be it. Exhibit A. Go for the steal. Getting the steal. Getting lucky right there. Denning fires it over into no man's land, but they'll get a second chance with just under a minute here.
Yeah, I think there were a couple maybe defensive swipes that could have been called for a foul.
Denning up and under, no good.
Ooh, brutal.
Needed those. Got a foul right here. Instead, Schroeder will go up for 2, and seemed like a lot of contact, but Denning gets the block, and Miles Zimmerman picked his pocket, goes up for 2, draws the foul, and goes down hard.
Hoping he's
Does
all
appear
right.
to be all right, but the high-flying Zimmerman.
He almost finished that, too.
Would have had to add that to his very long highlight tape. Picked the pocket. Goes up for 2. Draws the foul. Looks like he landed on his left elbow, which is his shooting hand. See if that happens to impact these free throws. Doubt it. I trust my boy Zimmerman.
Why not? He's been doing it all game. He's still feeling the elbow, but first one is money.
He's definitely going to have a bump or a bruise after that one. 60-52. Knocks in both free throws. And this game's not over by any means, but Heyworth needs nearly everything to go in their favor.
Yeah, they're going to have to hit some big shots here. And got to foul on defense. Can't do what you did a possession ago. Got lucky with the steal, but if I were them, I probably would have fouled before the minute mark even. They let it tick below 50.
It's still, they're not used to playing in games with the shot clock, so maybe that goes into some of the strategy or lack thereof. You're not used to it as Denning spin move, somehow keeps his pivot foot, dishes it out to the corner. 3 balls no good from Durecki. And jump ball favors the Hornets. They'll have the ball back with just shy of 30 seconds remaining in the game as Brandon Martin will call a timeout for Heyworth.
So we get a look. One of the upcoming teams. Pull that up for the spreadsheet here. Looks like that Roanoke-Benson. I don't have the mascots here. Roanoke-Benson and Normal Calvary Christian up next at 12:30. Should be a good game, just like this one was. Hope you stuck it out with us.
Great day of basketball ahead. We got some boys basketball. We have girls basketball as well. Our very own Molly Shire, who's operating the camera right now, will be playing for LeRoy later today.
I didn't know that.
Yes, Molly's standing right in front of us operating the camera, and she will be playing in the LeRoy versus Clinton game later today.
Huh. Well, that'll be fun. I didn't know Molly played basketball.
Molly is a senior for LeRoy this year.
Heck yeah. Go Molly.
Go Molly. Best of luck to her. And best of luck to the Lady Panthers as they battle Clinton, one of the top teams in the area later today. Peoria Christian up 9. Heyworth has possession, trying to get Rupert involved, but Miles Zimmerman with the steal, and wisely will slow things down, forcing a foul. And we'll see if a white flag is woven. Not quite yet. Rupert with the foul.
And, you know, I thought maybe they would have let that one go. Quite a few seconds ticked off there where they just let it go, and then they ultimately decided to foul, so a little bit questionable. But
now, I don't think that was a situation where the white flag should have been woven, but like you said, they were kind of waiting around for a second. I wasn't too sure what they were thinking as got a little toilet bowl action here in Clinton. Miles Zimmerman knocks it down.
He's up to 15 points now on the game.
What a dog.
Dog indeed. Finishes for 2 for 2 on the trip to the line, and that just about seals it with 18 seconds left.
Peoria Christian completely controlled 3/4 of this game. Had a really rough second quarter, but it's been mostly Peoria Christian all day. And like I said, Heyworth coming off a really tough loss against a really good Clinton team yesterday, 50-46 in Heyworth. Peoria Christian didn't play yesterday, so they had a little bit more rest, a little bit more time to prep for this game. This game might look different if both teams were well rested, as Rupert knocks in his second 3 of the ball game, and Brandon Martin will call a timeout.
I think it certainly would look a lot different. I don't know if it would change the outcome necessarily because Peoria Christian's played phenomenal basketball today. But one thing I wanted to mention is, you know, at this point in the season, about the halfway mark, both these teams could kind of get a chance to reevaluate and assess for the future. For Peoria Christian, if they would have lost this game, they would have been at 500. They would have been 7-7.
Exactly.
And for a team that was so successful a year ago, I'm sure, you know, a lot of these seniors that were here, juniors or sophomores that played up as freshmen possibly, I don't know what their roster looked like a year ago, but, I mean, that probably weighs on them a lot. So a win today at the midway point, take a point to reassess that is, and continue on for the second half of the season and potentially make a playoff run. And as for Heyworth, you're not in bad contention either. You'll be 9-8, still above 500. Wanted that 10th win of the season, but I'm sure that'll come in due time. And really just a chance to reevaluate yourself against good competition today.
Hey, but importantly for them, it's not a conference loss. This is an out-of-conference game. So we're going to have just over 10 ticks of the clock right here. Peoria Christian has the ball. Walton will be fouled, and it'll head to the line. Teddy, talk to me about the importance of playing in little shootouts like this where really you're not going to walk away with a huge trophy. This isn't – you're not looking at – let's say preseason, you're not looking at this tournament and saying, like, wow, we have to walk away with a win. But talk to me how important playing in these tournaments and shootouts are.
I think anytime you have an opportunity to play in a neutral site game, it's going to be beneficial because, you know, when you're playing a close game and you're at home, you might have a little bit of an edge because you got the home crowd rooting for you, or you're on the road, maybe it's vice versa, and you lose a close game to a team that has a good environment. And when it's like this, you get to really see and test yourself with no extras, no extracurriculars added on.
And that seems to be the story of the game. Loose balls, every 50-50 ball somehow finds its way to the Chargers. Just like that missed free throw, offensive rebound, ball was flying everywhere. Somehow, the guy who is just a magnet to the ball finds the ball. And Jacob Walton. I'm really astounded by his game. I know we've talked a lot about Miles Zimmerman, but Jacob Walton, the glue of this team.
He has been phenomenal. If he hits this second free throw, he'll be up to 15 points on the day. And it seemed like you couldn't really notice his
prayer is no good right there. 66-55. Continue on with your point, Teddy.
I'm just saying, early on it seemed like you didn't really notice Walton's scoring ability, but he did tally up some quality points and second chance opportunities, but surely had a double-double on the game. I don't know the exact number of rebounds he had, but he was just everywhere it seemed. And whether it was getting a rebound or, you know, intercepting in the passing lane defensively, he was everywhere. And phenomenal player. He's the kind of the glue guy for this team, able to do it all, and the X factor for Peoria Christian today.
Heyworth drops this one. Peoria Christian with the victory, 66-55. Heyworth drops to 9-8 on the season. Peoria Christian improves to 8-6 here. First game of the Clinton New Year's Showdown was a really good game. So we're going to read a couple ads right here. Would love to thank Baum Chevrolet Buick. It's your Buick and Chevrolet dealership here in Clinton, Illinois. We ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Bombs right from the start. Harbrand Fertilizer. For all your fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. Snappers. Looking for a great place to enjoy your favorite game on TV? Stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the square in Clinton, Illinois. Great service and great food. Great basketball. A lot more to go right here. Teddy, was a pleasure, a privilege,
An honor.
to be here alongside you to announce the first game of many here on Clutch Sports Media. 66-55, Peoria Christian with the victory over Heyworth. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Teddy Ball. Thank you, and stay tuned for the next one.
Welcome back to the 2026 Clinton New Year's Shootout from Clinton, Illinois, Gene Vance Court. Game 2 is upon us, and it's the Roanoke-Benson Rockets taking on the Normal Calvary Christian Knights. He's Garrett Oliver. I'm Dalton Carmine coming at you from the booth. And Garrett, both these teams, I mean, not going to sugarcoat it, probably not exactly where they want it to be at this point in the year. The records are not up to the standard that is within both of these programs. However, this is an opportunity for both of them to get back into the win column and perhaps start going on a run here.
Yeah, very true. It's very early in the season, relatively, so these teams still have a lot of time to kind of get in their groove, and this is a great place to find it here at this tournament. Kind of that more competitive nature, you really want to put up a big win, make a statement in this game specifically.
Right, and Roanoke-Benson at a 3-11 record, 2-2 in the Tri-County Conference, under the watch of head coach Phil Olofsson. And Normal Calvary on the flip side, also 1A. Head coach Jason Wingate in his 9th year. They've got a record of 4-7, coming off of a big win last night over Galesburg Christian. A chance for both these teams to build some momentum. You know, playoffs are fast approaching. They're just a handful of weeks away, so you got time to kind of reverse some of your past poor trends, but you want to get on that sooner rather than later. Starters for Roanoke-Benson, they go with Javin Fucht, Caden Harms, his brother Leighton Harms, Dax Hunter, and Jonah Sauter. And Normal Calvary Christian counters with Callum Kruger, Ty Zeller, Lucas Sniff, Graham Bennett, and Bobby Cabe. And we are ready to go. Game 2 of the 2026 Clinton New Year's Shootout is underway, and the tip controlled by the Rockets. Here's Fucht, two hands, two Harms. It's Leighton Harms, gives back to Fucht. Top of the key now. Caden Harms now in the corner. And pass inside is tipped away, stolen away by the Knights. And they head the other way. Ty Zeller controls it, crosses over left. Top of the key now to Graham Bennett. Physical inside, drop down pass. No idea how he threaded the needle there. And there's Zeller, who thought about a 3. Controls it, hard crossover left. Beelines to the basket, but misses the floater. And the rebound by Leighton Harms. Now gives it up to Caden. Now to Dax Hunter. In the corner now, Fucht. Skip pass to the wing. Now into the lane goes Hunter. Tried the entry pass down to the big Jonah Sauter, the senior. And out of bounds back to Calvary. So slow start here for both offenses. A couple empty possessions as they look to get going. Bennett swings to the corner to Bobby Cabe. Entry pass into Kruger. Looking for help. Finds it on the wing. And Lucas Sniff now to the other wing. Graham Bennett backing him down. He looks for help. Has the much taller Hunter on him. Bennett in the corner. Which team will break the ice first? 5 to shoot. Bennett's got to go up with it. He does, and he finishes with the right hand. The Knights on the board first.
A lot of good ball movement here early from both teams.
And you don't see very often there, Garrett, as Leighton Harms stepped over the line as he was trying to inbound the ball. So a costly turnover there will give the ball back to Calvary.
Just trying to move a little bit too quickly there. Got to take your time, can't get overwhelmed.
Ball inbounded. Calvary looking to double their lead with Ty Zeller. It's out of bounds and turnover back to Roanoke-Benson. A couple turnovers aside here. Good defense that entire possession, both those possessions there for Roanoke, and they will try to get on the boards first. Roanoke-Benson controls the inbound. Small school just beyond Metamora in East Central Illinois. Your skip pass. That's Knepp into the game, and the offensive rebound maybe, yes, controlled by Sauter. But it comes back now to Harms, and now driving to the lane. Floater no good, tipped out taken away by the Knights. Heading the other way, full head of steam is Bennett. Kicks to the corner to Cape. And Cape threw it away. Another turnover. This is multiple per side here as both teams trying to find their rhythm. And unfortunately, it's kind of been the story all season long for both these teams.
Yeah, this slight miscommunications is going to be the difference in this game. Only 2 points scored. We're nearly 3 minutes into this game so far. A lot of ball movement, a lot of pass-first mentalities on this team, but I think you got to start shooting the ball here.
Passing to the paint, and Caden Harms finishes in the interior, and the Rockets are on the board. We're knotted at 2 with just over 5 to go in the first quarter. Sloppy pass there, and it was not tipped. We have a backcourt violation, and Roanoke a chance to take their first lead.
Got to figure it out here. Got to find a solid game plan for both teams early on. Just stumbling out of the gates here, but still early. Still kind of a morning game here, teams. After a very long physical game last game.
Down to Henry Knepp off the bench. It's turned over. Quickly to the other side goes Ty Zeller. He was not giving that ball up, and he finishes with the right hand. Roanoke looking to respond. Zeller getting it done on the defensive end, and he finds some help. Here's Cabe into the paint. Kicks out to the wing. Calvary tries to slow it down, but an open corner three is off the side iron. Rockets the other way. Nobody picked up the man with the ball in Leighton Harms. The easiest 2 points he's probably had all season.
Yeah, that just looked really awkward from Calvary there.
Everybody gets back, but everybody picked up a different man. Nobody stopped the one guy that could score the ball. Now Calvary the other way. Here's Cabe, a nice backdoor cut to respond. And Coach Olofsson, not happy with his defense on that possession, will call a timeout with 4:20 to go. So a fast-paced start to our game, Garrett, but the scoring not exactly coming in bunches here in the early going.
Yeah, for those first 2 possessions for either team, we saw a lot of ball movement around the outside, tried to push it inside, led to a lot of turnovers. Now they're starting to kind of snap now, and the team's starting to come together. Roanoke-Benson, before that timeout, looked like they had a lot of subs coming in. Short bench for them today. Been a pretty long season, but then keeping games close this year. Their record, not the best right now, but they're not losing by much. They're keeping the games close, and they're always right there to strike. Just got to put it all together.
Yeah, and so often the record doesn't tell the whole story, Garrett, and I think that's definitely the case with this year's Roanoke-Benson squad. 11 losses on the season, but 6 of those were by 10 points or less. So these are coin flip games, a possession here, a possession here, a possession here, possession there that goes in the opposite way. You're probably looking at closer to 500 record. They played some competition as well in the Tri-County Conference. Woodland and Marquette, 2 of the better 1A teams in the state, are in that conference as well. So they're battle-tested, or will be battle-tested. Looking to not up the game here. It's 6-4 Knights with 4 to go in our first quarter. A pass inside, newly into the game, is Evan Reefsteck. Now to the other side. Evan Fuchs threw it away, but it's run down in the corner. And now here's Harms. Let's Leighton Harms. Nice move inside, missed the floater, but Fuchs is there to clean up the glass. We're knotted up at 6. Graham Bennett and the Knights on the other end. Fake pass to the corner. He's going to take it himself. Good idea, everything but the finish, and Harms the rebound. Setting up the offense. Gets to Grayson Martin now into the game. There's really nobody on this Roanoke-Benson team that won't get any playing time. Here's Martin. Now to the top of the key. Fight. Into the corner. A corner 3 rattles home. Caden Harms into the scoring column. And Roanoke-Benson, their first lead of the game.
First 3-pointer we've seen this game. Not the first 3-point shot, but the first made. Would be interesting to see if that continues on.
Swatted away at the rim. A fantastic athletic play by Evan Reefsteck. And it hits the offensive player. So the Rockets will keep possession, looking to go ahead by 2 possessions. And Ty Zeller is going to pick up the ball carrier fight at full court. Skip pass to the wing. Dane Zimmerman into the game. And rebound there by Harms. He puts it right back up and in. Just too big, too strong.
There is a clear size advantage from Leighton Harms. He's grabbing a lot of second chance rebounds in there, and that's kind of what's costing Calvary chances to get offense going into timeout called by head coach Jason Wingate in his 9th year.
Wingate saw something he needed to adjust. Maybe he's going to do something about Harms. You don't want to let him get going. That's a guy that can kill you if you let him start racking up scoring opportunity after scoring opportunity. And you take Harms out of the equation, these are pretty evenly sized teams. There's really only a couple inch difference here and there. But you put in the big Caden Harms, or the Leighton Harms, that is. He's certainly going to be a harm to the opposition.
Yeah.
They keep feeding him the basketball. Really no reason not to either. And I mentioned Roanoke-Benson, not a huge school, an enrollment of 142. You want to talk about something mind-boggling that I had to double, triple take on. Calvary, 44 students in their entire school, and they're able to field football, baseball, basketball, among other sports for both boys and girls. It's quite impressive, and Harms rips that one away from the Knights, and he is fouled taking the ball up the court. Ty Zeller, the guilty party, a little bit too much contact right there on the C.
As you were talking about, not a very big school, Calvary Christian Academy is. A lot of multi-sport athletes, and you can see that on the basketball court. They're quick, they're physical. You're going to say out-physical Leighton Harms, skip pass over there.
Here's Caden Harms into his brother. And Leighton, a nice strong take. Couldn't finish at the rim. Couldn't grab the offensive rebound either. It was grabbed by Graham Bennett. And the Knights set up shop. Caden Kruger on the baseline tried to go back to Bennett. It was knocked away by Jaden Fight.
Good aggressive defense there by Roanoke, but we saw that also on the other end of the floor, Calvary Christian Academy double teaming Leighton Harms. That might be what that timeout was about earlier, trying to take away that physicality, get a lot of bodies on him.
Adjustments definitely need to be made when you're playing against a smart opponent. Here is Aiden McClintock into the game, tried to baseline pass it over to Cabe. And it was knocked away, last touched by a Knight, so RB will take over. Not wasting any time here. Caden Harms over to Fight into Leighton Harms, and he nearly lost it. On the wing, a three from Harms is good. Caden Harms knocks down another.
He's getting hot right now, and Calvary Christian's got to find an answer for that. I think they're really focused on Leighton Harms right now, and I think they're leaving a wide open man out there on the outside. So.
Close out on both of Caden Harms' three-point attempts wasn't exactly there. And Harms made him pay. Good defense on the other side from the Rockets. 3 for 3, no, just in and out. But the offensive rebound by Javin Fight. Now into Leighton. Tried to entry pass down low, and it's picked off by Aiden McClintock. Tried to pass to Cabe, who wasn't exactly ready for it.
Gonna get a replay of this three-pointer here.
With a great ball movement around the perimeter, and Harms, no hesitation, nothing but net.
Beautiful, beautiful shot there. Quick release, not fazed by the pressure in his face.
14-6. It's been all Roanoke-Benson in the first quarter. Under a minute to go now. Can Normal Calvary respond? And the shot no good by Lucas Sniff, out of bounds. Last touch by a Rocket. Shot clock at 20, game clock at 36. It's going to take me quite a bit to get used to the shot clock at a high school game. Certainly not something anybody is used to, brand new to IHSA this year, but I appreciate it. I like a fast basketball game. Callum Kruger tried to go into the lane, had it stolen away by Dax Hunter. Tried to kick to the corner. That one's picked off by Ty Zeller. We know he loves to run the break. 1-on-3. Zeller doesn't care. He rolls it in off the glass. Great start for Zeller. But Roanoke-Benson, with 5 seconds left now in the first quarter, has a 14-8 lead. Skip pass. Top of the key. Harms, a long three. Nearly got it to go. A good look as time expired. So the offenses in the latter half of that first quarter started to pick things up a little bit. And while we have a moment, I'd like to thank a couple of our sponsors after another really good look there at that finish from Zeller. 1 on 3, and he was the shortest one out of all 4 of them.
Yeah.
He was able to finish. And as I said, we'll take a moment to thank our sponsors that help make this broadcast possible. Cinco de Mayo. Come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food in a great atmosphere at Cinco de Mayo. Douglas Dodge, whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or if you're in need of routine maintenance or just a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. And Mangold Ford of Clinton, Illinois. Make your way to Mangold Ford of Clinton in Clinton today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service at every step of the way. Family values, gold standard service, Mangold has you covered. Well, I start to wonder what kind of the conversations are in that normal Calvary huddle. You know, you got some good looks. I'm loving the off-ball movement from the Knights. It's been really good off-ball screens. They're moving quickly, and that's the thing that you have to do. That's some of the stuff you have to do when you are an undersized team. You have to move off the ball, find other ways to get into the paint because you're not going to do it by brute force. So I would imagine a lot of the conversation in that huddle revolved around the offensive side of the ball. And second quarter is underway. Here's Zeller, a good fake three, head fake. Here, top of the key three from Graham Bennett, too strong. The rebound to the Rockets with Evan Reefsteck. Here's Caden Harms. And now skip pass to Grayson Martin back into the game. Into the corner, Caden Harms. Entry pass is a good one to Dax Hunter. Missed the layup, didn't matter. Evan Reefsteck there for the cleanup. And the Rockets double up the Knights.
You can really see that physicality coming in here for Roanoke-Benson. And another thing we talked about, Calvary, very low enrollment, leads to a younger team.
Great point as well. Ty Zeller's really coming to his own in the first half as he's got 6 in the early going to lead the Knights. Got 6 of normal Calvary's 10. He bit on the fake there. And a long skip pass. The Rockets are really loving these long passes, but they're working against a Calvary team that doesn't have a ton of size. Hunter, another one over Caden Harms. They leave him open, and Harms makes him pay again. He's got 11 to lead all scores with 6.5 to go in the second quarter. Calvary's got to start closing out on the senior sharpshooter, Caden Harms. They'll try to respond on the offensive side here. Pass to the top of the key. It's Graham Bennett. Tried to throw it inside, and it was tipped and stolen away by Hunter. Here's Zimmerman into the corner. Hunter's got it again. Gives to the hot hand, Caden Harms. Zimmerman. It's Martin Harms, a sidestep. He's said, I can do it from inside the arc too, but that one in and back out. Now under 6 to go. Calvary needs to respond here as Roanoke-Benson's gone on a run. Graham Bennett, hard crossover.
Themselves down. I know you're down, but still a lot of time left. You're not even at halftime yet, so got to calm down, play your game, and don't get panicked. But focus on the defensive side of the ball right now. Got to stop this run.
Leighton Harms finds the man in the corner, and Dax Hunter splashes it home. Another 3 as Roanoke remains hot from beyond the arc, and that was a very smart play by Leighton Harms there. He had a shot at the rim, but he passed up a good shot for a great shot, and it ended in 3 points. Out of bounds, last touch by the Knights. And Roanoke-Benson up by 12. Certainly feeling good. Slow start for both teams, but the Rockets have been the one to pick it up, at least on the offensive side of the ball. Dax Hunter, fresh off that triple, directing traffic. And hard crossover is bumped Caden Harms into his brother. Leighton up and in. A strong finish for number 30 in white.
That's the 8th point of the game for Leighton Harms. So him and his brother have combined for nearly 20 here.
Basically all of Roanoke-Benson's points. Here's Zeller into the corner. Callum Kruger, not much space to do anything there. Working on big Leighton Harms, a deep 3 is off the back iron. Shot by Zeller. Nice job by Cabe to stay up and pick the ball off. An extra possession for the Knights. And Zeller doesn't make it go to waste.
Great job there by Zeller to kind of have a short-term memory and focus on the next shot.
Something you have to have at all levels of high school sports. Here's Sauter inside. Hands to Harms, and that is just too easy. He sidesteps. He's able to get above everybody else. And at that point, it's just a point-blank floater.
Yep, now in double digits, both Harms brothers.
And Cabe threw a nice down-low pass to Kruger, but took too many steps before he did it. So the turnover starting to rack up for the Knights. Look at the size of that water bottle, partner. Someone on the sideline over there is staying really hydrated. Look, there's like 3 or 4 of them lined up. Great work by our crew.
Yep. Hey, you got to stay hydrated.
You
can
never
get exhausted. And Roanoke's running rampant right now. So is the Knights trying to keep up with them. So
you never know what you're going to see at the Clinton New Year's Shootout, but we're seeing some great offense here as of late from the Roanoke-Benson Rockets. As that one was Javin Fight, the senior finishes. He's more of a facilitator, more of a pass-first guy, but he could finish at the rim, as he showed there. Speaking of finishing at the rim, here's Ty Zeller, who's been about the only source of offense for the Knights thus far. That one picked off. Diving for it is Javin Fight. What a great hustle play. Numbers for the Rockets the other way. And Harms lays it up and in. Lucas Sniff, a smart play, trying to take the charge, but Harms is a little bit smarter.
Yep, Harms just glides into the paint. Nice finish. Looked like George Gervin out there.
That was a great pull there. The creator, the father of the finger roll, George Gervin. Inside Zeller. Has 3 men on him, and he finishes again. He is absolutely fearless going in to the paint. But still, the Rockets lead the Knights 30-14. We get another look here. Zeller in the paint, directing traffic. And timeout on the floor now, under 3 to go. 30-14 again is your score. And Coach Wingate probably not exactly happy with his team's performance. However, plenty of time to strike back. And, especially with that shot clock, you can force the team into some uncomfortable possessions and take advantage of that.
Very true. Zeller is in double digits right now. He's a senior. He's got to be a leader in that huddle right now. And he's been a leader on the court. So I think it's very important that he does not let his team get down. A very young team. Graham Bennett, a starter, as a freshman. Bobby Kebb, just a sophomore. So really it's important for these seniors to kind of lead. And Jason Wingate can't do everything, all right? You got to be a leader on the court, too, and got to be a facilitator. Cody Zeller, Ty Zeller, NBA center. Ty Zeller.
Not to be confused with Ty Zeller.
No relation that we are aware of, but Ty Zeller being also very fearless in the paint right now. So
Lucas Sniff, another starter, that's an underclassman. He's a sophomore. And these are the moments where coaches look to their seniors. You're absolutely right, partner. Rockets with possession, under 3 to go in our first half. It's been all Roanoke-Benson. Lots of different guys making an impact, but a bulk of the scoring coming from the Harms brothers. There was Dax Hunter missing a corner 3. And getting offensive rebound was Harms, but travel before he could put it back up. And possessions like that where the opposition makes a silly mistake, a travel, a turnover that shouldn't happen, those are the ones you got to capitalize on for the Knights.
Got to get to show some momentum here. Zeller taking up the court.
Talking to Cabe as he dribbles down. He's got Jaden Fight on him. And here is Lucas Sniff, fakes a pass, now finds Cabe. On the wing, Graham Bennett. Inside Lucas Sniff, back to Bennett. The freshman looking to make something happen, but Dax Hunter is all over him. Back to Zeller, 6 to shoot. Knights have got to do something. Zeller's going to have to chuck one up. Don't think he knows how much time is left. And he lost the handle on it, out of bounds. We're going to have a shot clock violation before the ball landed out of bounds. So ball to the Rockets, looking to extend their 30-14 lead with 2 minutes to go. Dax Hunter looked inside, but instead skips it over to Henry Knepp. Hunter gets it back, top of the key Fight. Inside Leighton Harms, another turnaround Jay off the back iron. He'll take that every day of the week, though, and a great hustle play to keep it in bounds and keep possession. Dax Hunter wants to go inside, airballed, and pulled away by Graham Bennett. Pushing the pace a little bit, now slows down. And gives to Sniff, now to Zeller. Hard drive inside, thought about it, passes it off, and the pass back out to the key was intercepted. Good defense on the other end by Graham Bennett. Very close, but the ball's going to go back to Calvary.
We've seen Roanoke-Benson all over the floor. A lot of diving, great hustle. Seeing the same thing out of normal Calvary. These teams are going to put their bodies on the line and try to get that ball. And even those little things can shift momentum.
I mean, these kids care. You can definitely tell on both sides, diving on the floor, being physical. Although they're undersized, they understand that this is a very winnable game for both of them. Corner 3 for the Knights is too strong. And we have a jump ball on the other end. Leighton Harms pleading his case to the young referee, explaining why that's a jump ball, but it is Rockets basketball. Now with just over a minute to go in our first half, Rockets have controlled the game from about 4 minutes on in the first quarter onward. Dax Hunter gives to Caden Harms, who's gotten it done from beyond the arc, as have a couple different Rockets. They leave him open again from the corner, nothing but net. The third three of the game is rattled home by Caden Harms. Pardon me, that may be his fourth three of the game. I've already lost count, and it's the first half.
I do believe that is his fourth partner, and he just looks really smooth out there. Does not feel the pressure at all.
Bobby Cave hasn't gotten going from the offensive side of the ball. About 8-9 seconds separate the shot clock and the game clock. Zeller gives to Lucas Sniff, who launches one too strong. Rebound to Sauer, who couldn't get it. Dax Fulton not wasting any time. Blocking foul, and he finished at the rim. Dax Hunter with the left hand gets the hoop in the arm, and he'll go to the charity stripe for the chance at one more.
Coach Wingate not very happy about that call. Did not think that was a block, but still a great finish by Hunter there.
Super close. I'd have to take another look at it, but those are, in my opinion, the hardest ones to call at game speed. Was he set or not? Couple bounces off the rim. The free throw doesn't go. Harms cleans it up, misses the layup, and Cabe has about 6 seconds to shoot. And a fake three, Lucas Sniff. They got to get the ball up. They do. It nearly went in. Ball tapped out as time expires. A dominant first half performance from the Roanoke-Benson Rockets. They really, really would like to get back on track, pick up their fourth win of the year. Coach Phil Olafson's got to be happy. Heading into the locker room, what is he telling his boys? It's got to be something along the lines of keep the foot on the gas.
Yeah, you got to keep the foot on the gas. You cannot show any weakness. I think Calvary's going to the locker room thinking, hey, we got to find some energy out here. They have shown flashes, and I think Ty Zeller got to get in that locker room and be like, I can't show up by myself. Roanoke's have great ball movement, and they're very physical on the floor. So going into that locker room, you got to have a message of keep the foot on the gas, and Calvary's got to be like, hey, we're still in this game. We cannot give up.
They've had a couple good looks, couple nice passes there in the offense, but Zeller's got to get the boys going, and we will take a word from a couple more of our sponsors. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors that help make this broadcast possible as we get another look there at Harms, draining his fourth triple of the ball game. And on the other end, the defense getting it done. And take one more word from our sponsors before we head into a halftime break, as the Lexington Minutemen and Mount Pulaski Hilltoppers, our next game here from the Clinton New Year's Shootout 2026. They are warming up out there, but I'd like to thank Baum Chevrolet Buick. Baum Chevrolet Buick is your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. They ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. And Harbrand Fertilizer. For all your fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. Last but not least, Snappers. Looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV? Stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the Square in Clinton, Illinois for some great service and even better food. 35-14, once again, is your halftime score. Roanoke-Benson leads Normal Calvary Christian. We'll see what adjustments these coaches make in the halftime locker room, but for now, we'll step aside for a moment and come back with second half action from the 2026 Clinton New Year's Shootout. Welcome back to the 2026 Clinton New Year's Shootout. It's game 2 of 6 that we have on tap for you today. Clutch Sports Media bringing you all the action, and game 1 was quite a fun one. Two teams that really battled their butts off from the opening tip-off to the final buzzer, Garrett. Great game between Heyworth and Peoria Christian. Peoria Christian ended up pulling away there at the end. I believe they won by 10 or 11, but it felt much closer than that. And in this game, it's been quite the opposite. It's been all one-sided. Roanoke-Benson has been playing some of their best basketball of the entire year. Coach Olafson's got to be quite happy with his boys and their effort and execution thus far. We will see what kind of halftime adjustments both these coaches make. Calvary will control possession to start our second half, trailing 35-14. Dalton Carmine and Garrett Oliver with you from the booth. Thank you for joining us wherever you may be, and we're underway in our second half. Here is Zeller, who led the Knights in the first half with 10 of their 14 points. The other two coming from Graham Bennett and Bobby Cabe, respectively. Callum Kruger out to Zeller. Don't want to leave him open. The man that's got 10 points now has 13 as he drills one from the top of the key.
First three made by Christian Calvary today. Could be a start of something new coming out of the halftime.
It's the best way he could possibly start the second half as Harms forced that one up. Couldn't get it. A great offensive rebound by Jonah Souter. And it's ripped away, taken away by Callum Kruger. Wing now to the top of the key. Ty Zeller, sidestep, looking for some help, needs somebody to move, and has to go out to the top, where it is dropped by the sophomore Lucas Sniff, and a backcourt violation gives the ball back to the Rockets.
Just a tough one after a hot start.
Harms inbounds to Jevin Fight. Now inside, and a great entry pass from Dax Hunter. He gives to Leighton Harms. Him and his brother both in double digits. Leighton's now got 12. Corner three, too strong from Lucas Sniff. And now quickly to the other end goes Roanoke-Benson, and finishing with the right hand at the rack is Caden Harms.
They are flying up and down the court right now. That short amount of momentum they gave Normal Calvary coming out of the locker room has all gone away, it feels like, in under a minute.
Callum Kruger being double teamed, gives to Zeller, hard crossover left. Back into Kruger, now Sniff. Zeller eyes up a deep triple just short. The rebound corralled by Jonah Sauter. He starts the fast break. Here is Dax Hunter, long skip pass, Caden Harms. He can hit those, doesn't hit that one though. Nobody boxed out Leighton Harms, and he cleans up his brother's miss to put RB up 41-17. Now under 6 to go in the third quarter. Here's Sniff to the corner. Graham Bennett back out to Sniff, nearly picked off by Caden Harms, but it'll stay with the Knights. Knights have got to get back to the way they were playing ball at the beginning of the year. They started off the season with back-to-back wins over Greenview and Blue Ridge, but followed that up by losing 5 straight. They don't want to fall into a funk like that again at any point this season. That'll help them get back into things. Callum Kruger with his first points of the game, and it comes from beyond the arc. And Roanoke-Benson takes their first timeout of the second half. Coach Phil Olafson wants to make some adjustments or just give his guys a breather. It's quite a luxury, I would say, for Olafson to have to run, 8, 9 deep. It's not just the starters that we're seeing out there for Roanoke-Benson. Granted, the starters are the ones doing the bulk of the damage, but you have a lot of guys that you can rely on, and if this lead balloons anymore, you got to think we're going to see basically everybody on that bench.
Yeah, a lot of good depth on the Roanoke-Benson Rockets, and I think that just calls to their teamwork, and they've built a lot of chemistry in this game. I feel like, they're not letting that record define us. We talked about this before the game, that they're kind of struggling, and this is an opportunity for them to get back in the groove.
Right, and talk about that chemistry. They took kind of a chill day about a week ago. I noticed Roanoke-Benson, they had, I believe a Saturday, they had a team breakfast together. And then they said, let's play some badminton. They had a team badminton tournament, and it was won by Jonah Sauter, the senior, and one of the sophomores that is on the JV team, Sawyer Harms, the youngest Harms. They took home the title in the Roanoke-Benson basketball badminton tournament. So perhaps some badminton skills transferring to the hardwood here. If you can hit a shuttlecock, you can shoot a basketball, apparently.
Yeah, that's a good saying to live by. Hey, anything can work. Just the slightest things can bring a team together.
Nice hop step into the paint goes Caden Harms. And he finishes at the rim. Harms brothers pouring it on. They are beating Normal Calvary by themselves in the scoring column. Here's Bobby Cabe. He's yet to get going. Zeller to the corner. Lucas Sniff has a beat on his man. Tried to feed it into Cabe. He has to corral it, then goes up over some taller defenders. Too strong. Rebound to Hunter. And he tried to toss it into the corner, and a miscommunication between him and Harms results with the ball hitting the mat.
Maybe needs to lay off the bench press a little bit there, but
maybe so. Zeller brings the ball up for the Knights. That one tapped out, but Graham Bennett keeps possession. Skip pass to the corner. Sniff is open, elected not to take the three. And this defense is just all over the Knights. That one was last touched by Sniff, and it's turned over to Roanoke.
Roanoke's been hounding Calvary on defense, double teaming, sometimes even triple teaming. I think that's what's making it hard for them to get any momentum. Calvary's tried the same on Roanoke-Benson, but it's just not working.
A short 10-footer is missed by Jonah Sauter. The rebound to Leighton Harms. Now Sauter gets his miss in 3 chances. That just is not going to cut it for Normal Calvary. Roanoke's going to make you pay every single time, and they extend the lead to 25.
Good footwork there by Sauter. Might be from the badminton championship.
The defense, the trap defense, it's very aggressive. They're outguarding Zeller near the big C in the middle of the court. Now in goes Bennett, gives to Caleb Kruger. Now the corner, Zeller, baseline J, short. Rebound finds its way to Sniff. He's yet to get in the scoring column. Now long three launched by Zeller, nearly banked it in. And now another offensive rebound. Zeller thought about it again. 2 offensive rebounds here for the Knights. And Caleb Kruger, that one hit every part of the rim. The three-pointer no good, and eventually the board is cleared by Javen Fight.
A lot of shots on that possession for Calvary. Just seems like they might be forcing some uncomfortable shots that's not really in their bag right now. They got to get back to the fundamentals.
Beautiful drive and kick. That was fundamentals right there. Caden Harms draws Jonah Sauter's man out to him, dips it down low, and a nice point-blank layup. And it's a very high 1-3-1 is this defense. That's been working so well for Roanoke-Benson, where the man on the baseline, which for the most of the game has been Dax Hunter, you could see he's coming over to guard the ball carriers that are on the wings. So they're coming high, they're applying pressure, and it's been a huge issue that Coach Wingate and Normal Calvary haven't had the answer to, and that won't help. A travel on Graham Bennett, the freshman.
Zimmerman, 35.
Dane Zimmerman and Grayson Martin come into the game, replacing Fight and Leighton Harms.
We're seeing very ethical hoops here. I've seen a lot of people talking about ethical and unethical hoops lately. Roanoke-Benson, ethical hoops right here.
I agree.
They're not getting their points off of free throws. They're not foul baiting. They're getting it off pure skill.
Evan Reefsek also came in, replacing Jonah Sauter. A turnover there. Chance here for Zeller, who draws the foul. And he will head to the free throw line. Not a lot of fouls in this one, just a lot of up and down scoring. Physical game, but physical without fouling, which in my opinion is the best brand of basketball. So Ty Zeller will head to the line. And hits his first.
Up to 14 points now, leading scorer by a long margin on this Normal Calvary Knights team.
Lucas Sniff back into the game, and Zeller 2 for 2 from the line to give him 15 points. Pass inside, Dax Hunter swings to Caden Harms. It's now to the top of the key to the newly into the game, Grayson Martin. Caden Harms got it now. Guarding him tightly is Zeller. Great ball movement from the Rockets into the corner. But McClintock was there for the defense. Contested J just off the left side of the rim. Rebound by Calum Kruger. The senior heads the other way. And Zeller now top of the key, drives hard right. Spin move with a much taller Hunter on him. That one just short. That's usually one Zeller's going to come away with some points on. Not that time, though. Next Hunter. That one nearly picked off by Cabe. Grayson Martin into the lane. Threw one up, got stuffed by Calum Kruger, but too much contact. And Grayson Martin will head to the line. The sophomore will shoot a pair of free throws. About 90 seconds to go in the third quarter of Game 2 of this 2026 Clinton Shootout. First one no good from the sophomore Martin. And the second one follows suit, so 0 for 2 from the line. Cabe pulls down the rebound. In the corner, that's Calum Kruger, lost off his foot, but is able to corral it. And we have a whistle, a shot clock malfunction. Or perhaps they never even started the shot clock in the first place. .33 on the shot clock as the referees head to the help they have on the sidelines to discuss. They're calling over Clinton's athletic director to the desk.
Very nice guy, been very nice to us today. Very great hospitality here at the Gene Vance court here at Clinton. Gene Vance, known as the Whiz Kid here in Clinton. Very famous.
Superstar for there's a travel there by the Knights. Zeller doesn't agree with the call, but Gene Vance, the namesake of this court here in Clinton, is a former superstar for the Fighting Illini. Great basketball player for Illinois back in the 1940s. Cross-court pass is picked off. Sniff the other way. Gets rid of it to Zeller, who slows it down. Now into the paint. Head fake. Throws up a jumper. No good. Rebound Dax Hunter, who's been all over the floor in this game. Grayson Martin beelines to the hoop. Good pass to the corner. A wide open three is well short from Reef Steck. And battle for the loose ball is won by the Knights. And a foul on the Rockets.
Good steal there. Great opportunity for Calvary to kind of get back in this game. Sniff has the steal, but just a little bit too much momentum carries him too far on the Calvary possession. And coming back down, kind of saw the same with Roanoke off their turnover. So teams got to still play clean. Still 1 period to go here.
On the wing, another long three from Zeller. That one a little bit too far to the right, and we have a foul, I believe, on Bobby Cabe. And that's one you probably just don't want to commit. If you're Coach Wingate, you got to tell your guys, hey, hands off when they have the rebound. You don't want to commit a foul well in their own side of the court where they can't score. Now Reefsteck surveying his options in the paint. 3 guys on him. Nearly went out of bounds, but he's able to find Hunter, who goes up strong. Missed it, went after the offensive rebound, and it bounced on the baseline. It's going to head back to the Knights.
Down by 25 here with about 15 seconds to go here in the third. They cannot give up. And Zeller is just getting dogged right now. He's triple teamed every possession.
Lucas Sniff launches a 3 and he rattles it home. And the sophomore adds 3 to his tally. A long shot there from Harms, nearly banked in at the buzzer. So a little bit of life shown there at the end of the third quarter as we get another look here at that beautiful three-pointer by Lucas Sniff from the wing. Knights playing a little bit better, but Roanoke-Benson still a comfortable 22-point lead, as we will take this moment to, again, thank some of our sponsors that help make this broadcast possible. Baum Chevrolet Buick, Bob Chevrolet Buick is your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois, and they ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Bomb's right from the start. In Harbrand Fertilizer. For all your fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. Last but not least, Snappers. Looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV? Stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the Square in Clinton, Illinois for great service and great food.
I'm sure it'll be very busy there tonight. Packers, Bears.
Certainly. Clinton Shootout.
Yep.
Lots of out-of-towners that have probably had that place recommended to them, if I had to take a guess. Martin Fight, the Harms brothers, and Henry Knepp are the 5 to start the fourth quarter for Coach Olofsson's Roanoke-Benson Rockets. Zeller, Cabe, Bennett, Sniff, and Kruger to start the fourth quarter. And a three-pointer is good. Grayson Martin drills it. Missed both his free throws, but I think he'll sacrifice that for a three-pointer. Smooth as silk for the sophomore.
3 is always better than 2.
And Cabe threw up a floater that wouldn't go. Fast break the other way. Rockets. Harms wants to push it. Leighton Harms is so strong, but missed both opportunities at the rim. They get a third. What a play by Caden Harms, drawing the contact and throwing it up to get the and one.
Harms misses once, misses twice.
His brother swoops in to save the day. And just no clue how he was able to get that to go. At first glance, I was like, maybe he had a clear path to the basket. That replay clearly showed he did not. He converts the extra free throw to add 3 to his tally. 20 points now for Caden Harms.
He has been a lightning bolt in this offense, and the Harms brothers are just giving Calvary too many problems for them to handle.
34 combined between the two. Zeller is going to miss another long 3. He's been about the only consistent source of offense for the Knights thus far. A lot of shot volume there. Caden Harms, he'll launch another one. That one was contested, but he does not care. Feed the hot hands.
24 points now for him. It's getting kind of out of hand. But good move there by Ty Zeller.
Very fearless, strong drive there from Ty Zeller, the point guard of the Knights. Smooth layup, and bumped on that one was Lucas Sniff. He had full possession and was hit hard by Knepp. So the whistle is blown, and about 6:20 here to go from Clinton. It's been all Roanoke-Benson. They are racking up the points, and it's a running clock for the rest of this one. And a whistle, we have another foul as Zeller is trying to go back to the rack.
Foul call on Roanoke-Benson, number 42.
I feel like this always happens when I'm on the broadcast. I'll bring up how both teams have played such a clean game, and then fouls start to kind of show up, but about 1 or 2 in this quarter, so we've seen worse.
It's just been it has been a very clean game, I agree. Not a lot of free throws, not a ton of turnovers. As a timeout's going to be called by Coach Wingate as he wants to set up an offense, but not a lot of fouls, not a lot of unnecessary turnovers. Just one team has had more of an inside presence, and one team has a pair of brothers that have 34 points.
Yeah, they are just unstoppable. When you got a guy as physical as Leighton Harms in the paint, and then his brothers on the outside, just very smooth, quick jump shot. It's getting kind of out of hand, but still about 5 minutes and 34 seconds left in this game. Still an opportunity for normal Calvary to kind of make this seem a little bit more competitive. The Lexington Minutemen and the Mount Pulaski Hilltoppers up next. That is going to be a great game. We are both on the call for that one. We've done a lot of research into both teams, and certainly it looks like it's going to be one of the more competitive games of today. So make sure to keep tuning in even after this game is over.
I highly recommend, no matter who your fandom belongs to stick around for that one. Those are two really, really good teams. Lexington, well, they both do, but especially Lexington has their eyes on playing in Champaign for a state title. The Minutemen have quite the squad this year. They are fun to watch. And that one coming up immediately after this one. Tip-off will be about 15 minutes after the conclusion of this game. So I encourage you to stay right here for that. Nice crossover from Sniff. 4 guys picked him up, and he's hit hard as he tried to complete the finger roll, so he'll go to the line for 2.
That's his third. Team's third. Lucas Smith to the line, shooting 2.
And the first one in, out, and back in for Sniff. Saw that. The sophomore's got 4 points. And number 2 is good as well. 56-27 now. Under 5 to go in the ball game. Martin. And here's Reefsteck. Driving hard left. Nice pass inside, and the finish by Souter. Souter picks up Cabe on the other end.
Great basketball player, great badminton player.
Indeed.
As you were saying, I think those might be more coordinated than we actually think.
I'm going to have to agree with that. On the baseline, Caleb Kruger finds help in Cabe. And that one kicked out of bounds. No, it was not touched by a Rocket, so it'll be Rockets basketball. Good to break 60. Calvary will head back and try to regroup. They are normal with a couple of practices. They've only got 6 teams in their conference. And so not counting them, it's Urbana U-High, Arthur Okaw Christian, Cornerstone Christian, DeLand Weldon, and Judah Christian. So a mix of smaller Bloomington and Champaign area high schools. So definitely some winnable games on their schedule. Their conference play, given the size of their conference, it doesn't start until late January. Their first conference game isn't until January 23rd against Arthur Okaw. And there's Reefsteck with the triple from the corner.
That's his 5th points of the game there after that 3-pointer.
And a block on the other end. Reefsteck showing good sportsmanship, helps up Zeller. But a great stuff on the other end from him, and it hit Zeller as it went out.
Zeller up to 17 points right now.
He's been a facilitator and a leader out there. It's just not quite enough to hang with the high-octane scoring that we have seen from the Rockets today. Turnover forced by the Knights. Sniff looking for some help, and he'll find Cabe near the top of the key. Being guarded by Knepp. Now here's Zeller. Will drive on Reefsteck. Nice spin move. The stop and pop is short, and Reefsteck hauls in the rebound. Man, it's great minutes from Reefsteck off the bench. And a long but accurate pass. As he gets it back, they leave him open again. That one too far left. Rebound corralled by Caleb Kruger, who now gives to Sniff. 2:15 to go. All Rockets. Turnover and bumped, heading down. A nice somersault there from Cabe. And Calvary, they've shown some success. They won 10 games last year, which that's not a super high number by any means, but having 44 kids in your school, it's impressive that you have a basketball team in the first place.
Context really does matter.
It really does. And being able to rattle off double-digit wins in a season, I think, is no small feat for Coach Wingate and his squad. And I think they're well on their way to doing that again because, like I said, a lot of schools their size in their conference, and their conference play hasn't even started yet.
Yeah.
An open 3 is just a bit too strong from Dane Zimmerman. The long rebound hauled in by Ty Zeller. Sim move working on Reefsteck again. Fakes. And he's going to force one up. Reefsteck got a piece of that one. His second block in the last few minutes. And Zeller got Reefsteck's face.
We're approaching under 1 minute left in this game. 61-29. Good look at the Roanoke-Benson coach there.
This has kind of been the area that, of course, Normal Calvary has tried to stay away from. In over half their losses, they've given up 60 or more points. So that's kind of whatever the opposite of a magic number is.
Yeah.
The cursed number, if you will, for this Calvary squad. Corner three, well short from Knepp. Ball back to the Knights. With 30 seconds to go, they'll try to get something, some kind of points to take with them back to the locker room and back to normal.
We are seeing some new faces on the court now for the Knights. Noah Jackson, a freshman, and Locke, also a freshman. Just trying to get these guys some experience as that ball is stolen.
And the other way, Reefsteck finishes at the rim. Another athletic play. If the Harms brothers didn't exist, Reefsteck may be the player of the game, and he came off the bench. Here's Jamin Locke, a freshman getting some playing time. Missed the three, and the buzzer sounds. Your final score from Game 2 of the Clinton 2026 Clinton New Year Shootout. Roanoke-Benson 63, Normal Calvary 29. A dominant performance. Kind of a slow start, as we mentioned, for both teams, but once Roanoke-Benson found their groove offensively, Calvary stood no chance.
Yeah, it felt like that momentum switched halfway through the first quarter, and they didn't let up after that. So great, clean game by both teams. And make sure to stay tuned in for Lexington versus Mount Pulaski. But
that's right, Lexington, Mount Pulaski will come up here in about 15 minutes, give or take. Myself, Dalton Carmine, and Garrett Oliver alongside me will be on the call for that one as well. And before we wrap things up and send it to a break, we'll thank our sponsors one more time. Cinco de Mayo. Come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food in a great atmosphere at Cinco de Mayo. Douglas Dodge, whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or if you're in need of routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. And Mangold Ford of Clinton. Make your way to Mangold Ford of Clinton in Clinton today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service at every step of the way. Family values, gold standard service, Mangold has you covered. We will see you in just about 15-20-ish minutes as Lexington will battle Mount Pulaski in Game 3 of the 2026 Clinton Shootout. He's Garrett Oliver. I'm Dalton Carmine saying see you soon from Clinton. Welcome back to Clinton. Game 3 of the 2026 New Year's Clinton Shootout is about ready to get underway. It's between the Mount Pulaski Hilltoppers and the Lexington Minutemen. Appreciate you joining us wherever you may be. The starting lineup's about to get read here. I'm Dalton Carmine. He's Garrett Oliver, bringing you Game 3. We've had two pretty fun games, I would say, to kick things off here in the New Year's Shootout here from Clinton. Game 1 saw Heyworth fall to Peoria Christian by about 10 points, but that game was close for a majority of it. And Game 2, which you and I just did, partner, that wrapped up about 20-25 minutes ago, that one concluded in a dominant 63-29 victory for Roanoke-Benson as the Rockets defeated the Knights of Normal Calvary Christian. But this one anticipated to be at least a little bit closer. These are both two teams that in Class 1A have their sights set on big things that's going to culminate in a trip in Champaign for both these teams. They believe that they can get there. What a fun matchup this is going to be, partner.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun matchup. Lexington has a high-flying offense that it's going to be interesting to see how this Mount Pulaski defense can match up with them. They've scored 92 points, and they've been above 80 a few times this season. So
that's right. They can put up points very quickly and very efficiently, and it all runs through that man right there, number 1, Blade Friedmanski. He's undersized point guard, but he averages 16 points and a couple assists per game. He's complemented nicely by his partner, his guard, Leo Davis, out there on the wing. Also, Bo Stutzman gets it done down there on the block. And Joe Cheever averages 10 points, 10 rebounds. The big senior, that is, Joe Cheever. And they're rounded out by Drake Harry, who is a fantastic role player. Anywhere you look on this Lexington Minutemen roster, not a whole lot of weaknesses. So Mount Pulaski certainly has their work cut out for them, I would say. But in a battle of purple and gold teams, a battle of two of strong top 50 1A programs in the state of Illinois, anything could happen.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup and a early season test for Mount Pulaski and Lexington in a loaded conference with LeRoy, Eureka, DMAC playing outside of conference play here. It's going to be interesting to see how they match up.
Aaron Volley and Drake Harry do the tip. Harry wins it, and possession controlled by the Minutemen to kick things off. Game 3 of the 2026 Clinton New Year's Shootout. Here in the corner there is Leo Davis. Now Friedmanski, their leading scorer, gives to Cheever. Top of the key, the 3 ball is nothing but net from Bo Stutzman, off to a fast start.
Beautiful ball movement there by Lexington, not wasting any time getting an early lead.
And a lot of Mount Pulaski's offense is going to run through Franklin Wade. You see him there near the baseline, as Austin Kretzinger controls the ball now and gives to Braden Olson, who launches a 3 that's too strong, but a strong rebound down on the low block by Keone Sharon. And now Aaron Volley out to their facilitator, Franklin Wade. He's going to size up and shoot a 3 in the face of Bo Stutzman, and he missed everything. Out of bounds, the ball back to the Minutemen.
And just kind of like a forced shot there. Shot clock, we talked about this last game, still taking some time for some of these teams to get used to, can lead to you kind of letting plays drag on a little longer and forcing you to take some bad shots.
Coaches, players, officials, fans, everybody getting used to the shot clock. As here's Friedmanski, get used to that right there. Up and under goes the point guard for his first 2. And pardon me, that was Leo Davis on the finish. Leo Davis has his first 2 for number 2.
It's just an absolutely disgusting finish at the rim, Kyrie Irving-esque.
Beautiful finish at the rim, and a foul on the other end committed by Joe Cheever. A nice drive by Aaron Volley as we get another look at the finish from Davis here. A give and go with Cheever with the left hand with a taller Franklin Wade on him, and he finishes. The first free throw in and out, so the score remains a goose egg for Mount Pulaski. Aaron Volley, the 5'11" junior, play a little bit of guard, a little bit of forward. And that one too strong. He's 0 for 2 from the charity stripe. And it will remain a 5-0 deficit. And quickly go the Hilltoppers the other way with the Minutemen the other way. A pass inside results in a jump ball.
Possession arrow.
And the Toppers retake possession. Franklin Wade looking over at his head coach, Lyndon Jason, for directions. A pass inside and a good one at that. Austin Kretzinger gets the Hilltoppers on the board.
Wide open layup there makes it really easy. On the board now.
And a nice back turn and a finish for Drake Harry. Out of all the starters, he scores the least amount of points. But that doesn't really mean much when it comes to how good he is down low on the block at doing what he can do. And volley on the other end.
Not everything is in the box score, partner. I think comes a lot off leadership, off-ball movement, dragging defenders away from those stars. Getting them open.
Leo Davis gives to Friedmanski. Spin move. Pull up J. Too strong in the rebound. Corralled by Braden Olson, who now hands to Franklin Wade. Wade barking out instructions. And the Minutemen bench really into this one, especially on the defensive end, making a lot of noise. And they're going to be switching everything so far on defense. Volley launches a three. Missed both his free throws, but hits his first three-point attempt. And 8-7 is your score all of a sudden. Minutemen on the other side. There's Davis. Who waits to Harry, who has it stripped away. Quickly the other way. Franklin Wade finishes with the right. The first lead of the ball game for Mount Pulaski.
They are flying up and down the court right now. Both teams are high energy offenses.
Davis hands to Hari. Missed the three-pointer, but gets bumped. And I believe it was Keone Sharon got Hari as he was coming down. So a cardinal sin for any defender, fouling the three-point shooter. Another good look. A spin jump hook from Hari. Got him on the board. Yeah, that one just off the right side. Hari misses his first free throws, so no free throw has been made yet in this game.
No, but I think that might be because the Hilltoppers cheerleaders are stomping very loud.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Cheerleaders. That was number 2 is also no good. Hari looks skyward in frustration. Yeah, the Toppers cheerleaders making a lot of noise, and I don't think I've ever seen cheerleaders making noise as the free throw is being shot. Hari 1 for 3 from the line, and we have a timeout called by Lexington. Incredibly fast start to the surprise of nobody, and we are knotted up at 9. And to talk about this Lexington team, they come into this ball game 12 wins and 3 losses. 12-3, an absolute dream record for any coach. They won 11 of their first 12 games, so they started out red hot. But they followed that up by dropping 2 of their last 3. So out of their last 3 games, 2 of them did not go their way, and that was a 3-point loss to Indian Creek and a 1-point loss to Dwight, and there was a dominant victory over Midwest Central sandwiched in between those 2 losses. So a little bit of a scuff here in the last 3 games, but you know Coach Doug Yoder is going to have his boys ready to go, and that's very apparent here in the early going.
Yes, it is. They're not going to let a few losses bring them down, especially when you're playing that close and competitive. It's not like you're getting blown out. Still a lot of momentum to be had on the board.
And when you know you have the talent that Coach Yoder does, you don't get so down in the dumps when you have a couple losses because you know your guys are going to work their way out of it. And Voldy in the lane, no 3-second violation. He gives to Braden Olson, who knocks down a J. So Pulaski back up by 2. Maybe caught a break there. Here's Davis being double teamed. It's a high 2-3 zone. Look to be working on that possession for Mount Pulaski. A step back 3, Friedmanski just short. And Franklin Wade pulls in the rebound. Long skip pass to the corner to Braden Olson, who gives to Sharon. Now top of the key to Austin Kretzinger, who's got 2. Franklin Wade almost had Sharon on the back door. Now Kretzinger. Olson And Voley will shoot again. High volume for him early in this game. Missed it, and it's bouncing. Who did it last touch? Last touched a Hilltopper.
Olsen not very happy with that call, barking at the ref a little bit, and so is his coach. But you're not going to get any calls if you complain too much.
Nope, first quarter, 3 minutes, 24 seconds to go. Referees aren't going to converge to talk about that one either. Here is Harding. The 2-3 zone is, they're moving quick, and it works to perfection on that play as they force turnover. Franklin Wade, the snake eyes, dishes down to the low block. Kretzinger's got 4.
Beautiful pass there.
Now they're pushing it up even farther now. It's kind of turning into a box and one. Now they're picking him up about 3/4 court. Friedmanski, wide open 3. You don't want to leave him open. And the superstar Minuteman makes him pay.
If you're going to play aggressive defense like that, if you're double teaming, triple teaming, somebody's going to be open, and that's not the guy you want open at all when he's scoring 16 points per game.
Sharon on the other end is short. And the rebound hauled in by Wade, who throws up a J that misses. And somehow that ball stayed in bounds. Olsen, a wide open 3 from the top of the key, bottoms. Braden Olsen puts the Toppers up 4. Leo Davis looking for help, and the defense in these last couple of possessions suffocating from the Hilltoppers. It's been really good. They just happened to lose sight of Friedmanski on that one play, and it cost them.
Looks like Caden Knight checking in now for Leo Davis.
Pass near the free throw line. And a nice jumper there is good from Bo Stutzman. Toppers bring the ball up, leading by 2. Here's Charon. Entry pass to Voley. Charon gets it back. And now Olsen, fresh off that three-pointer. Friedmanski's got Olsen. Olsen's got the size advantage there if they can try to get the ball inside to him. And a stop and pop with that right hand off the glass and in. A very nice finish from Franklin Wade.
Wade's got to be responsible for creating a lot of points in this game. Great playmaker for Mount Pulaski, the Hilltoppers.
Joe Cheever, an errant pass. Knocked out, picked up by Sharon inside to Wade. Lost it, gets it back, puts it up and missed it, wanted a foul. And the rebound hauled in by the Minutemen's best rebounder, Cheever. Friedmanski the other way, looking for his options, lost the handle on it, needs to get it out. And a wild pass out to the C at midcourt, where Stutzman is being face guarded by Franklin Wade. This is what the Minutemen got to do. They got to move around that zone defense. They did it to perfection there, and it culminates in a Caden Knight triple.
Pulling this game within 1 with less than 1 minute left, and Romanski almost jumped that pass.
Nearly picked it off like a defensive back. That is Joe Steffen will check into the game. Here's a replay there. A wonderful skip pass from Friedmanski to Knight. And he buries that one. That's what you have to do against any zone. 1-3-1, 2-3, box and 1. Ball movement at the perimeter and off-ball movement has to be paramount in that offense. For Lexington, they executed well there. That ball tapped out, grabbed by Sharon. Franklin Wade's wide open in the corner, and he cans the triple from the corner. 21-17 now, 16 seconds to go. Pulaski, perhaps a surprising start to this one as they are in control by 4 points. And now the Minutemen will hold for the last shot with Camden McHugh. And the 3 is short from Stutzman. Rebound, Hilltoppers. And time expires. So a very high-scoring, fast-paced first quarter. And Coach Yoder's got to be ecstatic with his guys. They lead 21-17, and while we have a moment, we will thank some of our sponsors that help make this broadcast and others like it in the future possible. First, for Cinco de Mayo, come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food in a great atmosphere at Cinco de Mayo. For Douglas Dodge, whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or if you're in need of routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. and Mangold Ford of Clinton. Make your way to Mangold Ford of Clinton in Clinton today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service at every step of the way. Family values, gold standard service. Mangold has you covered. I would think in the huddle there for the Minutemen, the coaching staff is going to be drilling defense into their guys because Pulaski, despite being the smaller team, is way outplaying Lexington in terms of ball movement.
Yeah, they are moving the ball quick, and I think that is thanks to Franklin Wade. That kid is electric. Not only shooting the ball, but he's been great moving and facilitating the ball around. It's going to be important here for Lexington to find a way to stop him.
This Hilltoppers offense picking up right where they left off. They won by 50 last night over Hartsburg-Emden and have not missed a beat here in Clinton. Another three ball is good. Caden Knight 2 for 2 from beyond the arc. Both teams lighting it up from three-point range. And Pulaski now by 1. Here's Voley. Can he respond? Just short. Gets his own board, but lost it. Joe Steffen the other way. Hands inside. Knight missed on the interior, and we have a foul on Lexington and over the back. So possession to the Hilltoppers.
Knight's been really good off the bench so far, and we talk about a lot about the starters for Lexington, but their bench depth is very, very good, and that's the reason they're being so dominant, being able to score on so many levels and putting up all these big points, because you're not just relying on starters.
And head coach Lyndon Jason in his first year at the helm of the program. Definitely. Voley drills a three from the wing. He's had himself a heck of a start to the ball game. He's got 5. That one his first one beyond the arc, but Coach Jason is probably very happy with the depth he has on the bench. It's like pitching in baseball. You can never have enough of it. Going slapped out of bounds as we'll get another look at this. Really, Voley just coming off a simple off-ball screen set by Braden Olson. Steps right into it and drills it. Ball inbounded now. Knight will find Steffen. Entry pass into Cheever, and he missed it. He's been quiet so far in this game, the team's leading rebounder. Now driving all the way into the rain is Kretzinger. Missed it. Ball batted around and grabbed by the newly entered Camden McHugh. Steffen thought about a three as Sharon on him, and it's turned over. Kretzinger, a nice bounce pass into Sharon, and he's missed the wide open layup. Cheever swings it for the rebound. Now a 2-on-1 for the Minutemen. Friedmanski misses the layup. 2 looks that both these coaches need to see go down. You can see Coach Yoder on the sideline saying, slow down, Hilltoppers.
Obviously, you want to be electric pushing that ball up, but if it's going to cost you, you got to be smart. You have the lead right now in Lexington. You don't want them forcing shots, and another missed layup there.
Voley beat McHugh off the dribble, but missed the layup at the rim, and we have a foul on the Toppers as the Minutemen tried to head the other way, and checking back into the game is Drake Hari and Bo Stutzman. So 2 starters back into the game for Coach Jason's squad. And just look at this defense. Pulaski didn't start this way, but now nearly full court defense. They're picking up the Minutemen, forcing them into passes like that. Another turnover. Franklin Wade steps through, looking for help. And now top of the key to Kretzinger. Austin Kretzinger, the 5'10 junior guard, done a lot of facilitating in this game thus far. Now Olsen, entry pass into the newly entered Reed Martin. And we have a foul on Lexington. And Cheever's got 2 fouls as he was the guilty party on that one, but he will remain in the game. Coach Linda Jason trusting his guy to not pick up a third. Voley thought about shooting a 3 in the face of Hari. Baseline, Martin tried to put it in, he could not, but it finds its way back out to Voley. Short on another 3. The rebound hauled in by Caden Knight. Now Davis has it stripped by Wade. Davis is going to get it back, thought about a 3. Gives back to Hari. Or pardon me, that's Stutzman, number 12. on the right wing. Great ball movement, inside, outside. Knight can't hit the triple, and Wade hauls in the board. A long quarterback pass is tipped and stolen away. Back and forth we go. Caden Knight hands it to Cheever, who wasn't quite ready for it. Stutzman now in the corner. Hari missed a triple. And the Toppers another rebound, slowing it down. So here, with 4.5 to go in the second quarter, offenses have come to a standstill. Seems to be a lid on both baskets.
Yeah, we are kind of getting whiplash up here in the booth. So many turnovers, another missed shot there.
Another empty possession as Hari kind of came down with the rebound, was able to hand it to Stutzman. He'll try his hand at a triple, and it's swatted from behind. Who was that last touched by? Lexington. 4:12 to go. Toppers by 4. As we get another look here, a nice block from behind as Reed Martin, the 6'3" sophomore, used those long arms, and Stutzman did not know where he was. Martin gets it now and tosses it to Kretzinger in the corner. Spin move, he's got Friedmanski on him. That's a fun matchup. Reed Martin misses the J. Kretzinger tried to save it, but he threw it straight to Drake Hari in the Minutemen. Looking to push the pace. And tried an entry pass there, and it's turned over. Leo Davis threw it right to the Toppers. We got to be getting close to double-digit turnovers here in this first half for Lexington. Uncharacteristic of them.
It does feel like this is not their style of basketball, and I think it's the Mount Pulaski. The way they play playing defense, that zone is really throwing them off. These full court presses and really forcing them to make all these bad passes they're usually not going to make.
And that one's stripped from Voley. I thought it hit his foot before it went out of bounds, but it'll stay with the Toppers. Long three is drilled by Voley. He shot that from Mount Pulaski. And nothing but net. Voley's got 8, and the corner 3 from Friedmanski, no good. As we'll take another look at that, I mean, that is NBA range.
From the logo here in Clinton.
His back foot is on that big C at the middle of the court.
Just a beautiful shot. I love his release. It's nice and simple, really quick, and that's what you got to have. He's made, I think, 5 threes so far already.
He's been, Voley's had his footprints all over what's been an impressive performance thus far for the Hilltoppers. They lead by 7. Can he do it again? Just off the back iron, Friedmanski the rebound, and the outlet pass to Stutzman. He's going to fly all the way in, can't quite get it to go. Charon there for the board. Long pass, Friedmanski stripped it, and a late foul call as Kretzinger hit the deck.
It looks like the Lexington coaching staff getting a little frustrated here after even that last shot. I saw a coach throw his clipboard down, and I mean, it's just a tough run for them right now, down by 7. Just seems like there's a lid on the basket, like you said earlier. Now Mount Pulaski is starting to kind of get back in their rhythm. He had a shot there to kind of take over, and he just kind of missed it.
Lexington's not used to not being in control of basketball games, I'll put it that way. Franklin Wade hands to Martin, who has it stripped. And who wants the basketball? Last touched by Martin. Ball back to the Minutemen.
32, Voley back into the lineup.
And Voley went to the bench for about 30 seconds, and he will come back in now and give Austin Kretzinger a break. This Pulaski team will go about 6 or 7 deep.
Very true, partner.
Friedmanski goes inside, sidestep, and finishes at the rim, and drew the contact. Blaine Friedmanski, 2 and a chance for an extra.
There's your momentum shift. You got to build off that, and he's got to bring that energy.
His first.
Certainly brought the energy there. Completely caught Sharon off guard and goes to the rack. Not bad defense from Brayton Olson, just too much contact. And Blaine Friedmanski is going to have to start putting his footprints all over this basketball game if Lexington wants a chance. He's got 6, and that one tipped by Charon, and it was not touched by a Minuteman. So Lexington gets the ball back.
Liam McCardle has checked in for Lexington. He is 6'4". He looks like a giant out there on the court. Mount Pulaski does have some tall players, as we talked about earlier. Reed Martin and also Leighton Dilbert, a sophomore, both sophomores, so a good future here in Mount Pulaski.
Yeah, Liam McCardle is I'm not familiar with Lexington's football team. I know they co-op with Ridgeview, but I'm assuming he probably plays because he is a man out there. And he'll probably stay a lot on the low block and do some fighting down there for the Minutemen. Davis now to Friedmanski, long skip pass. And the 3-ball is good for Bo Stutzman, who's quietly had himself a very nice game. He's got 9 points.
This lead went from 7 to 1 very quickly.
The 3 from Sharon in the corner on the other end is too strong. Davis directing traffic. Now Davis gets it back from Stutzman. Back to Stutzman. Back to Davis, who's open. Thought about a 3, good ball movement there from the Minutemen. Skip pass, Stutzman's open again, and he gets it to go. That play right there is working like a charm for Lexington. Friedmanski on the right wing, finding a skip pass to the open man on the opposite side. That's the way you got to beat the zone. When you have the shooters that Lexington does, it makes it a lot easier.
They are flying down the court now, and I think they've kind of found a Mount Pulaski weakness, wearing them down. And they are back in the lead, back in control here.
Voley, strong take, a wide pass to Wade, who has to corral it and airball the 3. Minutemen the other way with Caden Knight, who's got a pair of triples himself. Davis will try his hand at a 3. No good. Knight hauls in the board. He'll go straight to the rack, short on the layup, but he gets his own rebound again. And that one slapped, and I thought it hit Knight last, but apparently it hit a Hilltopper.
I feel a lot of Mount Pulaski players would agree with you there. They were not happy about that call, and the coach very upset. Be interested to see if Lexington holds on for the final shot here.
They can. Shot clock now turned off. As nope, looks like they're going to try to push the pace. Friedmanski has it stripped. Minutemen wanted a foul. The 3-ball's in and out. And we have a hold on Friedmanski, who can't believe it. They're thinking if he didn't get fouled on the offensive side, they can't call him for that on the defensive side. So a ticky-tack foul, but a foul nonetheless. And that's Friedmanski's second. And the 5th foul of the second quarter will send Franklin Wade to the line. So you have a complete opposite end of the court. You commit a foul, and now Wade has a chance for 2 points.
Chance to tie the game here.
Lexington had jumped on top, took that 29-27 lead after trailing for a vast majority of this first half. And they will hold the lead here as Franklin Wade missed the first of 2 free throws, but the second of 2 was good. 3.9 to go. Couple dribbles and a shot here for the Minutemen. They're going to give it to Knight, and he nearly got it. A full court shot from beyond the volleyball line, glanced off the rim. This place would have exploded if he was able to hit that. But regardless, a super, super fun, high-octane first half sees Lexington take a 1-point lead into the halftime locker room. And talk to me a little bit about what do you think these coaching staffs are going to be talking to these teams about in the locker room? I'd think both coaches probably got to be at least a little bit happy with their guys' play.
Yeah, I think Lexington really came on late, got the momentum back. They've been a great 3-point shooting team. I think they got to stick with that idea. Mount Pulaski, we're just playing great defense. I think Lexington's found a way to beat them. So I think that's what we're going to be talking about, kind of refining that defensive identity. Lexington got to focus on pushing the ball up quick and beating that zone. So just building on the momentum we had at the back end of that half. It's a 1-point game. It's exactly what we expected out of these 2 great teams.
And both teams are getting some scoring from a lot of different people. You know, we've seen Olsen have his say on the offensive end for Mount Pulaski. Franklin Wade's got a couple, Kressinger a couple. Voley hit that deep triple. And on the other end, right there, a great game so far for Bo Stutzman, who's the only player on either side in double digits. He's got 12 here at halftime. And you also got Friedmanski. Leo Davis had himself a nice game thus far. You're getting a balanced attack from both sides. You won't want to miss the culmination of this one, the second half of Game 3 of the 2026 Clinton New Year's Shootout between Mount Pulaski and Lexington is coming your way right after this short break on Clutch Sports Media. Welcome back to Clinton. Second half action coming your way from Game 3 of the 2026 Clinton New Year's Shootout. 29-28. The Minutemen lead the Hilltoppers. Take a look at some of our sponsors. First for Baum Chevrolet Buick. Baum Chevrolet Buick is your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. They ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. For Harbrand Fertilizer, for all your fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. And last but not least, Snappers. If you're looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV, stop in Snappers Bar and Grill on the Square in Clinton, Illinois. Great service, even better food. And quickly to start the second half, a nice, very quick bucket for Austin Kretzinger, who's got 6. The other way, Friedmanski makes his presence known to start the third quarter. And 2 apiece quickly to start the second half, 31-30 Lexington.
Wade waiting for the play to develop from the Big C here at Clinton. 2 fast starts from both teams coming out of the locker room. Like we were talking about before break, the coaches really want this offense to be pushing up, especially for Lexington against this defense.
Franklin Wade short on the jumper. Voley battling for the rebound. And it's going to stay with Lexington as Drake Hardy threw it at Voley as he was laying on the ground. Some confusion here as a couple referees will converge.
It was kind of a weird play. I feel like the ball was already out of bounds when Harry threw that ball, but
very strange. I thought Hardy was standing on the line. And it'll go as originally called on the floor, so officials able to figure it out. Lexington will look to extend their 1-point lead as Davis into Cheever, who's been quiet until now. I think he heard me. He finishes with the right hand. Joe Cheever, a nice bucket. It puts Lexington up by a tray. Kretzinger kicks to the corner. Olsen, a corner 3 off the back iron. And it'll stay with Pulaski. A battle for the rebound and good sportsmanship there as Stutzman helps up Wade.
Large amount of Lexington fans making the short trip, about 30 minutes or so.
Not a bad drive at all.
Especially not for some good basketball, just for a good Lexington team to make that short trip.
Pulaski over between Decatur and Springfield, so not a terribly long drive for them as well. It's kind of hard to tell who's a fan of who. They're the same color, so it's a little bit tougher from that regard. Here's Voley, who leads Mount Pulaski with 11 points. And now top of the key, Kretzinger launches a 3 that's short. The shot clock was expiring, so he had to take it. And Hardy gets the rebound and now gives to Stutzman. And the spin move by Friedmanski somehow didn't travel, but he did double dribble.
Another weird play there, kind of went in full speed. Weird spin move.
He was going so fast he wasn't sure if he wanted to try to lay it up or pass it. Ended up committing a violation, but that's one of Friedmanski's very few mistakes he's had today. He's had a nice all-around game at 8 points. Teron will try to get into the scoring sheet, can't do so, and Davis gets the rebound and is trucked.
Physical play there. Might be the wrong sport, but happens sometimes in basketball.
Keanu Chera, definitely a physical player. Hasn't been lining up the scoring sheet, but has made his presence known in other ways. That's why he's still out on the court for Coach Doug Yoder's squad. Here's Stutzman, who leads all scorers with 12. Inside Hardy, beautiful inside-outside ball movement. Missed 3 from Friedmanski, but Hardy is able to get the rebound. Then he turns it over, numbers the other way for the Hilltoppers, and they throw it away as Franklin Wade almost dove into the cheerleaders over there.
Trying to kind of lead Wade right to the basket there, but just a little too long. Got to be smart. You cannot be trying to force things. You're only down by 3.
Stutzman, Friedmanski into the paint, and he's coming into his own. He's got 4 in the first part of this third quarter, and he is now into double digits, the second Minuteman into double digits. And a pass is nearly stolen by Friedmanski, working on Kretzinger. Kretzinger able to come away with it. Now the Toppers have numbers. Franklin Wade, pass inside. Olsen snuck behind the defense but missed the layup. Charon gets on the floor. What's the call? Jump ball. Hopefully everybody's okay. His body's hit the floor. And possession will go to the Minutemen as the 6'3" sophomore Reed Martin checks back into the game. And Keani Charon heads back to the bench. Probably just giving him a breather. And pass to the corner there. There's Davis being hounded by Olsen, and Wade somehow comes out of the scrum and finds Hari. What a play by Leo Davis to not turn that ball over and find his teammate for an easy 2.
Created room in a phone booth right there. Not a lot of room between the two men and the baseline there, but great facilitating there.
He's got only 2 points, but he's been one of the best players on the floor, I would say. Grabs the rebound there. Lexington has their biggest lead of the game at 7, looking to extend on it. Stepping into a 3, Friedmanski buries it. Just like that, Minutemen by 10. And Coach Yoder wants a timeout. Let's get another look at that there. Whatever words Coach was saying in the locker room, whatever he was drawing up to break that high zone press from Mount Pulaski, it's working like a charm. They're getting open shot after open shot. And their superstar Blaine Friedmanski, who averages 16, he's got 13 in the game and 7 here just in this third quarter alone.
Blaine is on his way close to 1,000 points in his high school career. We just saw a sneak peek of the sign from one of the Lexington fans.
Special, very special player, and what a special moment that would be. Not a lot of people could say that they ended their high school career with over 1,000 points. And it's just crazy to me. I mean, over half of this Lexington team is 6 feet or taller. But their best pure scorer is the guy that's about 5'7", 5'8". And size matters in basketball, but when you're good enough and you're willing to work hard enough, then you can play basketball your own way. You can have your own impact on the game, and Friedmanski is doing just that.
Got to create your own style of play, all right? And you got great speed, great handles, great shot. I mean, obviously we think of basketball players as these giants, but not necessarily the fact. And
Franklin Wade tried to hit the guy coming off of an off-ball screen on the wing and threw it into his coaches. So a turnover. Camden McHugh back into the game for Lexington will inbound. A full court press. It's a trap press. McHugh lost the handle on it. It's stolen away by Voley, who gives to Martin, who flies in for his first 2. Unforced error there by Lexington, it seems. All you had to do is wait a couple seconds and an opening would have opened up. And McHugh lost the handle on it. It cost them 2 points, but they're still up by 8. Offensive rebound. McHugh makes up for his mistake, and a putback 2. Tip up the Minutemen back up by 10.
Full timeout here called by Mount Pulaski. They have a lot to talk about. They got lucky on that kind of just not disciplined play there by Lexington, but they have seemed to come out of this locker room not with as much energy as Lexington had. Lexington is firing on all cylinders right now on both sides of the ball, and Pulaski's just a lot of miscommunication, and I mean, they got to figure it out here in this huddle.
And also just give your guys a breather. I mean, they only go a couple of guys deep off the bench, so give them a breather because they're running around trying to hang with this very quick, very strong, fast Lexington team. And phenomenal, while we have an extra second, phenomenal logo matchup today. One of the best I have ever seen. Mount Pulaski, you all of you at home can see it on your screens. Mount Pulaski with the MP and the cane and the top hat on it, super unique. And then Lexington, the Minuteman, right there is one of the cooler designed logos I've seen in the state of Illinois, I will say. I love good cosmetics when it comes to sports, you know.
Yeah, I think that adds to an environment.
And a three-pointer is airballed by Austin Kretzinger. Stutzman comes out with it and gives to Davis. Friedmanski, long pass to Cheever. And there we go, Lexington working the ball around quickly, but that time Pulaski was able to come out and get a hand on it.
Lexington, number 11, Caden Knight.
Slowing things down is Stutzman. Top of the key. Stutzman now Friedmanski. 2 on him. Inside, now down low to Cheever, and that was picture-perfect tic-tac-toe basketball for the Minutemen.
Yep, Cheever's had a slow first half, but he's come out the second half, and he's made an impact on the scoreboard, but he was making an impact all over the court before then.
And the Cheeve chants rained down from the bench of Lexington. Has 2 more there for the Hilltoppers. The jumper is made. Here's Caden Knight, step through off the backboard and in. He's got 8 off the bench.
He's been great depth, shooting the 3-ball, really good 2 threes made already, and a great getting in the paint, good movement, hop step, great layup there. And it's extending this lead into 12 now, which did not seem possible in that first half.
It was back and forth, and honestly, for a lot of that, Pulaski seemed like they were controlling it. They were controlling the pace, moving the ball. They were more than making up for their lack in size. And a big reason for that was Aaron Voley. Thought he got fouled on that one. Is not going to get the call. Caden Knight. Now free throw line. Diving inside. Couldn't finish was Camden McHugh, but it's going to be last touched by a Hilltopper.
We were talking earlier about how Lexington is used to being in control, and now they are.
Very controlled possession right there. Straight to the elbow near the free throw line. You pull the last line of defense up and you drop it down. That's the type of play you can do when you have big men that are great at passing as well. Here's Knight, who lost it, now corrals it. Voley is hounding him. Friedmanski with Franklin Wade on him. And here's Cheever. Kicks to the corner, Knight. Good defense by Pulaski, and the shot clock expires. No one looked up at it, and it's going to turn the ball over to Pulaski, trying to get this thing back within double digits.
Yeah, Pulaski really showed a lot of great defensive play in that first half, and I think we saw it back on that possession where they're just hounding you. They're double teaming you. They're going to be right on you man-to-man, sometimes even in the zone, and kind of an awkward play there. Get that ball to Wade.
Kretzinger now goes to Teron. And here's Wade. Voley, an open triple, just short. And Knight comes down with the rebound, but he's being harassed by 3 Hilltoppers, and we have a jump ball that will stay with the Hilltoppers. Nice job by Wade getting his hands in there.
A little trash talk there, I think I noticed, between those two. Might get a little
mean
chippy.
mugging. Mean mugging. It's all right. Martin back into the game. Off the screen is Franklin Wade in the corner. 3 is short. Numbers the other way for the Minutemen. Who wants the basketball? It's picked up by Bryce Clout, who's into the game for the first time and turned over.
Kind of a weird play. 2 players in the same area kind of looked at each other like, who's it going to? Kind of like when 2 outfielders don't know who's calling for the ball in baseball.
Olsen checks back in for Martin. Wade calling out instructions.
Lexington bench barking out defense.
Love the energy.
They have great energy. A large bench over there, a lot of depth for Lexington. A experienced team, but still some underclassmen that make this team have a good future.
Franklin Wade too strong. He's getting some good looks, just can't quite put him in. And McHugh able to get it out of there. Friedmanski slicing and dicing his way through the defense, lost the basketball, now gets it back. And the backdoor cut, it's picked off by Teron, who now gives to Kretzinger. Has to haul it as the third quarter comes to a close. The full court shot is well short. Well, Lexington's starting to really impose their will and playing basketball the way they want to. How does Mount Pulaski get back into this game?
Yeah, I think we talked about it. Their defense has to step up and show what they had in that first half. They were very aggressive, and they got to keep doing that.
Certainly, and we have an extra moment here. Once more, like to thank all of our sponsors that help make this broadcast possible. Cinco de Mayo, come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food in a great atmosphere at Cinco de Mayo. For Douglas Dodge, whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or if you're in need of routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. And Mangold Ford of Clinton. Make your way to Mangold Ford of Clinton in Clinton today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service at every step of the way. Family values, good standard service. Mangold has you covered. I think maybe the biggest key to this Lexington run and what's led to them having a 12-point lead is their ability to break not only the press, but break the zone defense of the Hilltoppers. It was giving them fits there for a bulk of that first half, but they figured out quick movement, backdoor cuts, and just being ready for the basketball. Good look at the shoes there of Leo Davis, mismatched shoes. I love it.
I like when players show their personality with their shoes, and
it's awesome.
Great uniforms here between the two. Both wearing purple.
3 ball is good. And Joe Steffen off the bench hits a triple. He's got his first 3 of the game. And Lexington really starting to pull away. It's a 15-point lead at the start of our fourth quarter as we have an off-the-ball foul that's going to go against a Minuteman.
Good look at the Lexington bench now. We've been talking about their depth all game long and players coming off the bench and making a difference.
Inbound pass was a dangerous one. Kretzinger able to keep possession, and he is fouled on the floor by Steffen.
Got to be disciplined here. 2 fouls within 30 seconds here for Lexington. Don't want to give up free throws in the bonus.
Right, that's kind of the cardinal sin when you have a head. Don't put them at the free throw line for no reason, because that's a way that they can get points with the clock stopped. Franklin Wade's spin move is able to finish at the floater. And he's into double digits with 10, the Toppers point guard. They drop back to that 2-3 zone. And dribbling in and losing the basketball was Bryce Clout. Franklin Wade thought about a 3, instead finds Charron on the backdoor cut. Back out to Voley. And you don't want to leave him open. Bottoms from the junior guard.
Voley for 3.
Beautiful shot there to 16 points now. A lot of three-pointers made by him. It's been a main key part, and it's going to be a key part of this comeback for Mount Pulaski.
And he works so well with Franklin Wade because Franklin Wade can facilitate, can drive and create. Has a missed 3 on the other end, and possession belongs to Lexington. But Voley can work so well because off of Franklin Wade, because Wade will drive to the hoop, create for others. He could score by himself, but Wade attracts the defense, and Voley is there to spot up and score from anywhere on the court. Has basically a hockey substitution as a lot of the starters come back in for Lexington, presumably for the rest of the game, unless this gets out of hand. Here's Cheevers at a nice second half. He finishes strongly with the right hand.
Beautiful, beautiful finish by Cheevers. 6 points now all coming in this second half.
Lexington playing a switch everything man defense. And it's worked well in this second quarter. They have cut off the water line seemingly from everybody but that man. Aaron Voley, 18. And nearly turned over on the inbound. Cheevers able to corral it. Davis will now slow things down and start directing traffic by giving it to Friedmanski. He's just going to take Kretzinger one-on-one, and he's stuffed by Kretzinger. Davis thought about an open 3. And a Stutzman, who's had his impact in many different ways, goes up with the floater, and we have a foul on the floor. Count the basket, pardon me. We have a reach-in on Stutzman as he was going up for that shot, and the shot went in. So they're going to count the bucket, and Olsen was the one who committed the foul.
Chance for a 3-point play here, and Mount Pulaski's coach is not happy right now with how this game is being officiated, but I feel like they're really letting these kids play. It's been a physical game on both sides of the ball. So
Stutzman misses the free throw coming after his and 1. Offense has got to pick up here for the Hilltoppers. They have got to limit empty possessions, and that is not going to help.
That was not pretty, just a cut that I don't think he saw there and led to something you can't sacrifice here. We were talking about how the Lexington fans have made the trip here, cheering on proudly their Minutemen.
Flying into the rim for his 8th point is Joe Cheever. And when he gets the ball along that baseline, it's seemingly he's automatic. He's going to get to the rim. And on the other way, Franklin Wade, and one.
Franklin Wade.
Wade now with 12 points, chance to make it 13 if he makes this free throw, but free throws have been kind of a struggle for this Mount Pulaski team.
For both sides.
Yeah,
I mean, we saw Stutzman miss 2 earlier, and it's been seemingly a lid on the basket whenever someone heads to the free throw line.
Struggles continue.
Can't call that an announcer's jinx, because that's we were talking about them missing it. Breaking some ankles is Friedmanski. And hitting the deck there along the baseline is Hari, who's very kindly helped up by 2 Hilltoppers.
Number 2, Brandon Olson, checking into the lineup.
Reed Martin back into the game, and I think that's
23, Reed Martin.
possibly Coach Yoder noticing that Joe Cheever is having his way down on the block, so you got to put in the guy that's 6'3". Slicing into the zone is Cheever again.
Now into double-digit points, all in this second half. He's been a major reason Lexington has been pulling away.
And Chiron threw that at Friedmanski's feet. Him and Hari have to dive on it, jump ball, and I believe, yes, it will stay with the Hilltoppers. You need points on most, if not all, of your possessions. You know, crazy run here for the Hilltoppers as they have fallen out of rhythm in this second half. Lexington's taken full advantage. Kretzinger. Here's Chiron, has it poked from behind, stolen away. Friedmanski gets it, and he's just going to fly in and lay it up and in. The defense leads to offense for Friedmanski and the Minutemen. Now Martin nearly had his stripped, and Cheever just walled up and forced a turnover. Strong play there from Joe Cheever, the 6-foot senior.
This is turning ugly pretty quickly here. Lexington has all the momentum, and there's no sign they're letting off the gas.
Now it's passed down the court, and they'll slow things down. Friedmanski, a dribble pull-up J is money. 61-43, Lexington nearly up by 20 as this is starting to get away from the Hilltoppers, if it hasn't already. Ball's got to be in that man's hands. Aaron Voley has it poked from behind. Active hands on the defensive end in this fourth quarter for the Minutemen. And Wade flies in and swirls it around the basket. Gets it to drop. And 14 for the Toppers point guard as Lexington's going to slow it down. They can run this down to basically 3 minutes. Instead, Stutzman launches a 3 that's rebounded by Bailey. Got to go quick here for the Hilltoppers. Dribble pull up. Franklin Wade rattles it home.
16 points for him.
Risky pass as Chiron pulls down Stutzman to the ground. He will help him get back up as Stutzman hobbling a little bit.
That was football-esque play here.
I was just about to say that, like a linebacker trying to tip a pass. No intent, no malicious intent there whatsoever.
That's just a basketball play.
Leave Friedmanski open. A deep 3 is no good. Toppers the other way. Here's Chiron. Now Voley, they got to go, and they got to go quick, and I think the ball should be in the hands of either Voley or Wade, but he airballs the double contested layup. Cheever looking up. Gives to Friedmanski. Now they'll slow it down, will the Minutemen? Minutemen, one of the cooler names I've heard for a high school in Illinois. And
kickball stays with.
I was doing some research, I type in Lexington on Max Preps, and I noticed that there's plenty of Lexingtons across America. Ohio, Pennsylvania, plenty of high schools are called Lexington. a vast majority of them are also called the Minutemen. So the wheels start turning in my head. I'm like, there has to be a reason for this, right? Well, apparently a lot of Lexington high schools are called the Minutemen to honor the militia that fought the first Revolutionary War battles at Lexington Green back in 1775. So, total history lesson that you weren't expecting as a put-back bucket there for Hari. But once I noticed that nearly all of them were called the Minutemen, I was like, that can't be a coincidence, right?
No, it cannot. Hey, tune in for the basketball, stay for the history lesson. You learn something new every day. I just learned that fun fact.
There we go. And Illinois' got some fantastic team names for high schools. I mean, you got Hope City, you got the Corn Jerkers, you got the Cobden Apple Knockers, you got plenty of New Berlin Pretzels.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Well, I could do this all day. I mean, there's so many good ones in the state of Illinois. But Minutemen is one of the cooler ones, I will say.
Great look at the logo there, too.
Beautiful.
Beautiful logo. It's intimidating. Honestly, when I look at that, I'm intimidated.
My first thought would be, oof, that's probably a good basketball team or football team or insert sport here. 5 for 5 substitutions for both teams, excluding Drake Hari, who will stay on the floor for Lexington. But brand new names for everyone. With just under 2 to go in our ball game, it was a coin flip at halftime. Lexington comes out of the gates on a 7-0 run to start the third quarter, and they never looked back. As Hari, big number 21, hits his free throw.
And the hockey line change is now finished as Jake Peacock checks in for Lexington.
Kelton Olson, the freshman, will bring the ball up. And he will hand to Preston Cowan, and he lost it. Turned over to the Minutemen, and Jack Peacock, the 5'9 senior, getting some playing time, will bring the ball up. He hands to Gabe Powell, back to Peacock, top of the key. Launching a three is Brody Elmore, and the putback is good from Gabe Powell, who's standing under the rim.
Lexington up 67-49 here with time ticking down to almost less than a minute here. We talked about how high scoring they are. They've scored 92 points, but they're usually in the 60s pretty easily every night.
They average 66 to the Minutemen, and that is no small number. A fadeaway is well short from Landon Dibert. And looking up ahead, now handed to 34, that's Micah Wiltz. And Hilltoppers take over possession with 40 seconds to go in our ball game. And launching a three and hitting it is Landon Dibert.
6'4.5" sophomore.
He's tall. He's a guy that could really start making an impact next year and the year after for Coach Yoder's squad. 6'4" Landon Dibert.
Him and Reed Martin look like the future for this team. Another three from him.
Hey, feed the hot hand, why don't you? 6 off the bench. 6 in a matter of 30 seconds for Dibert. Special moment for that young man. Swung into the corner. And Elmore's going to try his hand at a three that will not go. And everyone's yelling at Dibert to shoot it again. He thought about it. But that will conclude our ball game. A very, very hard-nosed, dominant second half from the Lexington Minutemen. They took what was a close game at halftime and turned it into a 12-point victory at the end of the ball game, and improving to 13-3. Garrett, this Lexington team looks like a wagon in Class 1A.
Yeah, we were talking about how they were kind of in a stumble coming into this game, but they left no doubt in that second half that this is one of the best teams and a team to watch out for in Champaign come the playoffs.
Certainly, I mean, this is a team that I feel like nobody would want to see at any point in their playoff run. You know, brackets come out here in about 3-4 weeks. So you don't want to see the Lexington Minutemen. And for Mount Pulaski, real quick, not a bad game at all. I mean, they won the first quarter and seemingly won most of the second quarter, just ran out of gas, and Lexington was too much for them. But they haven't finished 500 or better in 4 years. I believe 2021-2022 season was the last time Pulaski finished with a record over 500. And there's still 3-4 games above 500 now. I think that streak is going to be broken.
Yeah. I agree, partner. Great game by both teams. It's going to be interesting to see how they come through for the rest of the season. Lexington, definitely a team to watch, and Mount Pulaski, also definitely a team to watch.
We'll take one more word from our sponsors here before we wrap things up. First, for Baum Chevrolet Buick. Baum Chevrolet Buick is your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. We ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. For Harbrand Fertilizer, for all your fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. And for Snappers, looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV, stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the Square in Lincoln, Illinois. Great service and great food. Tipping off here in about 15-20 minutes, we have another good one on tap. It's Springfield Calvary versus Maroa-Forsyth in Game 4 of the 2026 Clinton New Year's Shootout. But a 55-67 win for Lexington is how we conclude Game 3. I'm Dalton Carmine. He's Garrett Oliver saying so long for now on Clutch Sports Media. Join us again in about 15-20 minutes for Game 4.
And welcome back. Game 4 of the Clinton New Year's Shootout getting set to tip off. Glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Jonathan Michael here alongside Teddy Ball. And Teddy, this has been a fun day of hoops so far. We're entering half number 2 of the day. It's Springfield, Calvary, and Maroa-Forsyth.
Yeah, John, I'm excited. Everything so far has been pretty good. We got treated to quite a few good games to open up the day, and now we're here in the afternoon slate. Well, past the afternoon slate, towards the night slate of things, and hopefully another good one.
It should be a good one here. It pits the 8-4 Maroa-Forsyth Trojans against the 11-3 Springfield Calvary Knights. So, I mean, Teddy, you look at the shootout, and a lot of good teams in the shootout this year. I think it's really improved a lot over the years in terms of quality and get some good teams here. We just saw Lexington take the floor. They just beat Mount Pulaski 67-55 in a good game. But this should be one of the best ones of the entire day. So made a good choice to tune into this one. And Teddy, we were talking. This one could come down to a great one-on-one matchup between Cabron Lee and Luke Blackford, two prolific scorers.
Yeah, these two guys are, like you said, scoring threats from beyond, but also they're two guys that can get it done all around. If you look at the rebounding numbers for both of these guys, both in the 9s. Luke Blackford 9.2, and I'm not sure the exact one for Cabron Lee, but 9 rebounds at the least. And so these two guys are not only the ones that are going to be able to score for their teams, but also do things, the dirty work, getting boards, assists, steals. They can do it all.
They really do it all. Luke Blackford averaging 22.8 points a game and 9.2 rebounds per game. Lee, on the other hand, averages 18.5 and 9.1 in rebounds per game. Maroa-Forsyth starting lineup is as follows. Ryan Shepard, number 2, a 5'11" senior guard. Luke Smith, a senior guard as well. Cannon Grubbs, number 21, a 6'3" senior forward. Jacoby Lane wearing number 23 tonight. Is 6'2" and a senior swingman. And then Cabron Lee, number 24 in yellow. Springfield Calvary starting 5 will be Joshua Long, number 1, a senior guard. Antoine Hunter, a 6'2" junior forward. Keep an eye on him as well. Brom Crowder, a 6' sophomore forward. The aforementioned Luke Blackford, a 6'4" senior. And then Balin Crowder, 5'11" sophomore guard. So 2 Crowders, Blackford, Long, and Hunter for the Springfield Calvary Knights, with an enrollment of just 52 students, Teddy, one of the smallest schools in the entire state. Well, one of the best basketball teams in Class 1A that you'll see. Maroa-Forsyth wins the tip, and we are underway here in Clinton. Lane and Lee, low give-and-go action. Here's Lane on the drive. And into the corner. Did not really quite see a lot of bodies over there. It's a turnover, and Springfield Calvary will get their first possession.
John, one of the things I've noticed throughout this tournament today, and some of these smaller schools around, the 1A bracket of things, a lot of them are so strong, the ones that are successful, strong at attacking down low. And they didn't get a bucket on that last possession, but off the game plan early on from Maroa-Forsyth, that's what it looks like.
Here's a deep 3 on the way from Long, is no good. Rebound tipped around. It's in the hands of Blackford. Tried to get it up, but had it poked out, and now over to Lane. Ooh. 3 ball is good. Cabron Lee.
A couple of three-point opportunities traded on either side.
Lee had 36 points on Wednesday in a win against Macon Meridian. Just crazy numbers. We'll see if he can continue a recent trend. He scored 30 against Decatur St. Teresa in the game before that. Antoine Hunter, though, the response for Springfield Calvary. And Teddy, we might be seeing a lot more three-pointers.
Off that first possession, I was like, wow, we might be seeing a third one, back-to-back possessions. I was thinking we might be seeing a lot of attacking at the rim, but it seems like right now this might be a perimeter-centric game.
Two teams that do like to run and gun. We've seen Springfield Calvary and also Maroa-Forsyth here at the shootout over the years. Our third year doing the shootout here in Clinton, always a fun time. As Lane, tough shot fading away and got it to fall. Shooter's roll.
Got to respect the mid-range J.
That was not an easy look, but Lane made it look so. Here's a 3 ball on the way. Crowder gets his own miss. You know what they say, long shots produce long rebounds. Here's Long driving in on the right side and some trouble Finds Balin Crowder. Here's a 3-ball from Long. It's off to the left. Lee gets the board. Oh, no! But as a mistake, Crowder took it away from Lee, and then there was a block. Still stays with Calvary. Wild possession here.
It was a good recovery by Lee. Didn't get the ball back, but still a response on the block defensively.
Long and Hunter play catch up top. And Crowder being guarded by Lee, and there was the shot clock violation. And Springfield Calvary, Teddy, had no clue. As something that's kind of new to the shootout this year is the shot clock, and we've seen it happen a couple times so far today.
Me and Sky talked about it in the first game of the day. Just so many of these teams just not familiar with it, haven't had experience with the shot clock, and we know next year it'll be mandatory for all games, but as of right now, a lot of these teams are just floating at the water.
Yeah, I think there was one time we saw Lexington in the last game. Shot clock violation happened, and their coaches kind of looked at each other and laughed, and they'd say, oh, hey, that was our fault. We didn't let you guys know. So, again, the shot clock is still, I wouldn't say it's experimental phase. It's going to be coming statewide starting next year, but for the last few years, you've been able to use it for shootouts and even regular season games if both teams agree to it. As Lee falls down and knocks it down, he's got 5.
He's been a big contributor for them on both sides of the court early on in this one. For me, John, I just want to say I think the shot clock is a great thing. I'm glad that it's coming to all games next year. It's been fun to see in tournament play.
Yeah, we have seen some pretty fast-paced games so far here today as Blackford was blocked. Here's Lee. Crowder took a spill back the other way for Calvary. Lee flying in and sinks it. Cabron Lee is proven to be unstoppable so far. 7 early ones for Maroa-Forsyth.
We're not even halfway through the first quarter, and Lee already has 2 blocks. I mean, we talked about his scoring ability coming into this game, but defensively, this guy is a menace.
A 6'4" junior who plays for the CI Prospects AAU team. Have to imagine he's going to be getting some next-level interest over the rest of his high school career as Saints swing it around. Modest crowd here on hand, most of them on the opposite side of the gym. There's a free throw line jumper, good from Joshua Long. That's a key bucket for him to get going because Long is a high volume shooter, not necessarily the highest percentage shooter, but he can score if he can, and it's kind of get those efficient looks. Lee, fader from the elbow. That one almost fell. We're going to get a foul as Shepard was battling Crowder for the board.
I like the Maroa-Forsyth approach, though. I mean, he's got the hot hand right now. They keep giving him the ball, and he hasn't disappointed. I mean, didn't come up with points on that possession, but overall, big reason why they're up right now.
Especially on the defensive side, too. I mean, I was talking with you and a couple others before this shootout saying, Luke Blackford is just an electric factor. I mean, we've seen him a couple times over the years on our CSM airwaves, and he is rarely ever disappointed as he tees up a 3 here and comes up a bit short. But, again, Blackford, a guy that can easily score over 30 a night. So if Lee can help him hold him to under, say, 20 or so, Maroa-Forsyth is going to be in really good shape. Here's Lane on the penetration, kicking out. Luke Smith drains the 3. First shot attempt goes down.
I think the big key for tonight is going to be who can step up on Springfield's side of things. They have Blackford, obviously, but when you look at Maroa-Forsyth, Lee and Lane both in near 20 points per game, 1 over. That's going to be a 2-headed monster they're going to have to face. The 3 ball is up and good.
And that was Blackford. That's an important shot to get him going. So Calvary cuts the lead to 4 here, about over midway through this first quarter. Fast moving one so far. 3 ball is good for Cannon Grubbs.
From the left yard.
That's now, by my count, I believe, 3 triples for Maroa-Forsyth here in the early going. Over to Blackford, now Long. 2-3 zone defense here for Maroa-Forsyth. Got Crowder in the corner. He'll shoot and come up short. Blackford, the offensive board, puts it back up. 3rd chance is good.
How about Blackford not only getting the 2nd rebound, but the first one with 3 guys on him. Not the tallest guy in that bunch, but the most physical, able to get it down.
Lee gets downhill and can't get the roll. Smith was there for the board, tried to kick it out to a teammate, and no one was there.
Checking into the lineup for the Trojans, number 3, Kenny Morris.
Hendrick Morris checks into the game for Maroa-Forsyth, a 5'8" senior guard. He averaged 8.8 points per game last year and was the team's 4th leading scorer. So, veteran presence coming off the bench now for the Trojans. And our winners so far today in the Clinton Shootout. Game 1 opened up with a win by Peoria Christian. Nice second half from them, and then Roanoke-Benson blew out Normal Calvary in Game 2 as Boris almost came away with a steal. And he'll stay here with the Knights. And in Game 3, you just saw Lexington grab a win. They'll have 2 more coming for you after this. Clinton and LeRoy girls. First girls matchup here at the Clinton Shootout, followed by Clinton and Peoria Heights boys as our nightcap. Blackford airballs the 3.
And not really too sure. Had a lot of time left on the shot clock. It wasn't the best looking shot.
Deep 3 there from Lane came up a bit short. Maroa-Forsyth looking very confident in their shots to start this one. Here's 3 ball on the other end. Rattles home. Josiah Reynolds.
Reynolds just came in off the bench a couple possessions ago, instantly making an impact here.
So Calvary is kind of cut into this deficit after going down by a few early on after a hot start from Lee. He's double team, kicks out Morris from way downtown, is short. Now Calvary with a chance to tie or take the lead. Here's Blackford in transition.
Seen some heat checks here in this first quarter.
Crowder probably would have shot that if he caught it. Instead, he'll pass over to Reynolds, and Calvary gets the lead. 16-15, a 9-0 run from the Knights.
I bet they will guard up on him for the rest of the game. I mean, back-to-back threes, back-to-back possessions. No one's really been around him.
And it's going to be a struggle for Maroa-Forsyth if Reynolds gets going, because then, you're probably wanting to put some extra attention on Blackford. That opens things up for guys like Reynolds and Hunter and Long. Lee is going to hold for the last shot. Down to 11. Still got some time, trying to drive in on Blackford. Weight room matchup there, and Blackford comes away the victor. Now with 3 with 2. They can heave one up at the horn. Oh, Ryan Shepard stole it in midcourt and nearly got an off-balance shot to fall, but Springfield Calvary ends the first with a flourish and leads it by 1.
Gotta give them credit. The pair of threes at the end of that quarter helped them get on top, but overall, razor thin margin through 1.
I want to thank all of our sponsors that help make this shootout and our broadcast here in Clutch Sports Media possible, starting with Cinco de Mayo. Come out and enjoy some real Mexican-style food and a great atmosphere at Cinco de Mayo. Also by Douglas Dodge. Whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or if you're in need of routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. Also by Mangold Ford of Clinton. Make your way over there for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service. And every step of the way, family values, gold standard service, Mangold has you covered. Jonathan Michael and Teddy Ball here with you on this winter Saturday. Teddy, I don't know about you, it was raining when I started driving down here today. Then by the time I got down here to Clinton, that rain had turned into snow.
Really? I don't think I saw either of those. It wasn't raining when I left, and it wasn't snowing when I got here. Glad I missed both of those. The roads were wet, but didn't have any problems.
I'll tell you what, we have seen some crazy rain over the last few weeks here in central Illinois. Right after Christmas, there was a huge rain thunderstorm on the 27th, I remember, or 28th, I believe. And then earlier this week, I drove through a torrential downpour to cover Illini Bluffs' girls game the other night. But in here in Clinton, inside Gene Vance Court, they've been raining threes here in the first quarter as Reynolds going to shoot again. Third straight was no good. Rebound brought in by Crowder. We're going to get a Trojans foul.
That 3 was almost right on cue, John. Close.
Wouldn't be a broadcast without at least somewhat of a broadcaster's jinx. Calvary will set up an inbound to Balin Crowder. And Balin, number 4, and Bromcrowder, number 21. Down in the post. Long kicks out. Nice shot fake there from Crowder. His 3 ball is a bit short. Calvary feasting on the offensive boards, and Long nearly stepped into a 3. Now he'll shoot. And that one comes up short, off the hand of Reynolds and back to Maroa-Forsyth.
I would love for Calvary to try to capitalize off the attention from Reynolds a little bit more. I mean, he came in, had a hot hand to start his possessions, and they haven't really utilized him to set up any other shots with Blackford or anyone else.
That's been a little hot and cold for both these teams so far. They'll miss a few, and then they'll make a few as Lee drives in, blocking foul. Going to go on Reynolds, who helps his counterpart back up.
Foul's called against 25, Josiah Reynolds.
Overall, a pretty clean game in that first quarter. One foul apiece here in the second as Lee heads to the line.
Chance to take their lead back. You got to love Lee's game, though. I mean, his ability to shoot from outside, but also physical and being able to attack the rim. One of those fun players that can really do it all.
He really is, as he ties the ball game up again. 6'40", looks a little bit taller right now, playing against a Calvary team that doesn't have a ton of size. Again, Blackford's at 6'4", Hunter at 6'2". But Lee definitely a player that has next level talent, as his second is nothing but nylon.
He does look like a big 6'4", too.
He does. Almost kind of reminds me of James Johnson from Washington.
Yeah.
Up in our Clutch Sports Media
100%.
coverage area. And that's the fun thing about this tournament, or this shootout, I should say. Get to see some teams that a little bit outside of our coverage area in the Peoria and Bloomington normal area. But we have seen Calvary and Maroa-Forsyth here again at the shootout over the years. Remember last year, Calvary won a thriller against Peoria Christian, 81-80, that came down in the final seconds. This one could have that same sort of taste, as Morris drove in for the layup, was no good. Now Calvary, a 3-on-2. Blackford on Lee, 1-on-1, spinning into the lane. Blackford converts. He's got 7.
Great finish at the rim. Thing I liked about that was the sportsmanship helping Lee up on the other end.
I've seen a lot of that today. A lot of players helping each other up. Good to see here in Clinton is Lee. That was a tough shot with Blackford right in his grill. Nice crossover from Morris. Shot clock down to 11. 3-ball on the way is well off by Grady Rose. Now here's Hunter in transition. He lays it in.
Good finish by Hunter, but a great football pass there by Reynolds. Getting the board right away, seeing down court, good vision. Able to find an open man for an easy transition bucket.
2017 to the Calvary advantage here. 5:15 or so to go in this second quarter. Another deep 3 from Rose is way off. He might have a red light now from 3 till further notice. Blackford off the assist from Hunter is no good. These teams, Teddy, living and dying about the 3 here today.
Yeah, I was entirely wrong to open the game. Like I said, I really thought, okay, the guy's attacking on the first play of the game, going down low. It might be something like that. Nope, these guys are raining from beyond, whether it hits or not.
Forsyth, they can drain one. We'll tie things up. Here's Lee. Nice pass into the lane to a cutting Ryan Shepard is off the mark. Good high percentage mid-range there, though. Long steps into a shot. He got fouled and almost got the 3-point play on a similar jumper.
Yeah, almost an identical look.
Foul's called against number 11, Luke Smith.
That foul will go on Luke Smith. And first free throw is good from Long, who is just a 47% free throw shooter this year. That time looks pretty strong, though.
I wonder how large that sample size is.
Yeah, Long is a starter and was on this team last year, too, if memory serves me correct. But that'll up the percentages, probably up around near 50, so Maroa-Forsyth, maybe if they're thinking, hey, late game situation, Long's the guy you want to foul, maybe that's not the case now as Blackford comes away with a steal. Spins into the lane, foul and one. Blackford will head to the line, and that foul will go on Kendrick Morris. Third of the quarter by Maroa-Forsyth, and now Blackford nearing double figures.
I like that possession. It seems like when he first got the ball, he was going to wait for the numbers game, wait for Hunter to sprint up, make it 2-on-1. Didn't get there in time, so he decided to spin move off, take it himself, draws contact, shoots two. Shoots one more, my bad.
Blackford up to 10 now as Calvary is opened up an 8-point lead. And neither of these teams are state ranked right now, either by the AP rankings or by Nesto Hoops, as that one blocked, but a foul. Hunter came flying in there on Lee.
One of the better blocks we've seen so far today. I remember earlier on, I think that was the first game, there was a block that was called a goaltend, and we looked it back on replay. That one was a clean block. That one was pretty good too, but got to give credit to Hunter there. High flyer, able to get up and deny that one.
A free throw here from Lee as the gym hits a quiet shush, and he knocks down his first. Lee up to 10 now. Lane is just 2 for Maroa-Forsyth, so that'll be big for the Trojans right now. As again, Lee is putting a lot of points in the bucket, but no one else has more than one field goal so far. As well, a timeout here by the Trojans.
So far in this game, John, I mean, took a trip to the line there, but compared to some of the other ones we've seen today, relatively clean, and also not a lot of turnovers. The earlier game I called and had the opportunity to work was quite a few turnovers in that one, and teams just taking advantage of defensive lanes and passing lanes, stuff like that. And so far, these two teams have kept it pretty clean. Both two well-coached programs battling it out.
Yeah, and Springfield Calvary, they're under a new head coach. Antonis Anderson took over for Teves Gardner, who stepped down after last season, and great career at Springfield Calvary. Maroa-Forsyth, they're led by Aaron Ennis in his 7th season. He's nearing 100 wins with the Trojans at 94 right now, so definitely think there was plenty of season left for him to get to number 100 here this season.
For Anderson, pretty good start to his first year. 11-3 on the year.
Yeah, the Knights are going to be a tough out for sure in the Class 1A postseason. As a foul on the floor here. Last year, Calvary fell in a heartbreaker in their regional title game to Winchester West Central. Tino was very solid over the last few years. They fell 58-57 just by 1. So it's a team that is going to come back with a vengeance. And I mean, this is probably going to be the best shot that they have at making a deep run. with players like Luke Blackford and Antoine Hunter and all those guys. They don't come around too often. So this is going to be definitely a postseason run to watch for Calvary. Blackford goes 2 for 2. Maroa-Forsyth, they are a Class 2A team, unlike Calvary down in 1A. Last year they lost to St. Joseph Ogden in the regional semis as Lane was blocked.
Another one there by Hunter. That one not called a foul.
2-on-1, and I don't know if Blackford was ready for it, but Lee volleyball spikes Hunter's shot into the front 2 rows of the bleachers.
Tips the
Watch
pass
out.
on the first one, gets the block on the second attempt. Stop trying him down there.
Man, Cabron Lee, 6'4", but his wingspan is got to be huge. Trojans nearly stole it there with Smith. Blackford picked up his dribble, now hands off to Long, who lost his balance and somehow got it to Hunter. Another weak side board there for Calvary. Here's Blackford, right on Lee, and no good. Until he wanted to just kind of hit one right in his face just to kind of prove some dominance there.
And he shot okay today, but not necessarily from beyond the arc. Most of his jumpers have been within the mid-range stripe.
He did knock down one dribble, but yeah, it's a little bit of a lower percentage day from Blackford, who shoots 41% from three-point land. Here's Smith, was open for a second, will drive it in, nice pass. Trojans had lane open in the corner, but the man couldn't find him. Approaching 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Again, stay tuned for halftime. We're going to get a inside look as Hunter's three rattles out at LeRoy's girls program, which is coming up right after this against Clinton. Our Sky Gillespie will talk with their head coach, Chris Hauser. Maybe give a little preview of that game and talk about the LeRoy Panthers season. Lee driving in on Blackford. Hunter ready there with the double team if needed. Long, some nice defense up top. Ball on the deck, and we're going to get a jump that favors Maroa-Forsyth, but great on-ball defense right up in your grill by the Knights.
That was phenomenal effort by Blackford. Gets a hand on it, and then absolutely just dove for it before the offensive player is able to even recover.
Shepard and Grubbs back into the lineup now for Maroa-Forsyth. Shepard is a first-team All-State quarterback. And when people hear Maroa-Forsyth, usually the first thing they think about is football. Just an absolute powerhouse down there. And Shepard is actually the school record holder for passing yards in a season. As we get a foul before the shot there by Lee, had 3,380 passing yards this year and had over 4,000 total yards and 59 touchdowns.
In 1 year?
Yes.
59 total touchdowns is insane. And 3,300 is nuts at the high school level.
Yeah, he would. We just had our first year of releasing our Clutch Sports Media all-area teams, best players from the Peoria and Bloomington Normal, and there were a lot of them. I don't know if anyone put up as good as numbers as Ryan Shepard did. As Lee drives in, gets fouled. I like Lee's aggressiveness. He definitely seeks out contact, trying to get to the line.
Foul's called on 21, Ron Crowder. That's his first, team fourth.
It's the fourth on Calvary, so both teams will be in the bonus rest of the way here in this first half. And Lee with 11 of Maroa-Forsyth's 19 at the moment. Blackford with 12 of Calvary's 27.
I will say it feels like they've kind of struggled to find a secondary identity in this one. And although Lee is always going to be a guy that can create his own space and can get a quality shot off, sometimes you have those unlucky bounces on things, and one or two misses strings into 3 or 4, and that leads to a spiral of going down by a few. And now they're down by 7 after having an early lead. They need to find something else besides Lee to open up his game as well.
Yeah, in case you're just tuning in, I believe this was a 15-7 Maroa-Forsyth lead. Calvary going on a little bit of a tear, playing well on the defensive side of the ball. Might have to talk about Chris Hauser stopping by from LeRoy. Might have to postpone that. LeRoy still hasn't gotten here quite yet, so we'll be trying to talk with Chris Hauser and with our Sky Gillespie, a LeRoy High School alumnus himself, at some point, but may not happen here at halftime, so stay tuned.
Fingers crossed.
This game's going too fast.
Sky makes a good point. This game is going pretty fast. We have seen most of these games, Teddy, have been kind of just flying by. I mean,
I've noticed that.
Just over an hour or so, most of these games kind of clocking in at, especially that first one. That one went lightning quick.
I mean, plus when you have like the games with the shot clock, the pace is always going to be up a little.
As Shepard, nice little hop, stop, and shot there. Lays it up and in, and Maroa-Forsyth is now only down by 4. A little bit of high pressure here from the Trojans. See if Calvary holds for the last shot. I bet I know who's going to probably try and take this last shot. As we had a push away from the ball, and that's going to send Calvary to the line. 5 fouls on Maroa-Forsyth here this quarter, and that's the first on Jacoby Lane.
Not something you want when you had an opportunity to potentially get the ball back for last shot, but now even if you score, likely be the same deficit.
And Long now 3 of 3 from the line. Maybe he spent Christmas break practicing his free throws, trying to up that 47% mark that he had coming into today. Or coming into yesterday, I believe. Springfield Calvary played last night, beat Edinburgh 56-39. Stats hadn't updated since then, but overall a pretty good indicator of where they're at on the season.
4 for 4 on the day.
He's got 6. Here's 3 ball on the way from Lane, top of the key, rattles out. Hunter brings in the miss. There's still 2. Enough chance for a prayer with 1. Reynolds from way out, but too strong there. And Calvary will head into the halftime locker room with a 29-23 lead over Maroa-Forsyth.
Overall, very strong first half for both squads, but Maroa-Forsyth able to claw their way back a little bit there in the second quarter after losing their lead, but anybody's game at this point, 6-point lead for Calvary.
And we talked at the top of the broadcast, this was going to be a great one-on-one matchup of Capron Lee and Luke Blackford, and that's kind of how it's turning out to be so far. I mean, both those players are playing pretty well and on track for over 20 points a game. The key, though, is, again, getting the rest of the guys involved, I think, for both squads.
100%. I think that's what it's really going to come down to because nobody has truly stepped up. We saw for a moment Josiah Reynolds come in and hit a pair of threes, but other than that, he's kind of been used as an X-factor guy and hasn't really seen much offensive prowess. But who will come up in this second half, or will it be those 2 stars and just really go battle for battle and see who's better in this matchup?
Should be a great finish. Want to thank all of our sponsors. Want to thank also Baum Chevrolet Buick. They are your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. We ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. Also by Harbrand Fertilizer. For all your fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. And by Snappers. Looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV? Stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the square in Clinton, Illinois. Teddy, we might be heading there after the shootout's all said and done. Big football game tonight.
Big time Bears, Packers. I'm excited for that one. Who you got? I think I might know who you got in that one.
I'm definitely pulling for the Bears. Obviously, there's no question about that. But whether or not they pull out the win, we'll have to see. Yeah, got some improvement to do after the last few weeks. But great service and great food over there at Snappers. Maybe even stop on by tonight. We might even see you there. That'll about do it here for the first half. We're going to take a quick break, but stay right here as the second half coming up in about 8 minutes or so. Right back here, you're watching the Clinton New Year Showdown on Clutch Sports Media. Welcome back to the Clinton New Year Showdown. Halftime between Maroa-Forsyth and Springfield Calvary. And the Knights lead at 29-23 here at the half. Jonathan Michael and Teddy Ball back in the booth here with you. And Teddy, it was a pretty fun first half, closely contested all the way through so far. We were talking again about the star players, Luke Blackford with 12, Cabron Lee with 13. Who do you think might be a secondary option for either side that could have a big impact down the stretch in this game?
Well, statistically on the year, for Calvary, it would be Antoine Hunter. He's had some plays throughout this game, a couple defensive ones where he had one that was a block that got called a foul. But other than that, I think he's the guy that has to step up. You need that secondary option to not only just make things, open up everywhere else, but get your primary scorer in shape too. Because when you have everybody eyeing on him, you got to open things up. And on the other side of the ball, I think it all comes down to Jacoby Lane. He's been pretty quiet in this one, too. He's the leading scorer on the year for Maroa-Forsyth. And so far today, it's been all Cabron Lee, who he has, 13, if I'm reading that correctly? Yep. And he's been all over the place. But Lane and Hunter have been kind of quiet on the day. I think the second half all depends on which one of those two guys step up big.
It'll be fun to see who steps up down the stretch. Or, again, like we said, could be Lee and Blackford going head-to-head down the stretch, and two of the best small school players in Central Illinois.
I can't say I wouldn't mind that either.
No,
that'd be pretty fun.
No,
playing fun ball.
They are very fun to watch. As we have a brief stoppage here before the second half was about to start. As it looks like now we're all ready to go. A brief talk between one of the referees and Clinton Athletic Director Matt Keppel, one of the coolest guys around, and really a big reason why we love coming down here to Clinton, as Calvary turns it over on the first possession. Nice active hands right out of the locker room by Maroa. Lane will hand off to Luke Smith. Smith has shown an ability to put it in the bucket. Had a career-high 20 in a win over Judah Christian earlier this year. Shepard driving baseline, kicks it back to Smith. Three ball in the corner is no good. And we don't have official stats for this game, but Teddy, what would you guess both teams are shooting about from three-point land right now?
Well, early on, it seemed like it was going to be pretty high. I think in that first quarter, we saw at least 6 total, and since then it's kind of slowed down. But I'd say maybe a high 20.
Well, Joshua Long will
30 now,
possibly up that. Long's now got 9 for Calvary. Maybe he'll be the guy to step up and help out Blackford. But yeah, I would say about between 25 and 30 or so percent.
Not bad, but not
certainly could be better.
Exactly.
As we'll see if Lee tries to get something going in the post here, and kind of a point forward for Maroa-Forsyth, can really handle the ball too as he tries to find someone down low at Smith. Back out, nice inside-out action. Cannon grubs his 3 though. A good shot, but just again didn't fall. Hunter, that was Long, excuse me, the other way. Over to Balin Crowder. Either him or Brom Crowder have scored yet in this one, but have provided some big minutes. Sidestep 3 from Long. Brought in by Crowder. Again, Calvary is bringing in a lot of offensive boards. And there's a third one. As we get a foot on the line there, Hunter just stepped out.
For either one of these squads, I would love to see a different defensive mindset on things. It seems they're kind of playing super loose, letting their offenses kind of flow things. But if I'm the defense, and with how many talented players are on the floor.
As Lee drives on Hunter and got fouled.
He'll take a trip to the line. But if I'm the defense, I want to trap those guys before they're able to get across half court. We've seen successful in other games so far today. And obviously these two teams are very skilled, and they're going to be able to find the open man. But just every once in a while causing a turnover. It feels like there hasn't been any turnovers for the most part. And maybe in transition or anything like that so far this game.
So that's a good point as Lee, again, knocks down another free throw. He's been almost automatic from the stripe today, but it's been a clean game in terms of turnovers. It's also been a clean game in terms of fouls as I look on the scoreboard right now. No one with 3 fouls for either side.
No hit on the second one.
I want to apologize. I was calling Springfield Calvary the Knights. They are the Saints. That was a easily correctable blunder that I did not catch until now. So, pardon me, the Calvary Saints, the normal Calvary, who we saw earlier today. Again, this is a lot of Calvaries here at the shootout. They are the Knights. The Saints now with the ball. And shot clock down to 5, down to 4. They got to shoot soon, and Lee sends it back into the Calvary bench. You heard the pop coming off of his hand.
Yeah, that one echoed throughout. John, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's his 5th block on the day. He has been everywhere defensively.
I think would be about right. With only 1 left on the shot clock, Calvary had to put up a shot, but another offensive board from Hunter has reached over his man. A football pass. How about the arc on that one from Lee, but Calvary catches up to it.
John, I don't know if on that last possession, I think Hunter thought he had to get a shot off, but the shot clock reset when he got the board.
Yeah, that was a quick shot from Hunter, and one that I'm sure head coach Antonis Anderson probably said, hey, we got time to swing this thing around and kind of reset.
It's one thing to learn the time, how the time, just adjusting to the shot clock, but also just the rules on how it resets and everything like that. So he probably didn't know.
Step back 3 from Lee, rattles out, almost went down. 7-point lead for the Knights after, again, Maroa-Forsyth led at 15-7 about midway through the first quarter. Blackford, nice vision, sees Long in the corner. Blackford is a University of Illinois Springfield commit, so he'll be a Prairie Star at the Division II level. Long driving in, blocked again by Lee. There's number 6, but Blackford and the Saints stay with it. He's up to 14 now.
Yeah, someone needs to start matching his energy defensively, because I feel like when it comes to the paint presence and just anything down low, he's been the only guy. And when no one's able to recover or anything like that, it just puts him in a hard position. Can't do it all.
Poked away by Blackford. Calvary's got numbers. It's a 3-on-2. Blackford spins into the lane. He'll take it himself and score. Luke Blackford. We have seen that many times over the years here in Clinton, and we see it again in his senior year, putting Calvary up by double figures.
Yeah, they're feeling it here to open up the second half. And at the end of that third quarter, Maroa-Forsyth scored a little bit more to close it. But other than that, the second quarter and throughout this third quarter so far, Calvary has truly pulled away and looked like the better team.
Trojans need an answer. Might be up to this guy to at least get things going. Cabrin Lee. Active hands by Hunter. Here's a 3-ball from Smith in the corner. It's no good. Maroa-Forsyth just really struggling from the field right now.
And that's not a bad look. Smith has had a couple of those.
Going to get a blocking foul on the Trojans in the backcourt. Thought there might have been an arm extension there. An offensive foul. That'll go on the team in yellow.
Morris and Williams back into the lineup for the Trojans.
Obviously never want that. Going back to that last possession, I feel like that shot wasn't necessarily a bad shot. It was a good look. And Smith has had a couple of those open shots in the corner. And that, one or two of those could be the difference. It would be the difference of a 10-point game compared to a one or two possession.
And Smith almost came away with a steal there. I'll stay here with the Saints, who they finished 6th at the Williamsville Holiday Tournament. And pretty much almost every boys basketball team in the state will go somewhere to play a holiday tournament. Maroa-Forsyth went to Decatur St. Teresa and finished 2nd. But the Saints, again, competitive field at Williamsville, finished 6th on the 16 teams. They beat Roanoke-Benson and Prairie Central and lost to Tremont and Petersburg-Porta, both of whom are pretty solid squads. We saw what Roanoke-Benson did earlier today, a huge win over Normal Calvary.
They looked dominant in that game.
Yeah, been a bit of a tough year, but a really nice win to get the Rockets back on track as they made their shootout debut here this year. Secure with the Trojans. Morris will trigger the inbound. Trying to get it into Lane, but he was covered. Got to loft it in to number 4. I don't believe we have a number 4 on the roster that was provided to us, so we apologize for that. We will try and identify who that player is for Maroa-Forsyth. As with 2.5 to go, it's Long bringing it up, and again, Long hasn't gone crazy by any means today, but he got 9 points and a nice job running the offense. As well, right on cue, has it taken away by Smith.
Come on, John.
Another broadcaster jinx. I apologize to Long there. 3 ball, good by Cabron Lee.
Kind of going back to that, he was showcasing his range from deep early in this game and then went away from it for a while.
Morris the other direction. Layup up and good. Trojans a quick 5-0 run, and boy, they needed that. Timeout called by the Saints.
That little momentum swing is exactly what they needed. Now down by 7. Still obtainable to get within that or even take the lead in this third quarter.
A 7-point lead in the third quarter is by no means safe by any stretch of the imagination. So Maroa-Forsyth, they can just, again, keep on. I think they played better when this was a little bit of a faster-paced game, and in that first half, when the threes were flying on both sides of the court. I think if they maybe get back to that, maybe worth trying here down the stretch.
When you go against another team and they're controlling the pace and they're playing out how they want to play, whether they're playing a faster pace than you, slower pace than you, you're almost always in trouble because they're doing it the way they want. If you had success early on and you're playing fast, even if it was maybe a little reckless, even if it was a little, risky, go back to that if you're struggling. And the last couple possessions, they've done that, played fast, played free basketball, and they're within a couple possessions here. Looking hot.
Again, Lee with 17, Blackford with 18 here in this one. And Maroa-Forsyth, even still, regardless of what happens today, they're on track for an improvement on last season, where they finished 14-15, so middle of the road in the Sangamo Conference. Conference that, as Hunter is blocked again by Lee. I think that's number 7 by our unofficial count. I was going to say Maroa-Forsyth plays in the same conference as Olympia, school that's in our coverage area. It's kind of in that big old open area between Tremont and Bloomington Normal. Ball moving quickly here for the Trojans as Lee trying to work in on Blackford. Feeds a cutting teammate. Layup up and no good, and Lee can't quite get the stick back. Blackford has a matchup mismatch right now. See, they try and take advantage of it. Trojans, again, in a 2-3 zone, have been in one for most of the game.
For most of the game, Lee was guarding Blackford, but switched off of that.
Yeah, so now we'll see if Blackford can maybe try and exploit a little bit of a smaller Luke Smith. Shot clock down to 3, down to 2. Long elevates from deep. And there is a whistle. And a bit of a confusion here on what happened. I think the referee signaled that was an inadvertent whistle indeed, because Calvary got the offensive board there yet again. I think they've had over 10 tonight.
It's not just the players getting used to the shot clock. Okay, the referee's got to ease into it as well.
I think got about another half of a season left before it'll be fully instituted across high school basketball, boys and girls here in Illinois. 3 ball from Reynolds, short. Another offensive board. Blackford off the glass and in.
And known for his ability from beyond the arc and mid-range, be able to size up a little bit and on 2 defenders, finish strong down low.
Forsyth's going to try and bleed this clock down. He hope for the last shot. 3 ball open in the corner is good.
Logan Williams for 3.
That was, I believe, Logan Woods, if I heard correctly on the PA system again. Not listed on either of the rosters that we had, either on Max Preps or the ones given to us, but a big shot from Maroa-Forsyth, who trails now just by 6 and into the 4th year at the Clinton New Year's Showdown.
And I think that's what they went into at half as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, they started trailing early in that third and battled their way back. It seemed like that was a long quarter because for the predominant part of that, it was like Calvary was really pulling away again. Maroa-Forsyth able to close some things down.
And I want to thank all of our sponsors that helped make today's broadcast and the shootout possible, starting with Cinco de Mayo. Come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food and a great atmosphere over at Cinco de Mayo. Also by Douglas Dodge. Whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or if you're in need of routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. And also by Mangold Ford of Clinton. Make your way to Mangold Ford of Clinton today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service in every step of the way. Family values, gold standard service, Mangold has you covered. Game 4 of 6 here on the night at the Clinton New Year's Showdown is approaching the twilight hours. Again, I haven't looked outside since I walked in here at about 9 a.m. this morning, but day goes by fast. And during these shootouts, always a lot of fun doing these with our CSM crew. We've been pretty busy at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions in Washington. 30 or so games over the course of 5 days. One of the best Thanksgiving tournaments in the entire country, and we just wrapped up the State Farm Holiday Classic down in Bloomington Normal just after Christmas. So
it's crazy to think with 6 games in a day, this feels kind of light compared to some of the things we've been doing as of lately.
It really does. What's really crazy is when we show up during regular season games and just do one game. We're like,
I know.
Well, that's it?
I can go home?
Yeah, might as well just keep on playing. Call some teams up, say, hey, get on over. We're ready to go. Glad you're with us here on ClutchSportsIsle.com and our YouTube channel. Let us know, especially in the live chat, where you're tuning in from. Always curious to see where people are watching. And here's Maroa-Forsyth after the turnover. Lee at the top of the key, side steps, shoots a 3, and off the attachment. With a foul on Calvary as Smith went up for that rebound.
You know, this early part of this 4th quarter is crucial for Maroa-Forsyth. You don't want to go with the same approach you went into that second half with, in terms of you gained a little bit of momentum at the end of the break, okay? And now, don't let that go right off that success, because if you let it build up again and you have to come back, you really put yourself in a much harder situation.
Blocking foul on the Saints as Lee is just a bull in a china shop in the paint, especially when he breaks out that spin move right there.
He's been able to do it all, whether it's shooting from the free throw line, shooting from beyond the arc, rebounding, blocking it from what we think 7 shots, finishing at the rim. This kid is talented, and he is special.
3rd foul before this timeout taken by Maroa-Forsyth there on Josiah Reynolds. So Trojans will talk it over, and their head coach Aaron Ennis led the Trojans to a regional title back in 2022. It was their first one since 2007, so he's helped elevate the program a lot in his time there. Also, a quick head coach note about Maroa-Forsyth. A former head coach of theirs who is now in our coverage area at Clutch Sports Media is Chad Kluver, now at DMAC. Oh. And Kluver led Maroa-Forsyth from 1999 all the way up until 2015. He took the Trojans to state twice, and they won a Class A. This was back in the days where they had 2 classes, Class A and Class AA. They won a Class A state title back in 2007. So Chad Kluver now at DMAC and leading the Chiefs to a pretty good start. They're now 11-3 on the year. Foul away from the ball, and that is 3 fouls early on this 4th quarter now by the Saints, Teddy.
Got to be careful, especially when you have a lead. I mean, you don't want to give any reason for a comeback.
As 2 more will put the Trojans at the line for the remainder of the game. A risky inbounds pass there by Shepard. And Lee drives in, gets the bucket and the bruise.
You know, I was waiting for that possession to change to make this point. I promise I was already thinking about it. I'm saying with a player like Lee, and you kind of see that, 3 fouls already on the board early on, he has the ability to draw a foul with how physical he can play down low. And just like that, he's able to get one, and now they only need 1 more for a bonus.
1 minute and 16 seconds is all it took for Maroa-Forsyth to get themselves in the bonus for the rest of this game as Lee converts on the free throw. He's got 20.
That makes this a much different game.
And this one, momentum much in favor now of the Trojans, as Calvary will try and nurse their lead a little bit and try and bleed a little bit of clock. And it's where the shot clock does help the team that's trailing in the fourth quarter, which in this case is obviously Maroa-Forsyth. Here's Long driving in on Smith. That's a match with two players that have been looking to get it going today. Hunter is short from the corner. Hunter with just 5 on the day. He averages a hair over 13, so he's well under his season average and looking to get things going down the stretch. Here's Lee. Blackford on him. He putting his back to the basket. One-handed pass over to the corner. No good. Now the Saints thought about going down in transition, but Long will pull it back. And Springfield Calvary, an enrollment of just 52 students. And look at their roster. I mean, they got about 12 to 15 players on their roster. That's well over half, I bet, of the entire population of boys at the school.
Yeah. We talked earlier about some of the teams just being surprised that they even have a team with how small of enrollments they are.
Not only that, but Calvary is, for the last few years, have been a real big player in the Class 1A landscape. And that's been a large part because of Luke Blackford, who, and I can't believe we haven't mentioned this yet, Teddy, has over 2,380 points. He is now at least at 2,400. He's got 20 here tonight.
Wow.
2,400 career points for Luke Blackford.
We talked about how impressive it is to have 1,000 points in your high school career. Doubling that and then some with half the season left to go.
It's unreal as he adds to it there. Rattles home. Much needed basket there for the Saints.
Now we see that matchup, Blackford and Lee again.
Lee trying to get the response. That time was blocked by Blackford. Lee regains it, and a big rebound there by Josiah Reynolds.
I don't know what it is when I see like a big time matchup like that. I just get so energetic, man. And they're living it up to it. Blackford giving Lee a little bit of a taste of his own medicine with a block, and that's something we've seen him do all game long, and it flips on its head.
I wish we could see Blackford and Lee play a game of 21.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing against the rest of the players on the floor because, again, this game has been really fun to watch, but maybe as a little extra dessert, little bonus coverage, that would be really fun to watch as Lee muscles one up and home.
I say we make a petition. If a game goes to overtime, you pick one player on your team to go out there and play 1v1.
Kind of almost like a penalty kick shootout in soccer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's an interesting thought there, Teddy. A lot of sports have all sorts of rule changes now. You never know, as Balin Crowder, what a great time for his first bucket of the game. It's from deep, and the Saints now lead it by 6.
Maroa-Forsyth has to kind of nip this in the bud a little bit. They cannot let this spiral. They did such a good job clawing their way back, and now just by one shot, things changed a little bit for Calvary.
Yeah, foul away from the ball as Shepard hit the deck. Real quick, Teddy, I was able to look up the career scoring leaders all time in IHSA boys basketball history. Luke Blackford is one of the top 50 scorers all time in IHSA history.
And that's really impressive. Like 50 in a for how many years?
Entire state for
hundreds of schools.
For hundreds of years, too.
Yeah.
I mean, these records go back decades, maybe even a century as long. Slices down the lane and scores.
And his season isn't even over.
Driving in, here's Kendrick Morris on the other end. This is what you saw kind of back in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Now they're trading a little bit.
46-40, Calvary leads.
Got it back down to 2 possessions.
And Morris is, I've been liking his energy off the bench today for Maroa-Forsyth. Trojans need to stop, though, on this possession. They might get it. Smith swiped it away, and it rolled out of bounds. And you look at again, we're not to keep on harping on the same subject, but Blackford can keep on averaging. He's averaging about 23 points a game. If he does that for 15 more games in the regular season, add a few more for the playoffs, I mean, you're talking potentially around the neighborhood of 3,000 career points, which would put him in top 6 all-time in IHSA history. Unbelievable player that Luke Blackford is. Again, he's went to Illinois Springfield. I wonder if he's going to maybe start out there and then maybe transfer up. But Jacoby Lane cuts into the lane with a nice cut there, and it's down to a 4-point game. Maroa-Forsyth definitely not dead yet.
That was a great feed by Luke Smith there, too, having patience up at the top of the key, letting things develop, and then finding lane down low.
So 2:33 to go in this one. Again, since Calvary committed their 4th foul with 6:44 left in the 4th, they've gone over 4 minutes without committing one. That's been huge in keeping hold of this lead right now. A little game reset for you as the possession arrow is with Welcome back inside Clinton. We apologize for the technical difficulties we just experienced. Thankfully, still got some time left in this one. We can get our scoreboard back eventually, hopefully. But right now, Calvary leads at 48-45, 42.9 left to go here in the game. And Calvary at the line. Teddy, would you, overall, people didn't miss much. I know Maroa-Forsyth called a timeout, and I believe Josiah Reynolds hit a shot for Calvary, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so I think we tuned out at about 1:33 here in the 4th quarter, and since then we had a bucket hit by Calvary to go up, and then a big-time 3 by Ryan Shepard to make it a 3-point game. Then they were catching up in the fouls. Just a trip to the line there by Calvary. Now Lee puts one up, gets a second chance opportunity.
And one bucket for Maroa-Forsyth. That'll make it 49-47 with 28.5 to go and a chance to get it back down to just 1 point.
Yeah, John, I can't emphasize enough how big that 3 by Ryan Shepard was. And it's unfortunate we went out, but just to get you guys, glad to have you guys back here at the end of this 4th quarter to see how it all culminates. For a chance to make it a 1-score game, 28.5 here on the clock. And it bobbles around, won't go. Nearly rebounded by Maroa-Forsyth.
Here come the Saints. They're going to get fouled. As that was Hunter. Will head to the line. Hunter, a 77% free throw shooter.
Sure, the Trojans, you really got to hope at least one of these miss. You could tie it with a 2, take a lead with a 3. It's still a good enough amount of time to get a good shot off, call timeout, and talk things over.
And 49-47, and it might still remain a one-possession game. Free throw is good there from Hunter. It's back up to a 3-point game, 50-47. And Maroa-Forsyth will call timeout. I apologize for, again, our technical difficulties that knocked us off the air just a second ago, but tell your friends and family to tune back in for the final 19 seconds, and who knows, Teddy, potentially more if Maroa-Forsyth can tie this thing up, and we might see overtime potentially for the first time here today.
Yeah, I know the score bug's not back up yet, but still 50-47, 19.2 left as Calvary has the lead. And John, like you said, I mean, we could potentially see overtime, one of the closer games of the day, and it's kind of just been, I wouldn't say back and forth, but it has been a battle for both sides. There's been, success in a couple possessions here for Calvary, and then things switch, and it's just Maroa-Forsyth has not been able to get the lead back that they had earlier in this game. They've been fighting and clawing to stay afloat and stay in contention, and they've done just that, have an opportunity to keep this game alive.
And also, I want to mention, we said that Calvary, or Maroa-Forsyth was in the bonus earlier this fourth quarter. Now both teams in the bonus at 5 fouls, so any foul will result in 2 free throws the rest of the way. And 50-47, 19.2 seconds left here in the fourth quarter of this great matchup here at the Clinton New Year's Showdown. It'll be Shepard to trigger the inbound here for Maroa-Forsyth. Inbound will go to Lane. Calvary, a foul may not be the worst idea in the world. Shepard passes over. Lee to tie it up. He got it to go. Cabrin Lee. 50-50 ball game. Timeout Calvary. There's 6.4 to go.
How about that? There's one guy on the floor from Maroa-Forsyth that you do not want to leave open, and it's the one that they did. Calvary, costly mistake there. Sabrin Lee has been phenomenal tonight. He's put the team on his back tonight offensively, although the rest of the team has played good as well, but he has just carried the boats, if you will. 50-50, 6.4 left on the clock.
28 tonight for Cabrin Lee. Luke Blackford's got 21, it appears, from the scoreboard, I believe, but both players playing really well, and what a shot from Lee. And, Teddy, I'm almost a little bit surprised Calvary didn't foul there. You put them to the line, and, they get 2 free throws. They don't get the chance to get the 3 unless they somehow get the offensive board there. But Calvary will have a chance to win the game on this last possession. They put a second or 2 back on the clock. There's 8.2 to go. It looks like Maroa-Forsyth is going to try and bring a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, I mean, you could have fouled there. The only problem with that is if you foul and then, they go and they foul you back, you go to take a trip to the line, you miss one of those, and bang, it's they're within just get the ball back and then heave up a shot and win the game. So regardless, it's a tough decision. Tie game, though, and you have a chance to win it all. And I'm telling you right now, John, if I had to give it to anybody, I'm giving it to Blackford.
So here we go. Long brings it up the court, crosses half court. Driving in, Long with 3, with 2, puts up a shot. No good. Rebound by Smith, and we have overtime in Clinton, 50-50 at the end of regulation.
Seemed like all these games were flying a little faster than we expected, and now I might slow things down a little bit here with this overtime, but I don't mind. I'm sure everybody at home doesn't mind. Get to watch a little bit extra basketball with 2 teams that are battling it out. A lot of heart on display here in this one.
We've seen some pretty good games during the day, but this is definitely the best one that we've seen.
I will say, once you get to this point, scores practically 0-0 in overtime. I mean, all tied up. Doesn't matter what's happened throughout the course of the game. This is your opportunity to talk things over. Anything that hasn't worked out so far, maybe you can iron out on your game plan and showcase something that the other team hasn't seen. Really pull yourself away.
What a game this has been, and we're going to get 4 more minutes of it here in Clinton. And the 11-3 Springfield Calvary Saints and the 8-4 Maroa-Forsyth Trojans. Calvary playing a second game in as many days. Tough turnaround. When you play a game on a Friday, you got to turn right back and around and play less than 24 hours later. I mean, 24 hours is, okay, it's, still pretty short, but when it's less than that, you pretty much go home, go to sleep, wake up, and pretty much going back to school to get on the bus to come over here to Clinton.
Yeah, I think the first game of the day, Heyworth had played less than 12 hours before they got things going here at 11. So, yeah, I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, yeah, you're a little, you're fresh in the sense that you just got done playing not too long ago. It's fresh in your memory, but at the same time, I'm sure you're a lot more tired. and it'll weigh more on the body, and the tip is won by Calvary.
So here we go in overtime. It's long over to Reynolds for a three. It was off the mark.
Reynolds had the 2 big threes back-to-back earlier in the game to kind of extend the Calvary lead. And
nice steal there from Blackford. Averages over 2 per game. Nice feed up ahead, and Hunter can't quite get the roll. Did everything but go down.
if you want to win in overtime, you're going to have to capitalize on those quote-unquote easy buckets. Nothing's easy in a game like this, but something as free as that, you might want to hit it.
And active hands by Blackford, nearly came away with another steal. Here's Morris trying to drive in on Hunter. Size mismatch there. Feeds to Smith. His floater in the lane, no good. And tapped back out to Brown Crowder.
And John, you felt it a little bit in that fourth quarter, but this overtime, just the gym in itself has a little bit of a different feel. Everybody's alive, woken up a bit.
And the Springfield Calvary cheerleaders are here as well, helping add to the atmosphere. A couple more fans pouring in for, again, Clinton and LeRoy girls coming up right after this. And Clinton and Peoria Heights boys will cap off our night here from Clinton. So Blackford heads to the line. He is a 82% free throw shooter, and we talk about his gross numbers, his total points and everything he's had during his career, but he's also kind of high percentage guy too. I mean, he shoots 49% from the field, 41 from 3, and 82 from the line as he knocks down the first.
If your coach has that much trust in you to let you have the green light to score that much, you've got to be a good shooter.
And that Blackford is, and he gives Calvary the lead. And Maroa-Forsyth led this one in the first quarter, then Calvary took control of the game by about 5 to 10 points for most of the way. Then Maroa-Forsyth put on a late charge and a corner three by Cabron Lee with 6 seconds to go to force this extra period. Nice ball movement. It leads to a Smith triple around the rim and no good. Going to get a tie-up, and the arrow favors Maroa-Forsyth.
And that's another corner three to Smith that looked like it's a perfect situation. Just wasn't able to connect. Lucky for them, they do get the ball back.
So 2:25 on the game clock, 20 seconds on the shot clock, which they are playing with here, and Lee ties it right back up with an easy deuce. Lee up to 30 points now. That is now 3 straight games where Cabron Lee has scored 30 points. Unbelievable. Blackford driving in. He got stripped. Puts it back up. Tapped away. Blackford, another chance. And converts that time.
Third time's a charm there for Blackford, able to go down and get his own board twice.
Lee in his last 4 games has increased his scoring output in all of them as Morris's floater is no good. And had it taken away. Another chance for the Trojans. And Lee with 21 against Judah Christian, 27 against Heyworth, 30 against Decatur St. Teresa, 36 stolen by Blackford. But Blackford again gets that steal and makes it a 2-score game. And the Trojans go to Lee here. Smith will shoot another 3. That time is good. Luke Smith keeping the Trojans alive. It's a 1-point game.
27 for Blackford, 30 for Lee. These two are going to battle.
Oh, and nearly a steal by Maroa-Forsyth that went off of the head of a Trojan. Hunter's 3 comes up 1 spin short. Offensive board. Reynolds a triple off the mark, and there comes Lee. Here comes Maroa-Forsyth. Chance to take the lead. Smith puts him up by 1.
Back-to-back huge possessions by him. Joshua Long just not able to get there in time.
Now Calvary, just a moment ago, up by 4. Now they're down by 1. Reynolds left wide open. His 3 rims out. Tapped out by Lee. Over to Morris. There's a waiting Smith. There's waiting down there for the ball. 3-second difference between shot and game clock. Lane gonna tee up a 3, and that was probably not a good shot. And Aaron Ennis is livid with that shot selection.
Especially with less than the shot clock left remaining, you give them a chance to take the lead and seal it. That was very premature.
That not the best shot there for Lane in transition. And you could have just held on to that ball and shot a pair of free throws. But instead, Calvary, again, they just got fouled. So they should be going to the line, I believe, with 22.8 to go, Teddy. Man, what a game. After what was kind of a game kind of hit a lull in that second and third quarter. I didn't know if this game was going to live up to our billing that we gave it at the start of the game, saying this might be the best game of the day.
Yeah.
Now I think we're turning out that these teams are proving us to be right.
Well, so, I mean, when you think about what's happened in this overtime, yeah, the star players have gotten their buckets in Lee and Blackford, but there's been other guys making plays as well. Smith had the huge three. Yeah, just secondary players able to come in and make big-time plays.
Yeah, and Smith, was kind of quiet for a while. He was pretty confident in his shot. They just weren't going down. And what the old adage is, you just need to see one go in. Mm-hmm. And Smith did see one go in, then got the layup to put his team up by 1.
And what's interesting is he had multiple just standing corner threes that didn't go in, and the 1-3 he did hit was like a moving three from the wing. So it's more of a difficult shot, but you see that one go in, the rest of it might be a little bit easier for you.
So here is Joshua Long at the line for Calvary. Ooh. And misses the first there. Again, he was 4 for 4 on the day. It came into the day just 47% from the line. Really big one here. Second one is good. Tied back up at 57 all.
Now there's no need to go fast here. I'd get over half court, maybe call another timeout, talk things over.
Trojans do not have any more timeouts. Saints have 2, and we get a foul by Blackford.
Oh, wow, you're right.
Can't believe it with 9.8 to go. Tried to come away with the steal. Ooh. That's now 4 fouls on Blackford.
To go for a steal in a situation like that is risky.
Lee to the line.
So he's definitely disappointed in himself there, shaking his head.
But again, 9.8, still plenty of time for Calvary, and maybe even Blackford himself could make up for that foul. We'll see what Lee does here at the line. Calvary cheerleaders stomping their feet, trying to provide some sort of distraction, and it worked. Lee is no good on the first, and if Calvary can get this board, they'll have a chance to win it on their next trip down the floor. Lee takes a deep, long breath. A long gaze at the hoop. Sets and shoots. That was no good. Here we go. Blackford brings it across half court. 6 with 5. A tough shot from deep. Oh! Blackford!
Blackford! You're an animal!
Luke freaking Blackford, ladies and gentlemen. Holy cow! What a shot with 1.8 to go, and put Calvary up by 3.
And by the time he shot it, he had a few more seconds. He just liked the look. And you got to respect it. Shoot or shoot. Luke Blackford.
Unbelievable shot from Blackford. And boy, how about the swing just in the last few seconds? It looked like, you might have committed the mistake that might cost the Saints the game. Comes back down and hits one of the biggest shots of the season to put the Saints up by 3. They added some time on the clock. It's now 3.2.
And that's enough time.
So the Trojans could heave one up. And I think this ball, Teddy, is going to go into Cabrin Lee.
I would put all my money that it goes to Cabrin Lee. I mean, just the battle that these two have had, now both of them at 30 points, 60 points combined between these two players. I mean, that's how many points.
Oh, my.
That's how many points Calvary has as a team, and it's split up between those two. I mean, they've been phenomenal, especially when it matters most. Fourth quarter and overtime, these two have stepped up and elevated their game, and that's what great players do.
So with 3.2 to go, Trojan's going to send most of their men down on the floor. Lee is going to get a double team from Blackford and Hunter.
Understandably so.
Shepard will turn to the inbound, pass it back in. Lee at the horn. Oh! Lee with Lee! Overtime! You can't be serious! You cannot be serious!
He beat it, and it was good. What a game.
What a play drawn up by Maroa-Forsyth. They inbound it, the little touch pass, and Lee shook off both of his defenders and knocked it down from well beyond the arc, and we have double overtime at 60 all. Incredible shots by these two.
John, that was beautifully drawn up, beautifully drawn up. I mean, there's nothing. You see the double. You can see the look on Lee's face. It just, he seemed like he gets sees two guys on him, hands on his knees, kind of a little bit, but no, gets the screen set, able to come around on the full court pass, dilute the attention, give it to your best player.
Unbelievable game here in Clinton. This is turning into the best game that we've ever broadcasted from our 3 years doing this shootout. I mean, Cameron Lee and Luke Blackford, I mean, both shots. Blackford, I was, again, like you said, Tay, I was surprised he pulled that. He had 4 seconds left to go, but that's just a confident shooter. And then Cameron Lee, I mean, you know he wanted the ball in his hands. You know he was in that huddle saying, hey, give me the ball and I'm going to make the shot. And by golly, he did.
Yes, he did. When you look back to the Blackford shot, I think his mindset might have been, by the time I get to the line, they're going to close in on him, and so it would be a little bit harder. So that was probably the most uncontested of a shot he would have had, even though it was from half-court range. But as soon as they added the couple seconds back on the clock, I gave you a little side eye. I'm like, John, that might be a little too much time. And it was.
A double serving of onions here in Clinton. Double overtime in the New Year's showdown. 60-60 between Springfield Calvary and Maroa-Forsyth. Again, if you're tuning in for the Clinton LeRoy girls game, that game will come after this, but this one turned into a classic, and you do not want to turn it off right now. Here's Reynolds trying to find Blackford. How did he catch that pass? Blocked again by Lee. They're going to get him on a foul, though. That's going to be 3 fouls on Lee. Remember, Blackford has 4 for Calvary.
Did they say the foul was on the block, or was it afterwards?
I believe it was on the block. Again, it was tough to see from this angle whether it was clean or if he got some skin. But this will send Brom Crowder to the line. Again, Crowder has not scored yet today. He's just a 30% free throw shooter. Crowder tries to give his team the lead. That one too long. Free throws becoming a big storyline in this game. Yeah, the Maroa-Forsyth would have made just one of those free throws. That shot by Lee would have won the game. So now here's Lane. Wonder how this game would have turned out if Maroa-Forsyth would have just held the ball there instead of Lane taking that 3 earlier on that eventually led to the Blackford triple. The two stars go at it again, and Blackford stripped him. Trojans want a foul. They're not going to get one. That would have been 5 on Blackford, too.
Coach and the bench were not happy about that one. That's one thing you got to do. You cannot put your star players in a position where they won't be here for the end of 2 OT.
And we're going to get a foul on Maroa-Forsyth as Shepard plowed in the long there. I think like Long might have embellished that one a little bit, but definitely was some contact, and you got to do what you got to do to give yourself any sort of edge in this neck-and-neck game. I don't think we've seen either team lead by 10 or more. I could be wrong, but most of this game has been by single digits the entirety of the way through.
I think at one point Calvary was up by like maybe 9, but I don't, like you said, I don't think at any point was double digits.
So Long will shoot a pair, and he misses the first. Saints leaving some at the line here in double OT. And Long's got 14 on the night for Calvary, the only other player in double figures besides Blackford. Now got 15. Hunter's got 6, Reynolds with 6, Balin Crowder with 3 for the Saints. Here's Lee. Again, Blackford giving him some space. Definitely knows he has 4 fouls. Now Kendrick Morris, 6th man for the Trojans. And get it down low to Lane. Trying to work on Long. Puts up a tough shot and sinks it.
That was risky, but it all pays off.
Tough shot there for Lane, who was a great player for them last year. Again, was their leading scorer last year with over 20 points per game. He's got just 6 on the night. Jump ball favors Maroa-Forsyth.
It's not too late to make an impact, however. It's still quality amount of time in this game and big moments yet to be had.
Morris is driving down the floor, and the layup, though, no good. He rips it away. Trojans get a second chance. Morris, nice shot fake. Baseline floater is well too strong, and we'll get a foul there on the Trojans.
Foul call on number 4, Logan Williams.
Logan Williams, the number 4, who, again, was not on either of the rosters we had, so we were trying to, again, make sure we got his name correct and in there. So Logan Williams with the foul for the Trojans, and that'll put Antoine Hunter, a 77% free throw shooter, at the line. Low arc on the first one, but it's good.
They've gotten lucky so far today that they haven't necessarily, at least in the 3rd and 4th and overtime, capitalized as much as you would want on free throw opportunities, but Hunter there going 2 for 2 and kind of putting that one to rest.
Some big ones there for the junior. He'll be probably the best player on the team after Luke Blackford graduates at the end of the season. Jordan's going around the horn, and Lane going to drive baseline, and he got fouled pretty hard there by Hunter. Not much of a debate there.
And now we went from a game where the first half, even kind of that 3rd quarter, we were talking about how clean of a game it was. And then, boom, that 4th quarter happens. 4 fouls in a span of 1 minute and 15 seconds. And now we're just trading free throw line attempts.
First one, no good from Lane. And I think it begs the question. I mean, these teams are seeing each other struggle at the line. And they're saying, like, hey, let's just try and put you at the line. And if you really want to take this lead, you got to really earn it. Both squads have missed opportunities. That one takes an awkward bounce but falls, and we're all tied up again at 63 all. How will this overtime period play out? Minute and a half in a double overtime game that's tied can feel like a century at times. As here's Blackford crossing up Lee over to Hunter in the corner. Blackford going to take a tough shot, faded away, and almost got it to fall.
And while that was in the air, John, with how he's played today, I had no doubt that was going in. Like,
it looked online from our angle, certainly. So here's Luke Smith. Here's 1:10 to go. Nice cut by Lane. Got back door on Hunter, and Maroa-Forsyth takes the lead. Lane coming up big in double overtime.
that is an exact carbon copy of a play they had earlier in the 2nd half.
Blackford tried to get the shot to go, and the rebound was tapped out by Hunter. Maroa-Forsyth can run some clock down here. Again, remember, we are playing with a 35-second shot clock, so they cannot just kind of hold the ball and cower in the corner. Baseball pass up to Lee. He's wide open and slams it home. Saints got caught napping, and they now down by 4. Long. The response!
Unbelievable. And that sets you up with enough time where the shot clock
2 for 1
allow you to have the ball back. Unbelievable.
2 for 1 there by Long, and you know that's a tough shot. I mean, again, it's a three-pointer, lower percentage than maybe a layup or driving in, trying to get fouled. That's a gutsy shot, but that does again give Maroa-Forsyth not enough time to just hold the ball. There's a 9-second difference right now as the clock sits at 44.4.
Kind of feel bad for the LeRoy girls who have been standing by their locker room for probably the past 15 minutes. But
and the Clinton girls all kind of sitting down there in the lower sections as well. They're probably enjoying this one and probably enjoying some good basketball, but
Great basketball.
you're right, it is tough when you're all ready to go, you're ready to take the floor, and then boom, the red light hits, and you gotta wait. So
In about five. So go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say Clinton LeRoy girls coming up about 15 minutes or so after the conclusion of this one. So stay tuned.
I was going to say about 5 minutes ago, we saw the teams for the final game making their way into the gym too, and they're kind of looking like, wow, this is still got a whole game to go.
And this one has just been an epic battle between these squads as Trojans lead at 67-66. Again, Luke Blackford hit a game-tying three in the final seconds for Springfield Calvary. And they led by 3 in the final seconds of the first overtime. Then Cabron Lee beat the buzzer on a really tough three in front of his own bench to set us to double overtime.
Great thread of the needle to lane there.
See what the Saints do. Again, they could foul if they wanted to. They want to try and give themselves some more time. And they will foul there. Brom Crowder picks it up and will send Luke Smith to the line.
That's his third. Luke Smith to the line, shooting 2.
So 23.5 to go. And however this trip at the line turns out for Smith is really going to dictate how the Saints approach this last possession. They still have a few timeouts left. Smith was no good on the first and knocks down the second. 68-66, 23 seconds left. Long to bring it up for Calvary.
They're just going to let this go.
And a drive in. Here's Josiah Reynolds trying to bang bodies and can't get the roll. A great shot by the Saints. They got a foul now. And they do. That was a heartbreaker of a shot for Reynolds. He got that low in the post. That's a good look and just did everything but go down.
And that's something for Reynolds where his whole role this game has been sit corner. When he has an open look, he'll pull it. Hit a couple big threes, had a layup earlier on, but that was something completely different, and it looked great. Awesome shot. Just wasn't able to get lucky enough for it to roll in the right way.
So Lane could really put the Saints in a tough spot if he could make both, and he made the first. If he makes this one, Maroa-Forsyth has just got to just lay back. You just cannot foul. Second one's no good. Calvary has a chance to tie it, and we'll get a timeout called by Antonis Anderson. 5.6 to go. And today there is no secret. Everyone in this gym knows who this ball is going to, I think, or at least who's going to take this shot, I believe, for Calvary.
100%. I mean, the man that's done it all game, all season, all of his career at this point. I mean, you seemingly with how many points he has in his high school career. This kid in Blackford he's getting the ball. They're drawing up something for him right now, and I honestly don't have a doubt in my mind that he's going to hit this shot. I mean, it's like
bold prediction,
like clockwork
but
right
yeah.
now. There's sometimes when you're in like the flow of a game where it's just like that's just gonna happen, and I don't want to. Maybe I've just jinxed it. Who knows? But I wouldn't be opposed to a third overtime at this point.
Well, Cabron Lee and Luke Blackford, as kind of the new slang is, new term people say, they are in flow state right now.
Exactly.
Over 30 points for both of them. Again, Blackford top 50 in IHSA history in scoring. He's got over 2,400 in his career. We saw him here last year, hit the winning shot in a great game against Peoria Christian in the final seconds. So he is Mr. Clinton Shootout. And he has a chance to potentially send this game to a third overtime. But we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not Blackford. I think I'd keep him on Antoine Hunter. He sets up in the near corner.
If he does hit the shot, it looks like it's going to be Lee guarding him as he sags off.
And there's going to be a foul there on Luke Smith. And Aaron Ennis, head coach for the Trojans, kind of seemed upset about that, but might not be the worst thing in the world to prevent the Saints the opportunity to even shoot a three. As Logan Williams will check in for Luke Smith, who just fouled out. As referees will make sure everything's all good here. I think what's going to happen, Teddy, is Blackford is going to try and make this first, and he will probably intentionally miss the second. First one rattles out. Tough bounce there for Blackford.
Now this is a tough situation.
Timeout.
And we'll get a timeout called by the Trojans. Probably going to try and drop an inbounds play. Now if you're Blackford, I mean, what do? You try and make this free throw and hope you get a steal, or hope for some poor fortune at the free throw line by Maroa-Forsyth, or do you just intentionally miss, try and get the right carom off the rim or the backboard, and just hopefully it maybe gets tapped out and maybe hit a game-tying three?
And that's what I was originally thinking. The only thing is, obviously, have trust in your other players, but you ultimately want the shot in the hands of Blackford. And I don't think if he's the one shooting and they don't have the rebounders on the inside and they gotta fight beyond the blocks, he's going to have to be the one that crashes the board. And I don't know if he'll have enough time to really swing back out to get a three off in time. So I say you maybe make it, you try to get a steal, full court press, but it's risky business for sure.
So Maroa-Forsyth seemingly on the verge of victory, but we've said that a couple times tonight for both squads. It only be proven wrong by some buzzer-beating heroics. Blackford intentionally misses that one, taps it. Maroa-Forsyth has it, they get fouled, and looks like they will hang on. 1.8 to go, as I believe that was Cannon Grubbs who got fouled, and will try and put this one away for the Trojans.
And ultimately, John, looks like the game-winning play comes from Luke Smith, who fouled out to put Blackford at the trip to the line, because I know Coach wasn't necessarily happy. It didn't look like he was happy about it, but smartest play would have been that.
And Blackford just fouled out. That was his fifth. First free throw, no good. So, again, the door is still open. But if he makes this will essentially seal it. Antonis Anderson talking things over with the ref. Big free throw here for Ken Grubbs, 6'3" senior. He missed it. Timeout called by Calvary. A fourth of a second came off the clock.
That was very quick.
I should say a 4/10. A fourth of a second would be 2.5 tenths, or 25 hundredths. So they're going to put 1.6 on the clock. They're going to add 2 tenths back. But, I mean, the Saints are still alive in this game. The Trojans just can't put the Saints away. The Saints weren't able to put the Trojans away. I mean, this game is... I mean, you could say that both teams really want it. You could also say that neither team seems like they want it right now. So, but either way, this is going to be a win that both these teams will talk about, during their season. That I'll look back on it as definitely a key regular season win.
This is a big momentum swing kind of win too. For Maroa-Forsyth. I mean, you're going against a team 11-3, and like we mentioned earlier, not ranked in the state of Illinois, but still a very successful team.
So we'll see Reynolds inbound it here. Again, Blackford not on the floor. Trying to find someone. It was tipped. Long throws it up. Referees whistle something. And that's the game. Maroa-Forsyth hangs on to win it 69-66 in double overtime.
Unbelievable. As we say, Saber and Lee immediately going over, congratulating the other team. John, that was... well, if I might say, game of the year so far.
Yeah, one of the best we have
2026.
Yeah, a very early contender, and I'd say our first contender for game of the year, and that one's got a pretty good shot to remain in that spot. But the Trojans win it by 3. They move to 9-4. Calvary falls to 11-4. Cabron Lee, and unofficially, I believe he had about 35 or 36 here tonight for the Trojans. Luke Blackford with 30 for the Saints. Unbelievable matchup between two of those players, and man, I could watch those guys go at it all day.
100%. And Saber, the craziest thing about it, Saber Lee only a junior, and if he didn't have, hopefully there's someone watching right now at some college that sees that and like, wow, this kid might have something, because whether it was from beyond the arc, I mean, I mentioned it several times, like a broken record at this point, but defensively, like, what do you have? 7, 8, 9 blocks is what we tallied up in our mind, and getting stuff off the boards, getting interviewed over there for very good reason. Just phenomenal effort for him. He's got a bright future.
For sure. And also want to, right before we sign off from this game, want to thank all of our sponsors that help make this broadcast possible. Starting with Baum Chevrolet Buick. Area Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. They ensure every customer has an experience that's excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. Also a Harbor brand fertilizer for all your fertilizer needs here in Clinton. And by Snapper. It's a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV. Stop in at Snapper's Bar and Grill on the Square in Clinton, Illinois. Well, you just saw a classic. We'll have another one hopefully coming your way between Clinton and LeRoy girls coming up after this. We're going to step aside. We're going to keep it right here and be right back in about 10 to 15 minutes or so to see the Maroons take on the Panthers here in Game 5 of the Clinton New Year's Showdown. Again, for Teddy Ball, I'm Jonathan Michael. We'll see you in a few right back here from Clinton.
right, welcome back here to the Clinton New Year Shootout. We got some girls action coming up here between LeRoy and Clinton High School. This should be a very fun one as the second to last game of this New Year Shootout. I'm Ryan Weber bringing play-by-play alongside me. Sky Gillespie here for what should be a really fun game between the Panthers and the Maroons. And Sky, what are you thinking? What's this one going to look like?
Well, Clinton's coming off of one of the biggest wins of the entire season, as it appears we're probably going to have a national anthem, so we'll take a quick pause for that before I give my wonderful thoughts on this upcoming matchup.
At this time, we ask you please rise, gentlemen, remove your caps and face our flag with pride, and take a moment to remember in your thoughts and prayers our servicemen and women, especially those who serve our nation from both LeRoy and Clinton High Schools, as we play our national anthem.
All right, we're back after that national anthem, where we'll give starters. And Sky, as you were saying, what we were expected to see, you were mentioning Clinton's most recent game, if you want to keep that going.
Exactly, they came off of a huge victory last night against Heyworth, an overtime victory. And speaking of what happened last night, Carly Anderson, in the second half of last night's victory over Heyworth, scored over 1,000 career points for her career here at Clinton. One of just 15 Clinton Maroons to ever do so. So a very prestigious honor as she got recognized right there. But LeRoy, a top 20 team in
70 to 64. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if the Panthers can bounce back and get a big win today down in Clinton. The Panthers enter this one 11-5 and 2-2 in the HOIC. Clinton 15-4 and off to a 2-0 start in the 5 games they'll play in the Central Illinois Conference, which is quite a small conference these days. So both teams looking for a big win this season, and one that can kind of maybe be a launch pad as they enter the dog days of January.
The reason you play in these tournaments and shootouts is so you can be playing your best ball in February. A non-conference matchup here, but these two teams will greatly benefit from battling top-tier competition here in Central Illinois.
Yeah, these two teams, like you said, non-conference, and we mentioned LeRoy out of the HOIC, one of the stronger small school conferences, not just in the area, but in the entire state of Illinois. They've usually got. Yeah, I'd say, honestly, you could make a very good case that out in like the 1A, 2A class, they might be the best, consistently competing for those state championships in a lot of different sports. And Clinton out of the Central Illinois Conference, much smaller, just 6 programs in that conference, all kind of in the Decatur and that kind of area. As we'll get the opening tip here, and LeRoy claims it to start this one. And it's tipped back to, that is Kendall Spratt, and now here comes Annie Kahn, the captains. Find Spratt again, the senior, and she lost it, and it's taken back the other way to the Maroons, swung up to Clara Dempsey. Dempsey, dribble drive up, and layup no good. Rebound to Avery Smith, no good. Tipped around out of bounds, and up to the Panthers. So 2 a second chance opportunity and a missed opportunity for Clinton to start this one.
This Clinton team's trying to get up in your grill. They're going to play face-to-face defense, making it very hard for you, so need to be calm with the ball. Don't overreact. Make smart decisions.
Yeah, that can be that's going to be a big focal point here. Is nice shot from Spratt, gets a friendly roll, and LeRoy opens the scoring. It's 2-0 Panthers.
No surprise to see Kendall Spratt get going as Clinton tries to respond right there, but Kendall Spratt, the leading scorer for this LeRoy team.
Yeah, she's definitely the offensive engine for the Panthers this year. Is another second chance opportunity for Clinton, and they can't get that one to go. Now here's a nice drive by Molly Shire. And a 3-ball up and good. That's Sadie Owens hitting the 3. The junior out there, and it's 5-0, the first 3-pointer of the game today.
Clinton's had good opportunities so far. Haven't capitalized. LeRoy's just got to keep forcing mistakes like that, and just like that, LeRoy up 5-0 with the ball, looking to add to it.
Yeah, we've seen a couple teams get off to hot starts, but we saw it in the last game where Maroa-Forsyth got up to a great start, and of course that one came down to the wire and was probably game of the year thus far in this area. As a couple second chance opportunity, third chance opportunity, and Annie Kahn's able to get that one to go. It's 7-0, and an early timeout for the Clinton Maroons as LeRoy off to a really hot start thus far.
Yeah, I think Annie Kahn just wanted to add to her stats. Got 2 rebounds right there. Second chance opportunities are going to be huge. You've got to box out. You've got to be strong. I think this game is going to be about who can out-physical one another.
Yeah, the whoever wins the rebounding battle usually tends to win the game, and we'll get a break out of this timeout, at least for LeRoy. They'll jump out. We'll get a replay here of Owens' 3-pointer.
NBA range from Sadie Owens. Knocks it down.
Nothing but net on that one. A nice shot, and we'll go. We'll get out the timeout here, and Clinton will start with the ball. Dempsey bringing it up the floor for the Lady Maroons. Again, 15-4 this season, off to a great start. And a nice entry pass, and that finds Lila Kluver for 2 points, and Clinton on the board early. As I was mentioning their record, they went down. They won the Monticello Holiday Hoopla over the holiday break. A good tournament down there that I got to go to and watch some games. This missed 3-ball from Spratt, and it's taken back the other way.
LeRoy's got to get back.
Yeah, here's Kluver dishing it to Dempsey. Dempsey puts it up and good, and it's 7-4 now. Clara Dempsey with 2 points. So she's assisted the first Clinton bucket, and she scored the second. Now here's Spratt swinging it out. Owens, lefty 3-ball up and good. Sadie Owens, 2 of 2 start for her. She's got 6 early ones. It's 10-2, and that 3-point shooting for Sadie Owens could be huge in this one.
Sadie Owens averages 1.8 3-point makes per game. She's already got that early on in just 3 minutes. Very good start for the junior, and playing good defense as well.
Yeah, she's and tough defense there. A nice bucket from Kluver again. So she's got 4. Or excuse me, she's got 2. Yeah, no, now it's 6-10. They didn't update the scoreboard there for a minute, so it kind of threw us off. But now 10-6. And the first foul of the game, that one's picked up by Carly Anderson. There, the senior, as we mentioned, 1,000 points for her. So here's Owens with it on the other end. Dishing it around, they'll find it. Kendall Spratt gets it. Now they swing it over to Kahn. Looking to enter the ball into the post, and she's got an open look, almost traveled. Dishes it out. Menenga, no good. And nice offensive rebound, no good. Spratt, and rebound back to the Clinton Maroons, and they'll take it the other way. It's Dempsey. Dempsey behind the back, and now she crosses back over the other way and puts it up, and good. Fancy handles from Clara Dempsey. She's got 4.
LeRoy is really stout defensively, but the guard play for Clinton, just really quick handles, tough to stay in front of one-on-one. That's going to be a key to this game as Spratt drives.
Ooh. A lot of second chance opportunities early. Spratt got the first one, couldn't get it to go, and she got her own rebound and then couldn't get it to go once again. That ball nearly got away from Anderson, the Long pass finds its way to Kluver. Kluver up, and she draws the foul. And we'll get a chance to go to the line to maybe tie this game up. As we get, I'm not sure who's that foul going to go on. We'll see. That's going to go on Shire. Molly Shire's first foul of the game, the first team foul as well for the Panthers.
Kluver at the line.
And got it. Nice roll there. Makes it 10-9.
Like you talked about, Kluver at the line with a potential chance to tie. That's exactly what she did last night. She made 2 free throws to send it to overtime with 2.3 seconds left last night against Heyworth in the game they, as we mentioned, eventually won.
Yeah, and she got them both to go there, so nice free throw shooting from Lila Kluver. Ties this one up at 10 early. Now here's Kendall Spratt, done a lot of the shooting early on, but not as much scoring. Finds its way to Kahn, 3-ball up, no good, and a nice rebound by Avery Smith, who will bring it back the other way. Smith, one of the taller players on this Clinton team, 5'8", is her height, and she finds it in the post, gets it up, and it's good. And Clinton takes the lead now, 12-10. It's a 10-0 run for the Maroons.
When Avery Smith gets her back to the basket like that, rare that she's going to miss. And speaking of rare misses, Kendall Spratt showing why she averages nearly 16 points per game.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice shot there from Spratt, the third 3-ball early on from the Panthers. And it's 13-12. This one back and forth start. And that shot up no good, Anderson. And nice rebound by Sadie Owens, who will bring it back the other way. Kahn gets it up. Menenga finds Owens. Finds Kahn. Finds Spratt. And just kind of passing it around the perimeter. Looking to maybe enter it inside. Kahn, it went off of her hands. Finds its way to Underhill. Now back to Kahn. Shot clock running down. Just about over 5 seconds left on the shot clock. And Adrienne Underhill gets the shot to go. It's 15-12.
And they say the mid-range is a dying art. Underhill coming in off the bench with 2 points. Knocks it down as the shot clock was expiring.
Yeah, you need those bench points sometimes, and they get them there as Kluver answers. She's got 6 early points, tied with Owens for the scoring lead among both teams, and Underhill looking to add a little bit more to her tally. That up no good, and ball up the other way. Avery Smith stolen away by Sadie Owens. She goes on the fast break, and an easy 2 for Sadie Owens. Jump in the passing lane. She's got 8. Good start for her.
Clinton got away with a lazy pass earlier in the possession. Couldn't get away with yet another one, but that's a really tough matchup down there in the post.
Yeah, Avery Smith using her physical presence, kind of acting as the center in this lineup here, and able to draw the foul and go to the line. That's going to be the first foul on Kendall Spratt.
This Clinton Maroons team, coached by Josh Williams, looking for their 16th victory, also looking for their 12th straight victory. They're on an 11-game win streak. Started off the season 0-2. What a way to bounce back.
Yeah, they've been dominant the last few weeks. They've got some nice wins over some good competition. They beat Tri-Valley. They beat GCMS, who's been looking pretty good this year as well in the HOIC. So, and as you mentioned last night, big win over Heyworth. So, beating some strong HOIC competition and looking to continue it today against the Panthers. And there's a steal by Delaney Dempsey, and she gets it up to Kluver, who's got 8. And maybe not the one you'd expect to be filling up the scoring column early, but Lila Kluver doing the work on the offensive end. Nearly another steal, and then finally it does result in a turnover, and then that one was thrown away by Carly Anderson. So going back the other way, a bit of a sloppy sequence there for both teams.
Bodies flying everywhere, the ball going everywhere. Very sloppy indeed. We'll see if LeRoy can settle down, slow down here.
Yeah, we'll see a substitution here for Clinton. Ozzie Gore getting her first action of the night, and she'll guard Kendall Spratt on this possession. Spratt looking to drive in, but nowhere to go. Swings that one out. Finds Warlow, and it comes away eventually to Annie Kahn. Kahn looking to drive. and she nearly lost it, but it went right to Spratt. 3 ball up, Underhill, up and good, and she's got 5 points now. Adrienne Underhill, the scoring very balanced, and then 3 on the other end, deep 3, no good. Rebound Avery Smith. Anderson gets it back, and the layup is good. Just kind of taking the route right up the middle, and it's a 1-point game with about 15 seconds to go here in the first quarter.
Really nice cut from Anderson, and LeRoy can hold for 1.
Yes, Spratt looked like she thought about the deep 3 ball, and that one tapped around out of bounds with 4 seconds left, and LeRoy will get a chance at the last shot and maybe a buzzer beater. We saw a buzzer beater in the last game, actually, to send it to double overtime.
Seems like we saw like 15 buzzer beaters last game.
Yeah, there was a lot of clutch shooting. Hopefully we can get just as good of a game here today. And that one's stolen away, taken back the other way. Fatheree, no good. And that'll cap off the first quarter, 20-19. The Panthers lead the Maroons here after one, and what has been a tight back and forth affair here in the first quarter.
LeRoy came out throwing the punches early on, 7-0 lead to start things off, and you know, LeRoy winning 20-19, very fitting as a 2019 graduate from LeRoy High School.
Yeah, the Panthers coming into this one at 11-5, and they've struggled thus far against some of the tougher above 500 teams. Got a couple ad reads for you. Cinco de Mayo Mexican food. Come and enjoy some real Mexican style food in a great atmosphere. Douglas Dodge, whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car and you're in need of routine maintenance or major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. And Mangold Ford of Clinton. Make your way to Mangold Ford of Clinton in Clinton today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service at every step of the way. So yeah, as I mentioned, LeRoy struggled against above 500 teams thus far this year, just 1-4. That one win came against Roanoke-Benson. So looking to get their second win over winning team here today, but Clinton will start with the possession. 3 ball, that one up, long range 3, no good from Delaney Dempsey. And the rebound comes the other way. Menenga bringing it up. Spratt looking to enter the ball in. Still trying to maybe get the ball underneath, and they've kind of struggled to do it, and we see it again, another turnover. Now here's Clinton going the other way again. Clara Dempsey. Dempsey drives in, and it's up and good. And you can add the foul to it. 21-20. Clinton takes the lead back on that nice layup from Clara Dempsey going through the contact.
Dempsey had a little bit of a hesitation stutter step that lulled the defense to sleep and just blew right by the Panthers. Goes to the line. Clinton takes the lead.
Yeah, nice job to finish through some fouling there, and free throw up, no good. Rebound to Parker Mann of the Panthers. The ball comes here to Annie Kahn. Now finds Spratt. Now looking to enter it into Mann, and she shoots it from the floor, no good. Underhill with the rebound, no good. Don't see that very often. And now Clinton running the break the other way. That one up, and that layup, no good. Out of bounds, back to the Lady Maroons. And we'll get a look at a very interesting shot selection here.
They just lay down right here and throw it up. Throws up the prayer, but no good. Honestly, an open look, though.
Yeah, not a bad look, and I don't know if it's one you're going to want to take again, but when you're open, you got to get those shots up, and we'll see a foul called here. That one's going to go on the Panthers. It'll be the second team foul of them already, just about a minute into this first quarter. That is going to go on Parker Mann. Long inbound out to the top of the key, and looking to enter it into Kluver, out of bounds, and it'll go to the Panthers. Another turnover in this game early on, so a lot of scoring and a lot of turnovers. Pretty much every possession seeming to end one of those two ways thus far.
These two teams are so well-rounded, so good offensively. Usually these two teams are more of a defense to offense type of team, but So far, it's been all offense.
Yeah, and a nice block there by Carly Anderson, swatting Underhill on that one, out of bounds. LeRoy's, so they're going to be able to hang on to the ball here, but it's possession disrupted. And now they quick inbound. Kahn, dish out, Spratt fires up the three, up and good. Nothing but net for Kendall Spratt. 8 points for her, so she's joint team leader thus far in this one. And it's 23-21.
The Spratt family tree continues to pay dividends for LeRoy, as we have a beautiful layup right there from Carly Anderson. Kendall Spratt, Carly Spratt, Lena Spratt, legends of LeRoy. Good to see them continue filing through.
What's in the water at the Spratt household is here's a three from Mann, up no good. And nice rebound by Dempsey in a LeRoy crowd. Kluver, and she traveled. The bounce pass was low, and she tried to pick it up and go with it, but she couldn't get her dribble under her before she took a step.
23-23. Tied up here.
Yeah, tight start thus far. Both teams, we've mentioned the offense. LeRoy averaging 55.7 points a game, and for Clinton, 61.2. So the Maroons pretty high scoring, but LeRoy not too shabby on the offensive end in their own right. As here are the Panthers looking to get some points on the board. They'll find Kendall Spratt. Now, tried to get the backdoor pass to Underhill, but it's stolen away by Anderson, who finds Dempsey. Dempsey, little underneath scoop layup, and she gets it to go. Clara Dempsey with 8 points. And it's 25-23.
A little bit of a Euro step right there.
Yeah, nice move and nice finish as well to make it a 2-point Clinton lead. Both teams kind of wear similar colors, so I've gotten them mixed up there. As there's Spratt, 3-ball no good, couldn't get the bank shot to fall. Now a long pass up to Kluver, and that one blocked by Mann. She gets the rebound, dishes it out. Now it finds Kluver again, 3-ball up, no good. Rebound Anderson, another opportunity. This time entered into Gore. Follery. Kluver cross-court pass. Anderson 3-ball up. That one no good, and finally LeRoy is able to corral the board and take it back the other way. So here's Menenga finding Kahn, swings it over Underhill. Outside of Spratt, the offensive options on the floor for LeRoy here been kind of quiet. 5 points for Underhill and just 2 for anyone else. Kahn enters it in man, and a foul called with about 6 seconds on the shot clock, so LeRoy bailed out here. And we'll get a look at that nice finish. Euro, ooh!
That can be left hand too.
Yeah, just going whatever needs to be done to finish that layup is just a nice finish from Clara Dempsey. So LeRoy will inbound the ball here just a second under halfway through the second quarter, and I believe that inbounds pass hit the bottom of the backboard.
I think it should have been called out of bounds, but nonetheless, Clinton rewarded with the basketball.
Yeah, not the worst thing we've seen get hit in one of these games.
How did that pass?
Wow!
My, oh my.
It looked like it practically teleported into the hands of Kluver. What a feed. That was almost speechless with how that even got there, as trying to find Underhill on the other end out of bounds. And Avery Smith will check back in for Clinton with a 4-point lead now, and that last bucket put Lila Kluver as the first player in double digits for either side. Let's see if she can extend her points tally, or maybe this one will find its way to another Maroon. Here's Smith putting up the layup, no good. She used the body but couldn't capitalize on the finish there, and it'll go back the other way. Ball pushed up Shire. Loose ball turnover once again for the Panthers. Smith, little tapped pass up to Clara Dempsey, and she'll draw the foul. So some fancy passing for the Maroons.
We've we've seen some fancy passing all day long throughout this shootout, and Clinton just showing how dangerous they are. Any given girl can beat you. It's not just a one-lady team. Anyone can step up, and so far it's been Kluver.
Yeah, those teams who kind of rely on one player, they can be fun to watch, but when that player, boys or girls, isn't really on their game, it can be really tough for a team to win. But Clinton doesn't have to worry about that, as 2 free throws up and good from Clara Dempsey. She's into double figures with 10. So her and Kluver have 20 of the 29 points for the Maroons thus far. Here's Spratt with it. Nice defense from Lila Kluver. Kahn dishes it over. Finds Shire. Shire pump fake. That one high, but thankfully for the Panthers, corralled by Nellie Smith. Shire, that one, this time she does fire up the 3, no good. Tipped around, and Spratt couldn't get to it out of bounds. And Clinton will take it the other way.
Molly Shire with her first shot attempt, no good. And LeRoy's been sitting on 23 for quite a bit.
Yeah, it feels like a good few minutes of an offensive drought for the Panthers. They'll have to find a way to find some offense from somewhere. Here's Dempsey dishing it into Smith with one hand. Kick out, 3 ball up, and good! Nice 3 there. Avery Fothery with the 3-pointer. It's 32-23 in favor of Clinton. They're on a run here. Now let's see if LeRoy can respond. Here's Kahn. Finds Smith. Nellie Smith, the junior, finds its way to Spratt. Kahn, pump fake, drive. Kicks it back out to Kendall Spratt. Just 10 seconds on the shot clock, so they got to get something going here soon. Kind of a slow offensive possession. Kahn dumps it in. Spratt. Hook shot up and good as the shot clock expires. So Kendall Spratt able to get the bucket to go with 10 points now herself. And another, couldn't get that one to go. It was another scoop shot from Clara Dempsey, but that one did not get the roll. Here goes Spratt, 3 ball up and good. And she answers the run with a 5-0 run of her own. 32-28 now, and just when it looked like Clinton was starting to build a bit of a gap, LeRoy's right back into this one.
Shire with the steal too, and LeRoy has numbers. They
3 on 2.
Possession.
Kick out, 3 ball, Nellie Smith, no good. And the long rebound finds its way nearly to Sadie Owens, but it does come away to one of the Panthers. That's Shire. Shire, Spratt, drive, in, no good. I think it got a hand on it, Clinton, and it threw off the shot. Now they're going to run the other way. Anderson, up and good. Off one leg, kind of fading away. Nice shot from Carly Anderson. 6 points for her as the first half comes to the final 15 seconds. Here's Shire, and she traveled on that one. I didn't look like she did a pump fake and kind of shuffled the feet, so it'll go back the other way.
Had a little bit of a head start right there. 14 seconds, Clinton likely holding for one. And if you're LeRoy, it's very, very important that you hold this score to a 2-possession game heading into halftime, because Clinton's had control this quarter.
Yeah, the Maroons having a great second quarter, and even still you're only up 6. So that just tells you how well LeRoy's done to bounce back. As here the final 5 seconds, dished in. Ozzie Gore fires it up, and it's good. It's an 8-point halftime lead for the Clinton Maroons, 36-28. A nice first half from them, and a couple players showing out on both sides, and what's been a very tight first half comes to a close.
The battle of the teams dressed in maroon. So far, Clinton's had the upper hand, but it's anyone's ball game. 36-28. Clinton with an impeccable second quarter here.
Yeah, it's been really tight. 3 players in double figures in total, and been a really fun first half. I think we'll take a break here in a few minutes and run some ads. We'll get some ads going here, actually. We'll get some, like I said, we'll get some going. Baum Chevrolet Buick. Baum Chevrolet Buick is your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. We ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. Harbrand Fertilizer. For all your fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. And Snappers. If you're looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV, stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the Square in Clinton, Illinois for some great service and some great food. So sounds like maybe that's where I'll be stopping after this tournament. Got 2 games left here. Or 1 game after this one, excuse me. Welcome back to Clinton High School here for the Clinton New Year Shootout. We've got halftime, just about a minute left in the halftime break here between Clinton and LeRoy in this girls' battle. The Maroons lead 36-28 after one half of play, and a very tight first half and a very high-scoring first half. Sky.
Yeah, I expected a little bit of a lower-scoring, grittier, physical game, but so far it's been all offense thus far. Clinton leading by 8, and if you're LeRoy, I think just gotta box out, gotta run back. Transition defense is important. Fast break offense for Clinton so far has been honestly the reason they're winning. And if you're Clinton, just keep doing what you do best. You guys are really good. You got the home court advantage. If you're LeRoy, try to pull off a big upset here and trust the process, trust in the great, the legendary Coach Chris Hauser.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting to see if maybe LeRoy tries to run on the break a little bit. We didn't really see them do it much in that first half, but maybe they'll try and get things going a little bit in the second half through that. The three ball really did a lot of the damage for them, as they'll start the second half with the ball, and Annie Kahn misses that shot out of bounds, and the Maroons will take the ball back the other way.
Pretty good set, good cut right there from Kahn to get open. Just couldn't finish. And it's going to be interesting to see if LeRoy can start off this half just as they did in the first half with a 7-0 lead.
Yeah, they started off really well in that first half, and Clinton was able to bounce back really well, as missed layup there from Smith, taken back the other way. Spratt, kick into the corner. Menengay, three ball, no good. Too strong on that one, and it's taken back the other way by Fothery. Now here's a dish to the corner, and Carly Anderson's got a three ball. 9 points for her. She's just really putting it on. She's, like we said, she's over 1,000. That got presented earlier in the game, before the game. That three ball looking to answer, no good. Loose ball, Spratt able to swing it out, finds Owens, kicks it out, kicks it over. Kahn, wing three, no good. Rebound, Smith, faces some pressure, and able to get it out and get it back the other way. Kluver, kick out, Dempsey. Now they find it, Kluver again, and it's up and good. 41-28, and a good start to the second half for the Clinton Maroons.
So far, LeRoy doing what they didn't do in the first half. They are now fronting the post. So far, Clinton doesn't care. They're making adjustments, and LeRoy having good looks on the offensive end, but something I didn't like from LeRoy right there is I talked about you need to get back on defense. They had 3 players just standing over trying to steal the ball as Shire put this up the mid-range. Clutch Sports' very own Molly Shire gets in the scoring column.
Yeah, nice shot.
Score. But we saw 3 LeRoy Panthers just standing over, guarding a player 80 feet away from the basket. That's something you can't do.
Yeah, here's another 3 from Anderson. That one no good. And you mentioned they're fronting the post, but you've got to have somebody kind of on that backside ready to help, and they didn't have that on that possession. Clinton unable to enter it into the post there, and now LeRoy looking to cut this one back down to single digits. Here's Shire. Menengay finds up to Kahn, top of the key, standing at one of the extensions of the C logo. Looks like a kind of Central Michigan's logo is very similar. And that ball thrown away. Fothery taking it the other way. Guarded by Menengay, and foul called on the break. It was a kind of a one-on-one fast break there. And Avery Fothery will go to the line for 2 free throws.
We're going to get a quick look at
believe this is going to be
possession.
Yeah, no, this is going to be
Is this going to be the Molly Shire bucket?
I think, yeah. There you go. Nice job stepping out. Nice awareness of knowing where you need to go. And good shot there. 2 free throws up and good for Avery Fothery. She's got 5. And now LeRoy goes back the other way. Spratt traveled, trying to enter it in. Owens was making the cut, and Spratt walked because her pass attempt got cut off and had nowhere to go. And now LeRoy's going to call a timeout. It's 43-30 here in the third quarter.
Yeah, and it's definitely not easy against this Clinton defense. They're guarding you deep. They're forcing you to catch it near the volleyball line every time, and if you're LeRoy, you just got to jump stop, ball fakes, pass fakes. Just can't have happy feet like that from Spratt.
Yeah, and this Clinton team is one they tend to blow some teams out at times. They've got some big wins. They had a 40-point win over Tolono Unity, some 30-point wins against Shelbyville and Argenta Oriana.
60-point win against
I was going to
Riverton.
mention that 72-11 against Riverton a few weeks ago, which is one of the biggest margin, not one of the necessarily biggest margins of victory, but in terms of how dominant you play, that's got to be one of the biggest I've seen in a while. As here's the second chance opportunity, up and good for Clara Dempsey. And she grows the lead to 15. She's got 12 to lead the Maroons. Now here's Shire on the other end. Drives in, no good. Spratt with the rebound, that one no good. Ball kind of trapped between your feet, and the jump ball will send it to the Maroons.
LeRoy really can't catch a break with this officiating. They're having good drives. There's been a lot of contact. I mean, Kendall Spratt has been driving the lane, seeking contact. Contact has been given to her, but the refs aren't helping her out one bit.
Yeah, that's kind of, they got to maybe adjust that if you're not going to be getting the calls on them. As here's a shot up, no good. I believe that one might have got affected from behind. And now LeRoy is able to kind of break a bit of pressure there. Nearly thrown away. Here's Mann posting up, fade away from the post, no good. And Anderson's able to box out Spratt and snag the board. Now here's a kick out, open three, up and good. Avery Fothery, and just some sloppy defense again, unable to identify the person you're supposed to be guarding, and an open three resulted. Now here's Kahn looking to answer, no good. Long rebound, snagged by Carly Anderson again, gets it up to Kluver, running the break, up and good. And it's a dominant run to start the third quarter for the Clinton Maroons. 14-2 run. Now here's Menengay, misses the layup. Anderson with another rebound. Gives that one up to Smith. Into Dempsey. Dempsey puts it up. No good, but she draws the foul. And will get a chance to extend the lead further.
Looked like Dempsey might have traveled there. Don't know if that caught your eye, but it caught
A little bit.
caught my keen eye.
Yeah, looks like 4 subs ready to check in for the Panthers. And first free throw from Clara Dempsey up and no good.
You can tell this LeRoy team's tired. They're not getting back on defense. And really, I mean, if you're a coach, this is something that you're going to do when your team's struggling like that. You need a spark and a little bit of hockey line change right there.
Yeah, let's see if that can maybe, like you said, spark something, spark a comeback for the Panthers. Is 0 for 2 trip to the line for Clara Dempsey. And the Panthers bring it back up the floor in the red. Here's Smith dishing it to Menengay.
Did you say in the red?
In the maroon.
There you go.
Yeah. It's
You're-
just
that's
I
your
had to
rep
say
talk.
I had to say the red because I mean when you're playing the Maroons, it's kind of a tough way to describe it. Now here is Abby Lyons, no good, and a foul called there, trying to induce a jump ball. That's gonna okay. That is gonna go against Abby Lyons. That's her first foul, her first action of the game.
Peyton Volk will check in for the first time for the Panthers.
Yeah, so couple Panthers getting their first action. Hageman also in there for the first time today.
Fresh off the bench, face guarding full court as Volk. You love to see it.
Yeah, you got to breathe. Sometimes maybe that defensive intensity is what they want and what they need. And shot up no good there from Kluver. Kind of an awkward angle to shoot that ball, and it rolls off the front of the rim. Now here's Hageman, long 2 up, no good, and a jump ball here. And now I feel like the last jump ball went Clinton's way, but they're saying this one's going their way.
Hey, we're playing in Clinton. They're gonna get some.
Yeah, hold on. The
things go their way.
referee's the referee's going over to the scorers table here. Like I said, I believe the last one went the way of the Maroons.
Such good investigation skills, Ryan.
Just kind of, it happened only a few minutes ago, thankfully. So if
Such
it was,
good memory, Ryan.
If it was more than that, I think I probably would have just kind of glossed over it. But obviously don't know what he's saying. We're not unlike in college and pro. We're not down there at the scorers table calling this one. So yeah, like they do over in the NBA, we need those refs with the mics. Saw, Bill Kennedy. He's one of the ones who kind of flamboyant on that microphone, and I think he got hurt, I believe, in the last game.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. That did happen.
It's always a little funny. You can always laugh a little bit when a ref gets hurt because you know that sometimes, you feel slighted maybe by an official, whether it's a team you're rooting for or a team you played on, and, But at the end of the day, despite it all, they're still people too, so wishing him the best.
We're all human.
Here's a long inbounds pass right into the post. Finds Hageman. Up, couldn't get the roll. Loose ball. Comes away. Too strong on that one. Out of bounds to the Maroons. So the offense still silent for LeRoy thus far. Just 2 points in the third quarter.
J.C. Hageman couldn't convert on the offensive end. J.C. Hageman, the daughter of softball coach Doug Hageman, and she is one heck of a softball player herself. LeRoy, very good at softball.
You guys are good at everything these days.
Oh, yeah. We're the LeRoy Panthers. What do you expect?
There's Clara Dempsey with the layup, and she tried to get a steal off the inbound, unable to do so. So LeRoy able to run fast back the other way. Hageman couldn't get the roll. Loose ball here, and Nellie Smith nearly stole it away, but it's out of bounds. So just kind of trying to get anything going, LeRoy.
I think that's the story of the night. That ball touched every part of the rim, but just couldn't fall. LeRoy can't seem to catch breaks. The basketball god's not in the favor of the team dressed in all maroon.
Yeah, just rough. Yeah, like you said, just kind of some bad luck going their way. Some just kind of everything seemingly going against LeRoy through the first 3 quarters after a pretty good start, but get a turnover there. They'll run it the other way. Kahn tried to find somebody, but no one was there. Finally, Owens came to her aid. Loose ball comes away to Sadie Owens. Kicks it out. Underhill, three-pointer, no good. Spratt nearly snagged the rebound, but once again unable to get that second chance. And here comes the Clinton Lady Maroons.
It was online. Looked good, just a little bit long.
Yeah, just...
Step through. No good, though. Beautiful move, however.
Yeah. Kluver trying to do something fancy there. Some good finishers on this Clinton team. We've seen some nice, hook shots and scoop layups. Is trying to find Spratt there. Unable to do it. Out of bounds. Back to Clinton. Another turnover.
Right idea, just couldn't get the execution right there from LeRoy. As, I talked about how they were stuck on 23 for a while. It seems like they've been sitting on 30 for a few minutes.
Yeah, it's been basically the whole quarter has just been, an 8-minute run for Clinton, just almost by default. They've outscored them 16-2 here in the third. Now here's Dempsey. Refused the screen, went the other way, couldn't get the layup to fall. As we near the end of the third, they try and throw it up out of bounds with 0.7 left. So able to maybe get something off, but probably not going to be the best shot. But at least better than nothing.
Still have plenty of time to catch and shoot. We'll see how LeRoy executes.
Long pass, finds Underhill, and she couldn't get it to go. Nice last-second inbounds play from that area, but unable to complete the layup. And that'll cap off a third quarter. Dominant third quarter for Clinton, a rough third quarter for LeRoy. It's 52-30 here in this one. We've seen so a lot of close games. This is one of the few that seem to kind of get out of hand here, but still a quarter left for LeRoy to dig into this one, and you never know, maybe get a miraculous comeback.
And this just shows that, I know we talked about it a little bit earlier in the broadcast, how LeRoy is struggling as of late, but that's what happens when you're a 1A school. You're going up against constant 2A, 3A teams, and you travel over to face Clinton. And, I mean, LeRoy still a top 20 ranked team in all of 1A. It just shows how important playing really strong competition is in these tournaments, because they're going to be prepped for basketball in February.
Yeah, we'll get a couple ads thrown in here. Cinco de Mayo Mexican restaurant. Come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food in a great atmosphere. Douglas Dodge. Whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or you're in need of major or routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge has you covered. And Mangold Ford of Clinton. You can make your way to Mangold Ford of Clinton for quality vehicles, friendly team, and professional service every step of the way. Family values, gold standard service. Mangold has you covered. So yeah, as you mentioned, Clinton or LeRoy getting some tests throughout the season. They've got a tough, schedule in the HOIC, which is a very good conference for for girls basketball. To play Eureka next week, and Fisher as well in there, and then the McLean County tournament coming up. That'll start a week from today on Saturday. Always one of the tournaments I enjoy personally as, a Ridgeview grad. Here's a second chance opportunity. Carly Anderson unable to get that to fall. Stuck on 9 points. The 1,000-point scorer. Dish over Sadie Owens. 3-ball. No good. She had 2 in the first quarter. Unable to add to that tally. Now here's a deep 3. Up and good. Delaney Dempsey. Some confidence right off the bench from the freshman. And we're going to get a look at it.
That ball might have fallen in from her house. I don't know which part of Clinton she lives in, but that was way downtown.
Dang near from Wapella.
That might have fallen from snappers.
What a shot from Delaney Dempsey, the freshman, to make it 55-30, but just a great shot and a nice little highlight to add to her career highlight reel. Maybe one of the first, as I mentioned, she's a freshman. 3-ball up there from Carly Bless. That one didn't fall, the sophomore. So some underclassmen getting action.
Yeah, look for that to be the story of this fourth quarter. A lot of new faces getting checked in, playing some high-quality basketball in a really good showdown.
Yeah, here's Anderson, no good. Nice rebound and pass up. Spratt, the senior. The team captain, Kendall Spratt. Dishing it over, finds Owens, finds Kahn. Tried to put up the shot, no good. Basically loses it. Jump ball. Back to the Panthers.
And what we're seeing from this LeRoy offense, it's what LeRoy is known for in a variety of sports. Not a ton of sets. A lot of motion, a lot of 5 out, a lot of cutting, a lot of ball screens, letting the offense work for its own, and just going up against this really strong Clinton defense. It's not working.
Yeah, now here's a 3. Owens couldn't get that one to go either, so still scoreless here in the fourth quarter. 3-ball Bless, no good. And a loose ball there, and it'll come away to the Panthers. A lot of loose balls coming out of bounds in this game.
Just can't seem to corral it, as LeRoy looking to get on the scoring column here in the fourth.
Yeah, let's see if they can just get something going, get just to double digits here in this second half. 3-ball, that one up no good. It's Abby Lyons. And we'll see, and now that one's stolen away. Menengay, no go. Oh, she missed the open layup. And now Clinton's going back the other way. Just seemingly nothing going right now for LeRoy. A foul called on the other end with 5:52 remaining, and just a struggle for the Panthers.
Tough break for Menengay. You play really strong physical defense as she'll check out and Underhill check in. Just couldn't buy the bucket, as she'll have a conversation with Coach Hauser. And I think a lot of that is keep your head up. You got to keep playing. You saw her body language after she missed that. She was really disappointed with herself. Don't be as hard on yourself. It's basketball. You got to have the memory of a goldfish. You got to just forget about it, move on to the next possession.
Yeah, I think we've all missed a bunny in our day. Nice job there from Avery Smith with the post move and the hook shot. And now LeRoy going back the other way. Still seemingly this one out of reach for them, but just trying to maybe get some points, get some positive tape for the film review, and just something to maybe build on going into the next week of play. As there's a foul called on the floor.
My goal for LeRoy, win the last 5 minutes. It's pretty clear this game's out of hand. It's going to go in the favor of Clinton. They're likely going to move to 16-4. They're going to win 12 straight games. But LeRoy, if you can finish off the fourth quarter strong and, inspire yourselves, because you have a big game against Eureka on Monday.
Yeah, let's see if they can maybe, like you said, just get something going. Like you said, win the final 5 minutes as Abby Lyons finally gets a friendly roll and gets that shot to fall. Now here's Smith on the other end. Another nice post move from Avery Smith. She's up to 7 points, got 4 here in the quarter. Nice job from her.
I'm so impressed by their post work. I mean, these guards, we talked about it. They're so good, but the finishing in the post, the footwork, the patience, and the ability to finish, very strong for Clinton. As Lyons, after she hit that jumper, she'll head to the line trying to get 2 more.
Yeah, like you said, this Clinton team, everybody really around the same height, so they can kind of pretty much play anywhere. Everyone around anywhere between 5'7", 5'9". So,
and they're all really long too.
Yeah, they're all just they can kind of play positionless almost in terms of just height in general, because you don't see anybody who's that you don't point and be like, yeah, that's the center or that's the point guard, because everyone's looks pretty similar in terms of their build. As Lyons goes 1 of 2 from the charity stripe. Here's the drive in. Dempsey floater, no good. Nice rebound, kick out. Fathery, no good. Third attempt, nice job by Ozzie Gore, working on the offensive boards. Dempsey enters it in. Smith, wide open layup, couldn't get it to go. Going again to LeRoy in a second open layup, so 1 for both teams here in the fourth, and they're even in terms of that department. Now here's Mann, puts up the shot, no good. And a rebound again to Carly Anderson, looking to add to her tally of total of 14. And foul called on the floor there, actually. Thought that one might have gone on the shot, but not to be.
So we know in high school there's not a continuation, but there's a point where it's close enough to a continuation that sometimes they call it
right.
Is not there.
There's not in the rules, but there might as well be. As here's Smith, that one up and good, so able to bounce back from her missed layup to finish that one there. It's 61-33. Clinton just hit their season average, averaging 61 on the year.
Good
and nice finish from Nellie Smith. Up and under and drawing the foul. Nice feed and a nice finish.
J.C. Hagman with the assist. Really good cut across the paint. As checking out of the game, Carly Anderson, we've talked about her a lot, hit the 1,000-point accolade. Lincoln Land Community College commit. Really good game from her, and really good game from a plethora of Maroons.
Yeah, 14 points from her today, so I wouldn't think we'll see her again, but yeah, like you said, another great day from her. Now here's Smith looking to get into double digits. Her and Fathery sitting at 8 and 9 points. And there's 10, or excuse me, that'll be 11 for Avery Smith. So she's up in double digits, another Maroon with 10 plus. And it's 63-35. And now a steal on the other end. Smith finds Fathery with 8. Dishing it inside. Smith, whoa, over her head. She flung that one towards Carly Bless, and she wasn't ready for it.
That's when you know things are going in your favor, when you can throw behind the back passes, and my oh my.
Yeah, just kind of Magic Johnson pass there. There's a three-pointer from Lyons, no good. Rebound, Hageman. Hageman fires up the three. No, that one no good. Another nice rebound by Peyton Volk, but out of bounds. And we're going to get a replay of the assist or the pass of the year, but not the assist of the year.
Right between the wickets.
And it'll go down as a turnover probably for Avery Smith, but, you know, a valiant effort to try and get on the top 10 plays. Is another three-pointer from LeRoy, just kind of trying to get that three ball to start falling somebody out there. They've gone cold in the second half. There's Delaney Dempsey. She hit a deep three. Loose ball finds its way to Gore. She couldn't get it to go. Here come the Panthers. And out of bounds, trying to push the break. It was up to Chloe Warlow, but she couldn't corral the pass.
Addie Fox will check into the game. Her mother, who is in attendance, was one of my teachers in elementary school, so there you go.
I didn't know that, but why would I, of course, so.
Mrs. Fox. Great teacher. Taught me everything I know.
She taught you how to do this.
Exactly.
Now here's a three-pointer. No good, trying to get the lead up to 30, which, you know, would activate the running clock here in Illinois. Here's Fatheree, and she's going to take the hard hip check from Hageman.
Gonna have some new faces checking in for LeRoy.
Yeah, that'll be Lana Sigler. And I'm not sure, I saw two people check in. I'm not sure who the I didn't actually catch the number for the second one checking in, so now it's just 5 players. But yeah, 2 subs for LeRoy. Now here's Clinton, 20 seconds on the shot clock.
It was Lena Sigler and Juliana Lang.
There we
Marcy
go.
Buckles with the steal, and Addie Fox in the game, and Peyton Volk as well. That completes the 5 for the Panthers.
Yeah, some new faces out there. There's a three-pointer. That one up, no good.
No
from
good
Buckles.
From Buckles. Her older sister was a 1,000-point scorer for LeRoy.
A lot of siblings on this LeRoy team, I've noticed.
And,
yeah,
the Buckles, Max and Mason, class of 2021, twin brothers. 2 of my good buddies as well. The Buckles family is in attendance this game as well. So
nice pass over. 3-ball from the wing from Bless, no good. And a nice board from Ozzie Gore. She's done a good amount of work on the offensive and defensive glass, and it pays off with the bucket to make this a 30-point lead, and that gives her 4 points. Nearly that ball thrown away, but corralled by Buckles.
good hands.
Yeah, nice catch there. Here's Sigler. Finds Buckles in the powder blue shoes. Now it comes to Fox. Fox, shot clock running down. 3-ball, no good from Volk, out of bounds. And that will probably do it. A 30-point lead. Shot clock turned off. Clock is running through here just with that 30-point mercy rule in effect. Let's see if, I don't think, well, now they threw it away, so never mind. It looks like LeRoy will at least get one last shot if they want it. Buckles pushes it up to Volk. Under 5 seconds left. Sigler, Volk blocked at the buzzer, and that'll do it here. The Clinton Lady Maroons get a dominant victory over LeRoy, 65-35, and a very just overwhelming performance on both ends from the Maroons, and another win for them, 12 in a row.
Dominant performance from Clinton, very balanced as well. They're playing their best basketball at the right time. 12-game winning streak, 16-4, but LeRoy, yes, they got some stuff to work on, but they're still one of the best teams in 1A basketball. Led by Coach Hauser. He's going to have some film to break down, but I mean, Hauser recently hit the 100-win plateau, the 12th coach in LeRoy high school history to do so for a program. So he'll be just okay. He'll get things right for the LeRoy Panthers as they go down 65-35. But as a LeRoy alum, I enjoyed calling this one.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A very enjoyable game, even if it wasn't the closest one. We had some fun moments, some nice plays, and we'll get ready for the last game of our coverage here today between Clinton's boys team and the Peoria Heights Patriots. So that'll be it for us here. We'll get some last ads and then take a break. So here we go. Baum Chevrolet Buick is your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. We ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. Harbrand Fertilizer for all your fertilizer needs. Contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. And Snappers, looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV. Stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the Square in Clinton, Illinois. Great service and great food. That's it from us here today. Once again, we'll have the last game here coming up in about 15 minutes or so, and hope you'll stick around for that. But that'll wrap it up. The Lady Maroons get a big win over LeRoy, 65-35.
And welcome back to Clinton. Final game of the 2026 Clinton New Year's Showdown. What a fun day of basketball it's been. Jonathan Michael here alongside Ryan Weber. Ryan, we got Peoria Heights and the host Clinton Maroons to cap us off. It's been a fun day of basketball, and we just saw the Maroons girls team put up quite the beating on LeRoy. An impressive performance. Here we'll see if their boys team can defend home court as well.
Yeah, I think they're certainly hoping to take after the girls team. Like you said, they kind of walloped LeRoy after that first half. Unfortunate for Sky Gillespie here, but great game for the Maroons there. And like you said, looking to get another win here today, go 2-0 as a school in this tournament, and beat a very good Peoria Heights team who's kind of coming out of a couple, mediocre years and starting to maybe turn the corner.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive season for Peoria Heights, considering you look at the roster, just one senior on the team, a lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomores. You can tell this Patriots team is turning the corner and doing so perhaps ahead of schedule compared to where some people may have thought they would.
Yeah, and that's always really exciting whenever you get a group who's playing well, and you also know that they have multiple years that they're going to get together. The last couple of years I've been at Ridgeview, and I was one of just two guys who graduated off the team last year. So, and you look at them this year. Yeah, they're doing pretty good this year. I believe we're 11-3 now, but looking pretty good. And so you're seeing that, you're 11-3, and you're so young. And it's one of those cases where, you've got a young team and they don't really know that they're not supposed to be, competing and winning these games and playing as well as they are. They don't know they're supposed to be bad. So they're just out there, having a great time, and it's a great year for now and maybe even better in the future.
Patriots 11-3. Clinton comes in at 12-5. So again, two pretty strong teams here facing off on Gene Vance Court inside the gym at Clinton High School. Again, so fun coming down to this shootout every year. It's our third year doing it, and these are two teams that have been shootout mainstays over the years. Peoria Heights in years past had kind of been one of the teams that would play the first game or two of the day, start things off. Now they are the marquee game of the night as they will take on the Clinton Maroons.
Yeah, it should be really fun. Like you said, the Patriots kind of struggled, and now finally, turning things around. They look good this year out of the Prairie Land Conference, a small conference, not one that you see that is talked about too often.
No, they're also a part of the Inter-County Conference as well, kind of a unique thing. They're a part of two conferences as Peoria Heights won the tip but turned it over. Clinton gets it right back in a quick bucket. That's Brock Wilson. Clinton starters Brock Wilson, a 6'1 senior center. Jackson Reynolds, a 5'7 senior guard wearing number 12. Keegan Daugherty, 6 foot senior forward wearing number 3. Jaden Bell, number 2, a sophomore forward standing 6'2. And Keaton Graves, a senior guard at 5'9. Here's Jaden Quinn, number 1 in blue for the Patriots. Now DeAndre Marks, one of their returning veterans, a junior guard for this team.
Yeah, he'll be really important today if they want to win this game. He's a great scorer.
And Peoria Heights didn't quite realize that the shot clock was off. Tamarius Berry, the freshman, who's having a really good freshman year, put up a tough shot and nearly drained it. Here goes Clinton the other way. Almost a foul in transition. Layup up and good from Daughtry.
Yeah, nice job to kind of get back under control even at that fast pace. He nearly lost his footing, but able to keep running and get the open layup.
Maroons showing some defensive pressure here. There's, again, starters for Peoria Heights. Jaden Quinn, number 1. Ashton Hetty, the team's lone senior, has the ball right now, number 2. Driving it on the baseline, and a nice move, just can't get the finish. Starting to run it out by Marks, Berry, and number 20, Jorge Castro, a sophomore.
Yeah, very young, like you said, and should be interesting to see how they handle a really strong Clinton Maroons team.
Maroons team that has 5 seniors, a little bit more experienced on their side, and as a very experienced head coach in Vic Binkley, who won his 800th game recently.
Yeah, that's really impressive, and if he wins today, he'll go into 9th all-time, passing, wow. I forget who exactly it is, but it was a former West Aurora coach with 806.
Unbelievable as Brock Wilson gets the layup up to go, and the Maroons are off to a hot start. And
yeah, just really causing some issues with the press here, too.
Backcourt turnover there. Patriots are frazzled. And the layup by Daughtry was no good.
Maybe that inexperience kind of showing through with the issues that they've had with the press, finally able to kind of break it here.
Here's Barry feeding Hetty on the baseline. His baseline jumper no good. Ball is tipped around and into the hands of a Maroon. That's Reynolds.
Yeah,
has numbers. Driving in, Daughtry. He's been active with 4.
Yeah, just too easy so far for Clinton getting inside, and Peoria Heights, their defense just not where it needs to be.
Hetty, tough shot, came up short. Peoria Heights just playing a little bit too fast and frazzled right now. Poked out from behind, nice play by Jorge Castro, and then Marks almost had it swiped.
Yeah, he's got a wrap on one of his hands there. Don't know exactly what that's about.
Good ball movement there from Peoria Heights. Thought perhaps maybe one too many passes, but that was enough as Ashton Hetty gets Peoria Heights off of the donut. Three-pointer up and good. Keaton Graves.
They're bringing a little bit of pressure, the Patriots, and Clinton's breaking it way too easily, and it's resulting in those open looks.
11-2 Maroons lead. They're out in transition. Graves got the hot hand, knocks it down. Just like that, he's Clinton's leading scorer with 5 points. And how about the Clinton Maroons taking what the girls' team just did against LeRoy and rolling it over onto the boys' side with a really fast start against Peoria Heights.
This is even faster because we saw the LeRoy girls get off to a 7-0 run at the start, and for Clinton in the boys' game, it's not even that. It's just domination from the jump thus far, 13-2, and just for Peoria Heights, the defense has not been where you want it to be. The offense for sure has struggled, but it's always going to whenever, or it's not going to matter as much if you were able to kind of control things defensively, and thus far they've not been able to do it.
Well, again, it's kind of that last game is proof that LeRoy jumped out to a 7-0 lead. I thought we'd be thinking that LeRoy is going to have a pretty hot start to that game, and maybe go on to win big, and obviously that was not the case. So Peoria Heights, again, still very early in this game. See if the head coach, Jimmy Jordan, after calling timeout, can help reset his squad here.
Yeah, the Peoria Heights defense it only allows 49.3 points a game, so they're not a bad defense at all, just kind of a slow start against a pretty good Clinton team, a pretty mature Clinton team.
Ball on the deck, won by the Maroons. Here's Graves driving on Marks. Tough shot on the free throw line, or just inside it. Got the 12-footer to fall.
Yeah, they're very comfortable pretty much scoring from anywhere. We've seen them hit a 3, hit some mid-range jumpers, and the layup, so it's been all 3 levels doing the scoring.
It most certainly has been, as here's Barry slicing down the lane, no roll.
Man, they've struggled to get good looks thus far, and they get one right there, just unable to capitalize. Got to be frustrating.
Yeah, Clinton has got much higher percentage looks than Keaton Graves on a personal 10-0 run for Clinton right now, and he gets the steal.
Just a dominant start from Keaton Graves. Let's see if they can keep it going.
Maroons trying to feed Brock Wilson in the post, but how about Keaton Graves just coming alive?
Yeah.
10 points in the first quarter. We saw a pair of 30-point performances earlier today. If you didn't get a chance to tune in to the Maroa-Forsyth Springfield Calvary game, might want to rewind this broadcast at some point and take a look at that game. There were 2 30-point scores. Cameron Lee from Maroa-Forsyth had 35. Luke Blackford from Calvary had 30, and that game went to double overtime and featured multiple buzzer beaters.
Yeah, I think whenever we go back at the end of the year and kind of look at just the best games that both we covered and just in the area in general, that one's certainly going to be near the top in terms of just how fun that game was. Just a thriller in total.
And we've done about close to 150 games so far this basketball season for Clutch Sports Media. Now, most of those coming from the 112-game State Farm Holiday Classic, and also some from the Tournament of Champions over in Washington around Thanksgiving to start the year. But that one was definitely one of the most fun we have seen, as Tamarius Berry knocks down 1 of 2 free throws.
Yeah, so hopefully, being able to kind of take a breath there with the free throws, kind of a pseudo timeout maybe, and get things readjusted for Peoria Heights.
Setting up a bit of a press here. Clinton's got to get it across soon, and they do, just barely. Tough spot and a turnover. Nice formation there by the Patriots. DeAndre Mack, not to be confused with that man, DeAndre Marks, came away with that steal.
Yeah, finally some defense on that last possession, but unable to turn it into points. Now the offense has to get going.
Yeah, frustrating start for Peoria Heights, and Clinton shooting very well from the field, definitely over 50% so far, and that will certainly help. Jaden Bell left wide open on the block.
Yeah, just very frustrating all around for Coach Jimmy Jordan thus far, and it's been something that they've got to really fix. Both ends, some open looks given up, and not being able to get your own open looks on the offensive end.
Maroons come away with another steal. Graves is white hot. 12 points in this first quarter, and he has barely missed, if at all, from the field.
Well, the school record, we can see it over on this board over here. The school record in a game is 50, and he's on pace for 48 at the moment. So if he keeps that up, we're going to be on multiple record watches here tonight.
We will be. That was set by Don Wilson back in 1966-1967 season for the Maroons. So that is a record that has stood the test of time, and a lot of great players for the Maroons over the years since then. Tough shot by Castro. Rims out.
Ooh, kind of a
nearly
a
poked
steal.
Away. Minute and a half left to go in this first quarter. Again, we are playing the shootout with the shot clock as Brock Wilson there got fouled. I believe that was Marks that picked it up. And we've seen a few shot clock violations, usually early in the game once the teams remember, oh, we're playing with a shot clock. Then after that, teams have settled in.
Yeah, if you're getting a shot clock violation that's outside of the first quarter, it's usually just coming from great defense rather than just teams forgetting the shot clock exists, which it's not surprising. It's something you see every once in a while, and I think it's good, though, because the teams who play in these tournaments are kind of going to be used to it when it comes in next year, and that might give them a bit of an advantage.
Most definitely. Again, shot clock coming statewide, boys and girls, for all games next year. Right now it can be used in shootouts, tournaments, or in standalone games if both teams agree to it as well. So here's the Patriots working the high post. Castro, tough pass over to Ashton Hetty. Now here's Mack on the drive, puts one up and scores.
Yeah, nice ball handling, just kind of weaving his way through the defense through got a couple handoff passes, but Mack did a lot of the work there, and he knocks through the layup.
As here's Graves with just under a minute to play here in this first quarter. Drive, Daughtry puts one up and gets the hometown roll.
Basically the exact same shot on that possession, push floater on the baseline.
That's always one of the toughest shots. I've said that over multiple broadcasts over the years, but as Mack drives in and one for Peoria Heights, so Mack will head to the line for one.
Yeah, speaking of tough shots, that finish there through the contact, bit of a finger roll, kind of a circus finish, and a nice job from Mack there.
So Mack with 4 of the 7 for the Patriots so far, but those baseline floaters, going back to those, I mean, those are just some of the hardest shots to hit because your momentum's carrying you forward. You have no backboard to, bank the shot with the extra momentum you have off of it. Is Graves, a rare miss right there. And you also, again, it's tough to have depth perception because you, again, don't have the backboard behind you. So you don't really know how close you are to the rim sometimes.
Yeah, and just like you said, a really tough shot, but able to get it to go.
And time winding down. Patriots can't get one off, and it's all Clinton so far, 26-7 through 1 quarter of play. Here in the final game of the Clinton New Year's Shootout. I want to thank all of you guys for tuning in. Let us know again in the live chat where you're tuned in from. We'd love to know where you're watching from tonight. Also want to thank some of our sponsors here today, starting with Cinco de Mayo. Come and enjoy some real Mexican-style food in a great atmosphere. And that's all at Cinco de Mayo. Also, I want to thank Douglas Dodge. Whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or you're in need of routine maintenance, or even worse, a major repair, Douglas Dodge Good news, though. They'll have you covered. And for Mangold, Ford of Clinton. Stop in today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service at every step of the way. Family values, gold standard service. Mangold has you covered.
Yeah, we get a look at the Clinton bench led by Vic Binkley. As you know, we mentioned he's currently tied for 9th all-time in wins. He'll go outright 9th with the win here tonight. He's been coaching for a long time, since about the mid-'80s. Coached Mount Auburn and Central Illinois Conference rival in Warrensburg-Latham.
Indeed he did. He was with the Cardinals from 1986 all the way up to 2022. Then came right down the road to Clinton, Warrensburg-Latham, not too terribly far from here. Clinton kind of in between. Heyworth is to the north, and also further north, Bloomington Normal, and to the south you got Maroa-Forsyth, and then also Warrensburg-Latham somewhere down there too, I believe. Nice block from Barry. But turns it right back over. And right back again, there's Marks with the steal.
Yeah, a couple turnovers in just about a few seconds going in that half-court area.
Mack drives into double coverage. What a save by Hetty, keeping it in bounds, and it's still with the Patriots. Got it into Jorge Castro.
And it pays off with a drawn foul and 2 free throws. A nice effort by Ashton Hetty, showing some of that senior leadership out there.
Yeah, going all out for that play. Again, it's a big deficit for the Patriots right now, but it's still the first half. You can't just give up and let that ball go out of bounds. And might lead to some points here as DeAndre Marks steps to the line and knocks his first down.
Yeah, one of the best ways for a team to be able to get back into a game is winning those hustle plays and stealing extra possessions for themselves, and Hetty able to do that here.
Marks goes 2 for 2. I'm curious to see if the Patriots kind of bring that pressure. They forced a turnover or 2 off of it earlier on. They do bring it back here.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able, or Clinton's going to be able to break it, because they've struggled early on at this.
And Briggs White, 35 into the game for the Maroons, turns it over, and then Castro double dribbled. His head coach Jimmy Jordan tells him just to slow down.
Yeah, he wanted to get it out of his hands, get it to one of the Patriots ball handlers, but sometimes you got to be willing to just kind of take it up yourself and find somebody when their opportunity actually arises.
In the corner for the Maroons, that's Jackson Reynolds. Matchup of the number 12s back there in that far corner. Here's Daughtry on the drive, puts it on the deck, and too strong in the layup. White is there. Or pardon, that's Talon Huffman. 3 ball, up and good by Daughtry.
Yeah, a nice off-ball screen, got Daughtry open there and able to catch and quickly fire it up and knock it down.
Pardon, that was not Talon Huffman earlier. That was Wyatt Timmons, number 22. Hal Huffman wears number 32 as the Maroons come the other way, leading by 20 here early on. And tough angle on that layup by Timmons.
Yeah, never really brought it down, so he was never kind of able to get all his strength in it.
Barry driving in and gets fouled. Peoria Heights, a lot of their points right now coming from the line, and I think they're just, it's what you got to try and do right now is just get to the line and eventually maybe kind of hope the field goals themselves kind of start opening up.
Yeah, we saw Maroa-Forsyth kind of use free throws to help them out. They drew a couple fouls, got into the bonus early in that fourth quarter, and were able to claw back into it after it looked like Springfield Calvary was kind of pulling away, and seems like Peoria Heights may be using a similar strategy.
Jaden Quinn comes back into the game for Jorge Castro on Peoria Heights. Also Brady Stauffer, sophomore guard, number 4 coming in for the Maroons. Here's Barry's second, and that one, nothing but net.
Yeah, good free throw shooting team thus far for Peoria Heights. They've knocked them all down.
And that was unlike the Calvary Maroa-Forsyth game. Not to say those teams were bad from the line, but they missed some. Both teams missed some key free throws in crunch time.
Yeah, we saw.
That led to a great finish, so we're not complaining.
Yeah, at the end of the day, whenever I'll take a few missed free throws, there's another 3 from Keaton Graves. But like I was saying, I'll take a few missed free throws if it means a good finish.
Indeed, as Graves up to 15, outscoring Peoria Heights by himself here in this first half.
Yeah, he's got that kind of play style where, just catch and shoot. And as we see a T-shirt fly towards us.
Interesting timing there on that T-shirt toss. Usually that happens during a timeout. Now, that's the first time I've ever seen a T-shirt being thrown into the crowd while live action is going on. It almost hit us up here in the booth.
Whoever
arms down there on those cheerleaders.
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say, I've never. Whoa! Tough block.
Maroons having their way defensively. That's what I would have had to do if that T-shirt would have came flying my way. I was in no way, shape, or form prepared to catch one as Briggs White gets fouled and the 6'5" junior center will head to the stripe.
Yeah, he had the stuff on one end and gonna go to the line for 2 free throws on the other end. He's the big man out there for the Maroons.
Yeah, White, the tallest player on the Maroons roster at 6'5". And knocks down his first free throw, so, who said big men can't shoot?
Hey, it's a dying stereotype in this day and age. I saw Andre Drummond's apparently learned how to shoot now, so.
You ever played 2K back in the day? You played you were a Pistons fan. I'm sure you played as them. I'm sure you played as Andre Drummond. Free throws with him back in the day with 2K it was impossible.
He was not. Back then I had 2K19, so that was when we had Blake Griffin, and that made it a little easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was back in the day. He's not a great shooter. He's turned into a actually pretty serviceable 3-point guy for the Sixers.
Indeed he has. Not the only big man that's kind of had that revelation. 3-ball on the way. Came up short. We're going to get a foul down low on the Patriots. I believe that might have been Tamarius Berry. And it was. That's his second.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. 2 early fouls, and, you got to keep an eye on that. We'll see if they leave him in, or if not, it looks like Castro's getting ready to check in, so it might be for him.
2-on-1 real quick for the Maroons, but the Patriots get back. Quick shot there by Clinton, but there with the offensive board is Jaden Bell. Missed shot rebounded by Hetty. 3-on-2 for the Patriots. Nice move by Marks up in midair.
Yeah, nice job by DeAndre Marks, one of the 2 DeAndre M's on the team, and he's making his impact there with a really nice finish and adjusting in the midair.
And Vic Binkley will call timeout for Clinton here. So again, Maroons lead by 21. I think the thing for the Patriots right now, especially before halftime, is just don't let this thing become a running clock, because that is essentially a death sentence. It's really hard to come back when that clock is not stopping. So we haven't really seen a ton of blood. Well, we did see 2. We saw Roanoke-Benson put a beating on Normal Calvary in the second game of the day. And right there at the very end, Clinton girls reach running clock status against LeRoy in the final minute. But Peoria Heights down 21 here midway through the second.
Yeah, and I'd say those blowouts, particularly Roanoke-Benson over Calvary, a bit of a surprise, or a bit of a expected. Normal Calvary is usually kind of a team out of the East Central Illinois Conference, which, kind of struggles a lot in terms of basketball. But, yeah, I wouldn't expected this one to be as big of a deficit as it is this early.
Graves, another rare miss there, and we'll get a jump ball, no, a foul.
Yeah, looks like
it's going to go on Peoria Heights.
Yeah, I think that's going to go on Mack there. So that'll be his first foul. He's leading. He's tied for their lead in scoring, but it's just 4 points with how kind of sluggish the offense has been.
Inbound pass, another miss there from Graves. Again, this Peoria Heights team, a lot of these guys, can score in double figures, and they are usually a pretty decent offensive team. Marks, Ashton Hetty, Tamarius Berry, Quentin Matthews. We haven't really seen any of him yet today. Matthews, another freshman for Peoria Heights, but he's been in double figures in multiple games this season. So definitely a well-rounded Peoria Heights team that has a lot of depth, but so far no one has really kind of taken the lead right now, and that's, I think, a byproduct of having a young team.
Yeah, they've, I keep bringing up averages. They're averaging 59 points a game this year. So, yeah, for them to be stuck at 13 with about 3:30 to go in the second quarter is a real surprise.
And missing both free throws was Mack. Here's Bell going to tee one up from the baseline in his Volt green shoes. He's easy to spot.
Yeah, they love those long twos, Clinton. They've taken a lot of them early.
Now here's a 3. That one from Daughtry, no good. Another chance for Clinton on the offensive boards. Driving in for the layup. Guess who? It's Keaton Graves, 17 points.
Yeah, he's lighting it up thus far and tearing this Patriots defense apart, and it's been a great show to watch him score the basketball thus far.
Marks almost lost it. Mack thought about a 3, then will shoot. Tipped out off of Castro. Can't believe it.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
I thought that was going to be Heights' ball as well.
Yeah, I kind of thought Castro didn't look like he got a hand on it. He was kind of, now they do change it.
Yep.
So we convinced him.
That's why you have 3 refs. You know, someone might have a better angle, and
yeah, that's a good change that the IHSA has made, is bringing in 3 referees. And whoa,
that pass beamed off of the foot of a Clinton cheerleader down there. So, and they've had lots to cheer about here early on. A couple teams brought the full cheer squad. Mount Pulaski, Springfield, Calvary did as well.
Yeah, it can be kind of
bring that nice environment on the road.
Yeah, it can be kind of a tough trip, especially depending on how long of a drive you're making to pack up your entire team, your coaching staff, and your cheerleaders. If you're taking one bus, that's a lot of people to bring. But but for Clinton, they don't really have to do that because everybody's so close by.
No appearances by any bands though today. It's just been music over the PA. So no bands have made the trip, but maybe next year. We didn't miss in the last possession. A really nice shot from Jaden Bell, who's got it here. Feeds Reynolds there in the corner.
Nice ball movement there from Graves and connecting.
Yeah, Clinton moving with nice pace right now. Not too fast, not too slow. Bell goes up with it and scores again. 6 points for the sophomore forward.
Yeah, and then nearly a turnover on the inbound. Castro kind of a sloppy, slow inbound, and Graves tried to take it away, but only able to tip it out of bounds and force them to reset.
Maroons bringing some more pressure here. I want to shout out one of our own Clutch Sports Media staff members. He's not here tonight, but Michael Savoy just moved back into college, back at Bradley with us today. He's a big Peoria Heights fan. I'm sure he's tuned in, so.
Well, not a lot to cheer about for Peoria Heights fans thus far, but a nice finish there from Barry.
And he'll shoot one more as well, so Barry up to, I believe, 5 points on the night, and it'll stay that way. And Hetty showing some hustle and gets the rebound. And a timeout called by the Patriots, and Jimmy Jordan wants to talk things over, and probably a good call, kind of a tough spot down there in that corner.
Yeah, good move from Coach Jordan, the former girls head coach at Farmington. You don't often see coaches kind of making the jump between them, even though, they're, at the end of the day, it's all basketball, but former coach at Farmington, of course, the Farmers, pretty good in football usually, not really known for their basketball.
They're definitely more of a football school.
Yeah, they had a pretty good team this year. Looked like they were one of the favorites to win 2A. Of course, they did not. Wilmington.
2A is just so stacked.
Wilmington ran through everyone in that last run, and
unbelievable what they did to El Paso Gridley, who was by far the best team in our small school team in the Clutch Sports Media coverage area this year.
Yeah, that was that 2A field this year in particular was stacked, and we also saw Maroa-Forsyth. They were the Wildcats victims in the state championship.
Yeah, Josh Jost down there at Maroa-Forsyth does a great job every year. That Trojans team is competing for a state title, and just overall a great guy too, as Castro knocks one down from the baseline. So that's the 5th Patriot to enter the scorebook.
Oh, they just called that a 2. I thought they were going to call that a 3-pointer, but Castro had a toe on the line. Nothing going as it should for the Patriots.
3 ball on the way from Bell. He's got the hot hand, and we get a whistle and a foul on the Maroons. Here with 1:04 to go before the half.
Not often you see the guy who took the shot get a foul called against him, unless it's for kind of kicking his leg out. So interesting there. That's 2 fouls now on Bell. I
got to keep an eye on that as the referees convene. That's 5 fouls on the Maroons this quarter, so that'll put the Patriots in the bonus. And more free throws coming up for DeAndre Mack.
Yeah, they need these to keep it kind of in control or in close range here. And they get the first there. 22 points. I'm not sure what's like one of the bigger, comebacks, and IHSA. Unfortunately, with all their record books, we don't have that record in there, but they'd probably be pretty close to the record holder if they were able to storm back in this one.
It certainly would be, although, again, game of basketball is kind of crazy like that. You never really know as Graves knocks it down.
19 for him. Dominant first half.
Yeah, he's really been shooting the rock very well. Ball is on the deck, and Castro, more bodies hitting the floor. 4 or 5 of them in the lane. Now here's Graves the other way, and he has eclipsed 20 in just the first half alone.
Yeah, I don't know if the score holds up, if Coach Binkley's going to let him go the full game, but, he's 29 away from tying that school record.
On great pace so far in this first half. Marks hops into the lane. Nice move there. He is so shifty.
Yeah, it just looked so quick. It seemed like, he was back and forth and to his left and to his right, and then suddenly he was in the paint at the basket. Nice move.
Maroons turn it over. Last gas for Peoria Heights, driving in. Barry off the glass and in. So a nice end of the half for the Patriots. Something to feel good about going in the locker room, but Clinton puts up 44. They lead it by 21 here at home court. Maroons looking really good to finish the shootout 2-0 in both boys and girls action.
Yeah, just a fantastic first half. That first quarter really set them apart. The second quarter, they were, pretty close in terms of the final box score of the quarter. I believe it was 18-17 in favor of Clinton. But that first quarter, when they outscored them 26-7, just really put the Maroons out way too far ahead, and it's going to be an uphill battle for Peoria Heights to try and come back in this one. But crazier things have happened here in the high school rankings.
Indeed they have. Want to thank some of our sponsors that help make this broadcast and this shootout possible, starting with Baum Chevrolet Buick. They're your Buick and Chevrolet dealership in Clinton, Illinois. We ensure every customer has an experience that is excellent from start to finish. Baum's right from the start. Also by Harbrand Fertilizer. If you have fertilizer needs, contact Harbrand in Clinton, Illinois. Also by Snappers. Looking for a great place to eat and enjoy your favorite game on TV? Stop in at Snappers Bar and Grill on the square in Clinton, Illinois. Great service and great food. A little birdie told me that the Club Sports Media crew might be stopping by Snappers shortly after we wrap up here tonight. Made a trip there last year and it had a lot of fun, and I'm sure we'll be able to watch that. I think there's a big football game going on tonight, I heard. Some would say.
I can't comment on that one.
I
want both of them to lose.
Well, Ryan, we'll pick the lesser of the two evils for you later on once we get to watching football. But for right now, back in the basketball court, it's all Clinton here at the Clinton New Year's Showdown. We'll be right back after a few minutes here at halftime. Maroons lead at 44-23. And welcome back inside the gym at Clinton High School. Gene Vance Court specifically. Final game of this year's Clinton New Year Showdown. And Ryan Weber, that first half was all Clinton. Keaton Graves with 21 points. Keegan Daughtry with 9 for them. And they just started off really hot and really kind of flustered this young Peoria Heights team.
Yeah, they pulled out to a great start to this one. They had a really nice run in the first quarter and just kind of overwhelmed them, and Peoria Heights looking to pull off the miracle.
And only a 21-point game, though. It sounds like a lot, but with a full half of basketball, the Patriots can just kind of chip into this lead, make this maybe a 10 to 12-point game. Might be a good goal for this third quarter.
Yeah, if you can kind of cut this deficit down to, like you said, that 10 to 12-point range, kind of cut it in half, then you're looking at a chance to, win this one. But that's the first step. You got to take it one possession at a time, one shot at a time, and be able to get back into this one because you can't get overwhelmed by the deficit.
Is Jaden Bell at the line for the Maroons? Foul there went on Castro from Peoria Heights. That was his first.
Yeah, he's they almost threw away the inbounds pass there. They've struggled with inbounds a couple times, just kind of taking them a little lackadaisically and then throwing some away.
Yeah, trying to go a little too fast sometimes, and you'll get that with a young team. This Patriots team though has just insanely high potential though. I mean, you see what they're doing with an 11-3 start. Certainly, not the best game here, but they've had a really impressive season. And again, they only have one senior and again multiple freshmen, including Barry and Quentin Matthews, who we haven't seen yet tonight.
Yeah, this is a few years ago, this is a team who won a regional championship, so it's and another throwaway on the inbounds.
Graves the steal off the glass, no good.
But yeah, like I was saying, this is a team a few years ago, they won a regional championship over Princeville, but so maybe kind of on their way back to that mark.
Definitely going to be a team to watch in the 1A postseason as Bell came in for the block on Hetty, who gathers himself and puts it back up. That's 4 points now for the Patriots' lone senior.
Yeah, nice job to kind of collect himself again after getting that first one swatted.
Graves came a bit short on that floater.
Let's see if they need, like we said, they need to take it one bucket at a time, but, if you're not the team taking that thought process, then you got to say almost a lot of the times down the floor they're going to need to get a bucket.
Yeah, I can't waste too many trips, but Hetty doesn't do so there as he puts it in on the baseline.
Yeah, nice job from Hetty getting able to kind of get inside and penetrate that defense, which they struggled to do at times in that first half.
And Patriots had a lot of their points come from the line as the drive up and in for Graves. 23 for the 5'9" senior guard.
Yeah, great job from him, just continuing that hot start he had in the first half and starting his first points in the second.
Fader from Marks is no good. This Maroons team started the year really hot, won their first 6 games of the year, including wins over Mount Pulaski, who we saw earlier today. They fell to Lexington. They also beat Maroa-Forsyth 72-66. They also, part of those wins were they won the Mount Pulaski Thanksgiving tournament, as Graves is now up to 25 on the night, halfway to the record.
Yeah, Clinton's going to have a kind of an uphill battle in terms of winning the conference this year because, they're going to have to beat Tuscola to do it. And
Lawrenceburg Latham's also looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, if I'm going to be honest, those Raiders those Warriors, are very good. They dominated their way to the Monticello Holiday Championship as another 3-ball up and good from Keaton Graves. He keeps it going.
And he is outscoring Peoria Heights still. 28 for Graves, 27 for the Patriots.
Yeah, anytime you're doing that in the second half of a game as an individual player, that either means that your defense is absolutely locked down or you're having a career night. And for Keaton Graves, that's the second case there.
Yeah, that's argued it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, their defense still nothing to, scoff at. It's been a pretty good defensive effort, but yeah, the way he's been scoring offensively and the way this offense as a whole has been filling up the cup has been really impressive.
Yeah, as Wilson got fouled there, and kind of a talking point I had on Clinton that is not coming to fruition tonight is, this team hasn't really seen a ton of games like this They've been blowing teams out this year. They've had a lot of single-digit games. They're 6-3, and them 9 of their 17 have been decided by 9 or less. They had some close wins over GCMS, LeRoy, and Heyworth, and a close loss to Eureka. So they played a lot of HOIC teams.
Yeah, that's kind of a connection that's been established the last couple of years. The CIC doesn't have a football conference, so they kind of joined up with the HOIC, and those teams kind of, affiliating with them. So I'm sure that helps when it comes to scheduling. That Clinton needs a game filled, and they're like, hey, let's just go call up one of these teams in the HOIC.
Yeah, those alliances can kind of transcend different sports sometimes. As Marks drives in for the layup, he's the first Patriot in double figures with 10.
Yeah, Marks has been pretty good tonight, and it's going to get kind of lost if they're not able to come back in this one. But, DeAndre Marks has put up a really strong effort and played really well and kind of led the charge for the Patriots.
He has, again, he's a returning starter from this Patriots team last year that, again, the last few years have had some really star players. As Graves up to 30 now on the night. Heights, though, has had some great players like Cameron Williams, Barrett Marfell, Marfell's now at North Central Division III school up in Naperville. Actually saw him a few weeks ago when they came to play Bradley.
Yeah, that's for being a small a school as they are, you hear Peoria, you just kind of assume, oh, this is a big school. They're 1A. They're only enrolling about 280 kids at most, and it's a small school, but they develop a lot of talent. That Peoria area is still a very talent-rich area, and even if you don't have the enrollment numbers of a Peoria High or a Richwoods or Emmanuel, you're still getting a share of that talent.
Certainly is. Bell gets the layup to go. Or Clinton right back. Just turn it into a track meet here. Just back and forth down the floor, trying to beat these presses.
Yeah, Clinton.
Both teams really doing a solid job of doing so tonight.
Yeah, you got to wonder if one of them's going to maybe make that adjustment, pull it off, because, like you said, it's getting really easy to get those buckets at the other end in just a few seconds into the shot clock.
Lead is consistently hung in the low 20s for the Maroons as Bell got the offensive board but taps it back out. This is going to be Patriots ball.
Here comes Jaden Quinn. I don't know if we've seen him too much tonight.
Yeah, he started the game but hasn't played a ton of minutes. It's been a lot of minutes for DeAndre Mack off the bench.
Yeah, and also Peyton Hetty and Ashton Hetty out there, the brothers sharing the floor.
And last season they'll be together again. Ashton, the only senior on Peoria Heights.
I can't speak from personal experience, but I imagine that's probably pretty fun for them to be able to be on the floor together.
I think it's some built-in chemistry there for sure. Matter of fact, I talked to one of a school in Peoria Heights' conference, the Inter-County Conference, as Mack, tough shot is no good. Hetty gets the miss. But talking with Illini Bluffs' girls team, who's state ranked. I talked to them back on Thursday. I'll have a story coming up soon on Clutch Sports Media Overtime. You see that there on your scorebug. That's the home of all of our written content, where we have lots and lots of stuff just for high school sports in the Peoria and Bloomington Normal area. But I have a feature story coming out soon on the Tigers' hot start. They're state ranked in 1A, and they're led by the sisterly duo of Chloe Eaton and Emerson Eaton. And they said that it's like having a best friend on the court. You know what they're going to do. They know what you're going to do. It just makes things a whole lot easier.
Yeah, and I feel like that's it's like you said, it's really easy, and having that connection, and it can also be easy in building chemistry, because you don't have to worry about are your star players going to be able to gel, because they live together and they've known each other for 15 years because they're forced to. I can speak to someone with 4 siblings. You kind of develop connections.
All right, your oldest, youngest?
Yeah,
middle?
the oldest.
There you go. I'm the oldest, but also just of 2. As Graves' layup just rimmed out. And nice steal. Graves is just keeping it going and put some English on that ball. Spun it off the glass and in.
Yeah, nice job from Keaton Graves, and keeping that lead at about 20 here, and making sure that, the rest of this Maroons offense kind of, not bad, but just kind of definitely not where he's been. He's got over half their points.
And the three is short by Marks.
Let's see if they'll, if he gets close enough to it, maybe they'll let him go for it.
Maybe. Again, he's up to 34. Needs 16 points to set the single game record for Clinton. Again, I mean, 34, though, in 3 quarters is crazy. I mean, we had the 2 players score 30 in the Calvary and Maroa-Forsyth game, but that game went to double overtime.
Yeah, I've seen, I saw over at down in Monticello, I got to watch GCMS's girls, and they've got All-State guard Lily Sizemore.
Yep.
She had 22 at the half in that one, but she only ended up with 27, and Keaton Graves already with 34 is just, it's ridiculous because he's not outscoring Peoria Heights offense anymore, but he's got over half the points for Clinton, and really just it's almost indescribable what he's doing because it's been everything he seems to touch turns to gold.
And I mean the defense too. You saw him there again. He's playing well. It's not like he's just shooting threes and just kind of getting back and to mail it in on defense. He's has active hands, gotten in there and really helping this stout defensive effort. So Graves is 34. Jaden Bell's also had a nice game for the Maroons with 11. Keegan Daughtry started hot. He's got 9 points. He's kind of quieted off so far, but not for, he hasn't really shot a ton lately. Brock Wilson with 8 for the Maroons. Briggs White also has a pair as well for Clinton, who coming up and gets a big test on Tuesday. They take on Bloomington Central Catholic. We saw them at the State Farm Holiday Classic. Then they'll take on Shelbyville next Friday, and then Macon Meridian, another CIC foe, on January 20th.
Yeah, they still haven't played a conference game yet, so that'll be 2 of the 5 conference games they play. Again, the CIC pretty small, just 6 schools in there. So I
was gonna say, I'm surprised they don't play each other twice. At least they give you 10.
Yeah, so like you said, they've played a lot of like HOIC teams, and that's kind of what they got to do. You got to, you want to play probably 25, 30 games, so you got 20 games to fill there, and they've picked some strong competition. They're not afraid to test themselves.
I'm sure Clinton's AD, Matt Keppel, was hard at work helping the Maroons set out a schedule.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach Binkley's, really happy that he gets his guys tested because over the years, I'm sure he's, had that test in his own right at Warrensburg Latham.
Indeed, is a nice cut on the baseline, a nice find, and Brady Stauffer gets in the scorebook, his first bucket. Shot at the horn is short by Tamarius Berry, and the lead at 24 for Clinton right now. So pretty even third quarter, all things considered, and the Maroons are just about ready to put this thing on cruise control the rest of the way out here in the final game of the Clinton New Year's Shootout. Want to thank our sponsors, again, to help make this broadcast on Clutch Sports Media possible. Cinco de Mayo, come in and enjoy some real Mexican-style food in a great atmosphere. You know what they say, Ryan, is small-town Mexican restaurants, some of the best you'll ever go to.
Yeah.
Also, want to thank Douglas Dodge, whether you're looking for a great deal on a new or pre-owned car, or if you're in need of routine maintenance or a major repair, Douglas Dodge will have you covered. And also, by Mangold Ford of Clinton. Make your way to Mangold Ford for today for quality vehicles, a friendly team, and professional service at every step of the way. Family values, gold standard service, Mangold has you covered.
I really like the branding of these two teams. It's a kind of a nice clash, the maroon and gold for Clinton, of course, the Maroons, and I kind of like the blue of Peoria Heights. It's a really nice color, and I like the jersey.
I do as well, and I don't know if they've had these for a long time, but I really like just like the Heights script that's on them. I think it's kind of nice. Again, Peoria Heights, put both those words on. It could get kind of wordy in there, so I think to simplify, just call it Heights. People know who you are, and it kind of gives a nice little twist. And funny enough, I was doing some search on the IHSA website. Peoria Heights High School is the only high school in the state that has the word Heights in their official name.
Really, I would have thought that one of the Chicago schools would have had it in there with how many, heights and hills and whatever, they got up in the suburbs.
Yeah,
there.
there's Palos Heights, there's Chicago Heights, but none of those cities have high schools with their names. There's Chicago Heights, there's Marian Catholic, but that's just Marian Catholic, for example. So Palos Heights. I think they have Stagg High School, one at larger school. Graves up to 36.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye on that. 67-41 is the score. I'm sure there's somebody out here chuckling at that.
There definitely is. Definitely is. Matt came flying in for that rebound. Patriots retained possession. Mack left wide open. And Maroons kind of left him open. And how about the dive on the floor from Jaden Bell? Keeps it alive, but back to Peoria Heights. I still love diving for a loose ball in a 26-point game.
Yeah, gotta love the effort there, and that's what's going to earn you more playing time if you're willing to show that no matter what the score is, no matter what it looks like, you're willing to go all out and give everything you got for the team.
That's, again, just great sign of great coaching as Briggs White lays it in. First second half bucket there.
Yeah, nice job from him. They fronted him in the post, and he's able to get the pass, a high point pass, and bring it down.
Marks knocking down a triple. He's got 15. There's now 3 Patriots in double figures. Marks with 15, DeAndre Mack with 10, and Tamarius Berry with 11.
Yeah, Peoria Heights, it's felt like they're it's been out of reach for a while, but they're not folding. They're not going away. They're still out there playing their game and just kind of building some confidence and building some momentum.
And announced that shot is going down by Bell. I thought it was Graves. As on the other end, Jorge Castro knocking it down.
Yeah, a lot of threes here early on in the fourth quarter.
I don't think we're going to see too physical of the game the rest of the way. I think it's just kind of see Peoria Heights. They're just kind of shooting whatever comes their way.
Man, they're all over Keaton Graves right now.
Here's Bell driving in, had it stripped away by Hetty, and he'll stay with the Maroons.
I know, of course, we know it, but I don't know if the Patriots know that how close he is, but they're playing like they do.
Certainly, again, Graves still in the game. Going to tee one up here. Oh, that one would have been big. Would have put him over the 40-point threshold, I believe.
Well, out of bounds there. Hetty just lost the rebound basically under no pressure out of bounds, and just kind of a microcosm of what's gone wrong for the Patriots this evening.
Yeah, definitely been a few mental errors. I think, again, I don't know what about it, but I think it's just something that was just kind of frazzling them a little bit here today, whether that was Clinton's defense or being on the road, playing in a gym that is mostly new. Again, we've seen Peoria Heights at this shootout each of the last 3 years that we've been here at least. But again, this is a new-look team that most of these players haven't really played much in here. And again, you go to a new gym, there's different depth perception. You got to get used to that.
I think part of it also, playing a game Saturday night can always be kind of tough because, you basically, you think, the Saturday, it's one of your days off, you're not doing much. But then all of a sudden, here you go, you got to play a varsity basketball game against a strong opponent at, 6:45, and you're not really in that basketball state of mind all day like you are maybe if this was, early on in the day or on a different date.
Yeah, most of Saturday games played during the late AM or early PM. As White gets the board and stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, just trying to find somebody to push the tempo, and his pivot caught the line.
Still only a 20-point game. I mean, it's going to take a miracle for Peoria Heights to come back, but credit them for not letting Clinton just completely blow this game open.
Yeah, they have some shooting. If they can string some stops together, you never know.
And well, there's a 3-ball from Marks. He's got 18. But just aside from that, real big run that Clinton went on. Again, they were up 20-3 at one point in the first quarter, and since then it's been a pretty even ball game.
Yeah, it's felt like if they were able to get that run under control earlier on, if they could have cut it to 12-3 or something like that, then we're looking at a game where both teams are sweating this one out, and to an extent, it's still not, like you said, it's still not over, but one run really just put this thing away, and it was so early on in the game. And, you're seeing that these two teams are more even than I think the scoreboard is going to show at the end of this one.
I think so. Again, Peoria Heights came in at 11-3, Clinton at 12-5. Nice shot off the inbounds from Daughtry, who's now in double figures.
Yeah, nice mid-range little fadeaway jumper, and he got it to fall. Another mid-range shot good for Clinton, and they've hit a lot of those tonight.
And like you said earlier, they've scored at all 3 levels, down low, from behind the arc, and also from the mid-range as well. Coming up for Peoria Heights, their schedule includes the ICAC Tournament Inter-County Conference as Matt gets the layup to go there. So they're going to start out by facing Delavan on Tuesday, and then from there, they'll face opponents to be determined on either Thursday or Friday. They'll wrap up next Saturday. ICAC tournament this year held at Brimfield High School. Should be a fun one with some good teams.
Brimfield, 2015, they beat the Ridgeview in the state semifinal. And
oh, did they really?
Yeah, that was probably one of the better teams. Well, that one, and then 2016, which was the one that lost to LeRoy.
Okay, that was before. Oh, actually, no. I would say that was before I lived in Illinois, but I remember I did live in Illinois. I just lived in the Quad Cities, so I wasn't really following Brimfield and Ridgeview at that point. I was kind of more of Rock Island, Rock Ridge. And both those teams have had some great teams over the years. I remember Rock Island winning it all in 2009 with Chason Randall, who went on to play at Stanford in the NBA. So
yeah, we just saw them at the State Farm tournament. They had a good run there.
And they definitely did as Graves knocks it down.
I think it's unfortunately a little out of reach, but still not too bad of a performance for Keaton Graves. I think this is one he's going to be very happy about, and going to be one he's telling the kids about in 20, 30 years.
Oh, most definitely. Yet unofficially, by my tally, he has 40. Scoreboard says 38. We'll try and see if we can clarify which total is correct. But either way, unforgettable game for Keaton Graves. I mean, just probably the best performance that Clinton has seen in several years.
Yeah, arguably the performance of the day. I mean, we saw some great ones in Calvary and Maroa and how close that game was, but Keaton Graves is definitely a name worth mentioning, and I don't know if they do like an all-tournament team, but he would definitely be like a lock forward at this point.
For sure. I would all-shootout team as Bell puts it back up and in. I would go with Keaton Graves for sure, Cabron Lee on Maroa-Forsyth, Luke Blackford on Springfield Calvary, and I don't know, any other players?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it's been a long day of basketball.
Yeah.
Well, definitely we've seen a lot of great performances today. Miles Zimmerman from Peoria Christian had a nice game in that first game of the day, a win for the Chargers. Roanoke-Benson, some of the Harms. Keaton and Layton Harms had some good games and a huge win for the Rockets over Normal Calvary.
Yeah, we'll just get I think it's just going to be no, it might be an actual timeout. I'm not sure if they're just doing substitutions or looks like that's what Coach Jordan wants.
Just wants to get a few guys in here at the end, but we saw Lexington. They beat Mount Pulaski, game number 3. And game 4 is that classic that Springfield Calvary.
Yeah, game of the year, I would say, right up there for it, but. Yeah, just another good day for a good day of basketball, which we've seen a lot of the last few weeks.
And for Peoria Heights, it's kind of putting a bow on this as Graves is going to check out. So that'll do it from a great performance from him, and also Jaden Bell too, 13 points. That can't be overshadowed either. He played a nice game on both ends for the Maroons. But if you're Peoria Heights, you can say that hey, it took one guy scoring 40 points to beat us. If Graves even scores 20, this is essentially a tie ball game.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. You got to think that, man, if we were, a little better defensively on him, but also there were times where he just looked like no matter what he was doing, it was going in, and a great game from him. But, yeah, for Peoria Heights, I mean, it's not a game you're going to look back on and think that, we got torn apart. We got, this was awful. We played because they had great moments, particularly offensively. Their defense left a lot to be desired, but the offense was for sure there today. That it would have been enough if the defense was at a bit of a higher level this evening, that they could have had a good shot at winning this one.
Yeah, again, Clinton jumped out early on and never looked back. As now we get some substitutions in. Elijah Jones, number 0. Jalen Quinn with the ball now for Peoria Heights. Now it goes back to Jones. He's a sophomore.
you don't see a team who doesn't play at a absurdly high pace, scoring 80 points. That tells you how good of a day Clinton had offensively.
Yeah, just put on a clinic. Very well coached, and you can just tell that they came out with a mission. They executed very well, and I mean, whatever they had drawn up, whatever was kind of on the game plan for today, they passed it. As shot clock violation there, as shot by Quinn did not reach the rim. So last minute of the day. Here is try and do some math. Probably about right around 200 minutes of basketball played across 6 games and 1 double overtime game. Had to add those in there.
Yeah, just a great another fun edition of this tournament, and hopefully we'll be back next year and get some more good action going.
Well, we certainly love coming down here. Again, it's become a tradition now at Clutch Sports Media. Again, a little bit outside of our, I should say just barely outside of our normal coverage area, but you can see some of the teams that we know, some teams that are also in Central Illinois that we also get to see, like Lexington, Clinton, Mount Pulaski as well.
Yeah, we get to push the boundaries a little bit. I mean,
Exactly.
Nothing's stopping us.
No, exactly. We just love good basketball. That's what we like to see, and we saw some great performances here today. So Jalen Quinn will head to the line after taking a tough tumble there, kind of trying to shake off his wrist. So referees is going to make sure he's all good and ready to shoot. Quinn looking for his first point of the game and gets it. And after Peoria Heights goes to the ICAC tournament, they'll play a Prairie Land Conference game at home at Roger Bergia Gym against Farmington. That game on January 20th.
Yeah, a bit of a little bit higher stakes maybe for Coach Jordan. As you mentioned, he used to coach the Farmington girls. And yeah, that'll do it.
Clinton puts on a resounding performance on home court, and they win it 81-61 behind 40 points from Keaton Graves, and the Maroons are 13-5 on the year. We talked about Tuscola, Warrensburg, Latham draw a lot of the attention in the Central Illinois Conference, but Clinton show why that they are certainly a team to be reckoned with down the stretch here.
Yeah, if they can, pull off an upset, and it would certainly be an upset, they could, get into that high-ranking area in, in the class, and maybe, if they get some luck their way, win the Central Illinois Conference, which would be huge for this program.
Well, that will about do it from this year's Clinton New Year Showdown. I want to thank a lot of people here before we sign off. I want to thank, first off, all of our crew that came in from all over Central Illinois. We had people from Peoria, Pekin, Colfax, LeRoy, Bloomington, and I'm forgetting one more, I know, Champaign. Dalton Carmine coming in from Champaign as well. So people making long drives to come here to Clinton. Couldn't do it without all of our crew. Teddy Ball, Dalton Carmine, Sky Gillespie, Molly Shire, LeRoy girls basketball player who is on our crew. It helped us out early in the day before her game today. Also Garrett Oliver here earlier today and Ryan Weber. Also want to thank Clinton AD, Matt Keppel, one of the best in the business. Great hospitality and always love coming down here to Clinton. I want to thank you guys all at home for tuning in as well and joining us here for this year's Clinton New Year Showdown here on Clutch Sports Media. Any final thoughts for you, Ryan?
No, just happy to be able to come down here, watch some good basketball, and really excited to maybe come back here next year and keep it going.
Well, again, stay tuned to Clutch Sports Media's social media channels, or you can follow us at Clutch Sports Media on Facebook and Instagram, Clutch Sports IL on Twitter. We got plenty more games coming up that we're going to be announcing here pretty shortly. So we will be certainly around the area covering more great basketball as the road to March continues. But for now, that'll do it from Clinton, Illinois. The Maroons win at 81-61 over Peoria Heights, and to cap off the 2026 Clinton New Year's Showdown. So long, folks. Have a great rest of your weekend and enjoy.